Rosslyn Chapel stands in the village of Rosslyn, in the county of Midlothian in Scotland, and it is considered one of the most symbolically rich and legendarily layered buildings in the whole of the British Isles. It was founded in 1446, and it has never entirely ceased to be a place of worship in the centuries since. To visit it today is to stand inside a building that has accumulated, over nearly 600 years, layer upon layer of history, legend, careful craft, disputed meaning, and the particular quiet of stone that has been prayed in for a very long time. But before we enter the chapel, it is worth pausing at some distance from it. It is worth beginning, as many journeys to this place have begun, with the land itself. The name of the village, Rosslyn, carries within it the memory of the landscape that surrounds it. The word derives from two Celtic roots, Ross, meaning a rocky promontory, and Lyn, meaning a waterfall. These are not decorative etymologies chosen for their poetry, though they are undeniably poetic. They are descriptive, grounded in the physical character of the place, as it was understood by those who first named it. The chapel and the earldom that share a variation of that name, Rosslyn, carry those same roots forward, so that every time the name is spoken, it contains within it a small, compressed geography, stone rising above water, rock meeting full. The landscape in which Rosslyn sits is one that has drawn people toward it for a very long time. To the south and west lie the Pentland Hills, a range of moorland heights that form the boundary, in places, between Midlothian and Peeblesshire. It is from high up among those hills that the river which eventually passes beneath the chapel begins its long descent. The South Esk, as that river is known, gathers itself from multiple tributaries near the high Pentland boundary and begins to move northward through the landscape, passing through Carlops and the place called Habby's How, and then through the woods surrounding Pennyquick, before it curves and steadies and continues its passage through the ancient woodland of Rosslyn Glen. From there, it rejoins the wider watercourse and eventually enters the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh on the eastern edge of the Midlothian coast. That journey, from the cold high Pentlands to the salt water of the Firth, is a long one. The river passes through many kinds of country, many changes of tone and light and vegetation. But the portion of its course that passes through Rosslyn Glen is the portion that has always seemed to hold people's attention most completely. Rosslyn Glen is an ancient woodland, a mixed deciduous valley of oak, ash and elm. The trees that grow there are not plantation trees, set out in rows for timber. They are the kind of trees that establish themselves over centuries in sheltered valleys, bending with the prevailing wind, finding their own shapes, letting the ground beneath them accumulate the particular layered flora of undisturbed woodland. The ground floor of the glen includes dog's mercury and ramsons, golden saxifrage and wood sorrel. These are plants that grow where soils are deep and relatively undisturbed, where light filters down through a canopy rather than flooding in from an open sky. They are plants of patience and continuity, rooted in places that have remained, in some essential character, unchanged across many human generations. The glen has been described as an ancient woodland, full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. That description belongs to a particular way of reading landscape, one in which the physical features of a valley, its rocks and its water and its old-growth trees, are understood as holding or expressing meanings that predate any single tradition or text. Whether one finds that way of reading landscapes convincing or not, it is worth noting that people have been finding significance in this glen for a very long time. It is also worth noting that the chapel which sits above it was built by a family, the St. Clairs, who were deeply embedded in the history and culture of this particular stretch of Midlothian. The name St. Clair is one that we will return to many times in the course of this documentary. It is a name that has become almost inseparable from the chapel itself, and from the various legends and claims that have attached themselves to the building over the centuries. For now, it is enough to say that it was Sir William St. Clair who founded Rosslyn Chapel in 1446, and that it was the St. Clair family who had made Rosslyn Castle, the building that stands nearby in the same landscape, their ancestral home. The chapel was founded as a collegiate chapel, a specific kind of ecclesiastical institution that was common in the later medieval period. A collegiate chapel was not simply a private place of prayer for a noble family, though it served that purpose too. It was a building served by a body of clergy, known as a college, who were charged with performing regular services, maintaining the building, and praying for the souls of the founding family and their successors. The full formal name of the chapel is the Collegiate Chapel of St. Matthew. That name is rarely used today, and the building has been known almost universally for centuries by the shorter name of Rosslyn Chapel, which takes its identity from the landscape that surrounds it rather than from the saint to whom it was formerly dedicated. Sir William St. Clair began the building of Rosslyn Chapel in 1446. It was an ambitious project by any measure. The decoration that the chapel contains, which we will describe in detail in later chapters, is of extraordinary density and complexity, covering almost every available surface inside and much of the exterior as well. The work would have required a large team of skilled masons working over many years, and the demands on the patron's attention and resources would have been considerable. Despite those considerable demands, or perhaps because of the sheer scale of the ambition that drove the project, the building was never completed in accordance with whatever original plan had been conceived for it. When Sir William St. Clair died in 1484, the work was still unfinished. It remained unfinished. The walls that were intended to extend the building to make it larger than it is were never built. What stands today is, in one sense, a fragment of a larger vision, and yet it does not feel fragmentary. It feels complete, dense, saturated with attention, a building that drew to itself an almost overwhelming amount of human craft and intention, and has held that intensity ever since. After Sir William's death in 1484, the history of the chapel enters a more troubled period. The collegiate body that had been established to maintain services and care for the building faced increasing difficulties as the 16th century progressed. By 1571, the provost and prebendaries of the chapel had resigned, their departure brought about by the forcible seizure of the chapel's endowments into secular hands, a consequence of the broader upheaval of the Reformation. A building that had been founded to sustain a particular form of religious life found that form of life no longer tenable, and the building suffered accordingly. That suffering was not only institutional. The physical structure of the chapel was affected in ways that compounded over time. In 1650, Cromwell's troops attacked nearby Rosslyn Castle and stabled their horses inside the chapel itself. The damage inflicted upon the interior by that use, and by the decades of neglect that preceded and followed it, was not fully addressed for many years. It was only during the Victorian period of repair and restoration that the chapel was rededicated in 1862 as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church, and weekly services began again on a regular basis. That rededication in 1862 marked the beginning of the chapel's return to something like its intended purpose. Church services have been held there ever since. Today, the chapel opens to visitors on Monday through Saturday from 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, and on Sundays from noon until 5. Sunday services begin at 10 in the morning, and visitors are welcome to attend. These practical rhythms of opening and closing, of service and visiting, sit alongside the much older rhythms of the building itself, the centuries of prayer, the weathering of the stone, the slow accumulation of legend and interpretation that has gathered around the chapel like the leaf mould of the Glen gathers around the roots of the oak trees below. The chapel is a registered charity operating under the care of the Rosslyn Chapel Trust, and it exists today as simultaneously an active place of Christian worship, a significant site of architectural and historical interest, and a destination that draws tens of thousands of visitors each year from all over the world. That combination of uses, the devotional and the touristic, the scholarly and the legendary, is not always an easy one to manage, and we will have reason to examine the tensions within it as this documentary proceeds. But for now, in this first chapter, we are content to remain at some distance from those tensions and to hold the chapel within its landscape for a little longer. The South Esk moves through Rosslyn Glen at its own pace, unhurried by the attentions of those who have stood above it over the centuries and found in it significance of one kind or another. The oak and ash and elm of the valley grow slowly, as they always have. The dog's Mercury and the wood sorrel spread their quiet carpets beneath the canopy, in the deep shade where sunlight arrives only in filtered and shifting form. The water moves. The stone of the promontory stands. Writers and painters have responded to this landscape for centuries. In the early 19th century, Sir Walter Scott and William Wordsworth were among those drawn to Rosslyn Chapel, drawn by its medieval beauty and its atmosphere of accumulated mystery. Scott's poem, The Lay of the Last Minstrel, captures the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family in the work's sixth canto. The painters Joseph Mallord, William Turner, and David Roberts were also drawn here, finding in the surrounding landscape and the building itself material that enriched their work. These were not idle visitors. They came because the place exerted a particular pull, a pull composed partly of the building's extraordinary carved interior, partly of the legends that were already attached to it by the 19th century, and partly of the landscape itself, the Glen, the river, the rocky promontory above the waterfall. That pull has not diminished. If anything, it has intensified in the decades since the latter part of the 20th century, for reasons that we will examine in detail in a later chapter. What was once a quiet destination, known primarily to those with a particular interest in medieval architecture or Scottish history, became in the early years of the 21st century a place of global recognition, drawing visitors from every continent and every kind of imaginative investment. The reasons for that transformation are themselves a significant part of the chapel's story, and they involve, among other things, a murder mystery, a quest for the Holy Grail, and a novel that sold many millions of copies. We will come to all of that in time. For now, we remain in the Glen. The village of Rosslyn, from which the chapel takes its name and which takes its own name from the rocky promontory above the waterfall, is a place of small scale and relatively quiet habits. It is a Midlothian village, set within a landscape of moorland and woodland, and the long descent of the South Esk toward the Firth of Forth. The address of the chapel is Chapel Lone, Rosslyn, Midlothian, a postal address that places the building within the modest geography of a Scottish village, a lane, a county, a country. That modesty of address is worth holding on to. It is a counterweight to the extraordinary density of everything that the building contains, and everything that has been said about it. The path that leads from the village down into Rosslyn Glen passes through the kind of mixed, deciduous woodland that has been growing in that valley for a very long time. The oak trees of such valleys are not young. They accumulate their growth in slow rings, decade by decade, and they have been doing so in this particular valley across all the years of the chapel's history. They were growing when Sir William St. Clair laid the first stones in 1446. They were growing when Cromwell's soldiers came through in 1650. They were growing when Scott and Wordsworth walked here in the early 19th century. They are growing still. There is something stabilizing in that kind of continuity. It does not diminish the human history of the chapel, the founding ambition, the carved splendor, the Reformation's disruption, the Victorian restoration, the more recent story of conservation and global fame. Rather, it provides a frame for that history, a reminder that the building and the valley in which it sits have their own timescales, their own rhythms of growth and weathering and change, that proceed alongside the human story without being entirely contained by it. The South Esk continues its journey. It passes beneath the rock on which the chapel stands, or near enough to stand as a geological explanation for the name, the Lynn beneath the Ross, the waterfall beneath the promontory. It moves through the valley of oak and ash and elm, past the Dog's Mercury and the Golden Saxifrage, and eventually it leaves the Glen and continues northward through the wider Midlothian landscape towards Musselburgh and the Firth. The chapel stands above all of this. It has stood above it for nearly 6 centuries, accumulating its legends and its carvings and its visitors, its periods of neglect and its periods of intense attention. It is a building that exists at the intersection of many things, of history and legend, of faith and inquiry, of the devotional and the speculative, of the very old and the recently famous. It was founded in 1446 by Sir William St. Clair as a collegiate chapel dedicated to St. Matthew. It was still incomplete when its founder died in 1484. It was rededicated in 1862 as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church, and it has held Sunday services ever since. It is cared for today by the Rosslyn Chapel Trust, a registered charity. These are the bare bones. In the chapters that follow, we will move closer. We will look at the carvings in detail, at the legends that have accumulated around them, at the contested claims and the verifiable history, at the long story of conservation and survival, and at the extraordinary moment in the early 21st century when this small collegiate chapel in a Midlothian village became, almost overnight, a site of global fascination. But this chapter belongs to the landscape, to the rocky promontory, to the waterfall, to the ancient woodland of oak and ash and elm, and to the quiet persistence of the Dog's Mercury and the wood sorrel in the deep shade of the Glen, to the slow movement of the South Esk from the high pentlands to the salt water of the Firth, to the name Rosslyn and to everything that name contains. Ross, Lyn, rock, water, place where something extraordinary was built, and where the building and all its accumulated meaning continues to stand. The building that Sir William St. Clair began in 1446 was, from its first stone, an act of considerable ambition. It was conceived as a collegiate chapel, a formal religious institution of a particular kind, one that would be served by a body of clergy, a college of priests and prebendaries whose daily duty was the singing of the divine office and the conduct of regular services in perpetuity. The collegiate form was a common one in late medieval Scotland and England, and it served a specific purpose, to ensure that prayers were offered continuously, day and night, on behalf of the founder's family and the souls of the departed, within a building that was itself a statement of the founder's piety, his resources, and his sense of what a lasting institution should look like. To commission a collegiate chapel in the mid-15th century was to make a claim on eternity, or at least on the portion of it that stone and chiselled work could reasonably be expected to occupy. Sir William St. Clair was a Scottish nobleman, and the St. Clair family, also recorded under the spelling Sinclair, were by this period a well-established presence in Midlothian, associated with both Rosslyn Chapel and Rosslyn Castle, the latter described as the ancestral home of the family. The castle and the chapel stand close to one another above Rosslyn Glen, the one a secular residence and the other a sacred precinct, and the proximity of the two speaks to the way in which great medieval families organized their world, with the spiritual and the temporal arranged in close relationship, each giving meaning and weight to the other. What Sir William set out to build was, by any measure, an extraordinary undertaking. The building that he founded, and that remains standing today in a state of incomplete but remarkable richness, is formally known as the Collegiate Chapel of St. Matthew, though the name Rosslyn Chapel has attached itself to it so thoroughly that the fuller name is now more a matter of record than of common use. The chapel is located at Chapel Lone, Rosslyn, Midlothian, positioned above the glen on the elevated ground that the first element of the village's name describes, the rocky promontory from which the waterfall below can be discerned. The scope of what Sir William intended has always been a matter of some difficulty to assess precisely, because no primary source material or original documents on Rosslyn Chapel are reported to exist. This is an unusual situation even for a building of the 15th century, and it has consequences that run through every aspect of the chapel's history and every attempt to interpret what its carved surfaces mean. Without original documents, the gap between what was planned and what was built, between the founder's ambition and the building's present form, cannot be reliably measured. What can be said with confidence is that the building was still incomplete at the time of Sir William's death in 1484, 38 years after construction began, and that it has remained, in some structural sense, incomplete ever since. That incompleteness is worth dwelling on, because it shapes the character of the building in ways that are easy to miss if one approaches Rosslyn Chapel only as a finished object, a thing to be read and interpreted in its present state. The chapel as it stands is a fragment of something larger that was never realized, and the absence of what was intended to surround or extend it is part of its peculiar quality. The richness of the existing fabric, the density of carved detail that fills every available surface of the interior, gives the building an intensity that might partly be explained by the concentration of decorative ambition into a smaller area than the founder originally planned. Whatever the full design may have been, what survives is a space that is unusually charged, where the eye is offered no plain wall or unornamented surface on which to rest. The interior of the chapel is described by those who have studied it as featuring a barrel-vaulted roof of hewn stone ribs displaying 4 petaled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies, and stars. The column tops are mounted with dragons, unicorns, lions, and keystones of Sinclair, engrailed crosses. The entrance to the chapel is flanked by 2 waterspouts in the form of gargoyles. The sacristy walls are enshrined in elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and mason's marks. There is a lady chapel within the building. This accumulation of carved and constructed detail speaks to a program of work that required not only great financial resources, but a sustained and organized workforce of skilled masons operating over many years. The masons who carved the chapel's interior are present in it in a particular way, through the marks they left on their work. Masons, being unable to sign their names, would mark their work with individual symbols to ensure that they were properly remunerated for their labour. These masons' marks are visible in the sacristy, and they represent one of the more intimate forms of evidence that the building preserves about the human labour that produced it. Each mark is a form of authorship, a claim on the work that does not require literacy, only a consistent individual sign that the master or the paymaster could recognise and account for. The presence of these marks is a reminder that the extraordinary carved surface of Rosslyn Chapel was produced not by magic or mystery, but by the sustained and difficult physical labour of men working in stone, season after season, for the better part of 4 decades and beyond. What motivated Sir William St. Clair to undertake this labour, to devote such resources to a building that he would not live to see completed, cannot be stated with certainty given the absence of primary sources. The collegiate chapel form, as noted, served the purpose of perpetual prayer for the founder and his family, and this was motive enough for many medieval patrons of ecclesiastical architecture. But the particular density and ambition of the decorative programme at Rosslyn Chapel suggests something more than conventional piety, a desire to create not merely a functional institution, but a building of exceptional symbolic complexity, one that would speak to those who could read its carved surfaces in ways that went beyond the merely devotional. What exactly it was intended to say is a question that has occupied scholars and enthusiasts for many generations, and it will be addressed at length in later chapters of this documentary. For now, it is enough to note that the ambition was remarkable and that it was matched by the skill of the men who carried it out. The 38 years between the founding of the chapel in 1446 and the death of its founder in 1484 represent a long-sustained act of commission and construction, but they were not untroubled years for the building or for the family that had created it. The history of Rosslyn Chapel, in the century after its founding, is a history of gradual disruption of the forces that shaped Scottish ecclesiastical life in the 15th and 16th centuries, working against the kind of stable, well-endowed collegiate institution that Sir William had intended to create. The Reformation, which transformed the religious landscape of Scotland in the second half of the 16th century, had direct consequences for Rosslyn Chapel. In 1571, the provost and prebendaries of the chapel resigned, and the reason given is significant. The endowments that had sustained the collegiate institution had been taken by force into secular hands, at the influence of the Reformation. This was not an unusual occurrence in Scotland or elsewhere in the British Isles during this period. The dissolution of collegiate and monastic institutions, the seizure of their endowments by secular powers, the dispersal of their clergy, and the interruption of their liturgical life, all of these were characteristic features of the Reformation's impact on the physical and institutional fabric of medieval Christianity. But for Rosslyn Chapel, the resignation of 1571 represented something particularly significant, the effective end of the collegiate institution that Sir William St. Clair had founded in 1446, the dissolution of the human community of clergy, whose existence gave the building its original purpose, and whose prayers were the reason for its construction. After 1571, the chapel existed without the institutional framework that had sustained it. The building remained, as buildings do, but the organised religious life that it had been created to house had been interrupted, and it would not be formally restored for almost 3 centuries. In the intervening period, the chapel endured the particular vulnerability of a building without a functioning institution to care for it, exposed to the elements, subject to damage from neglect and from the more direct interventions of historical violence. The most dramatic of those interventions came in 1650, when Cromwell's troops attacked Rosslyn Castle. The attack on the castle was part of the broader military campaign that Oliver Cromwell conducted in Scotland following the execution of King Charles I and the subsequent Scottish proclamation of King Charles II, events that brought English parliamentary forces north in force. Rosslyn Castle, as the ancestral seat of a notable Scottish family, was a natural target for such operations, and the attack in 1650 left its mark not only on the castle but on the chapel that stood nearby. The use of a sacred building as a stable was not an unprecedented form of desecration in the conflicts of this period, but it was a significant one, and it speaks to the degree to which the chapel had lost, by the mid-17th century, the institutional protection that an active collegiate community would have provided. The horses stabled in the nave in 1650, The endowment seized by secular hands in 1571, the founder dead in 1484 with his building still unfinished. All of these are points on a long arc of incompletion and interruption that the history of Rosslyn Chapel traces across the period from its founding to its eventual restoration. That arc is not simply a record of misfortune, it is also a record of survival. The building that Cromwell's soldiers used as a stable is the same building that stands today above Rosslyn Glen, its carved stone surface still largely intact, its barrel-vaulted roof still carrying the four-petalled flowers and multi-lobed leaves that the masons of the 15th century cut from the stone by hand. Something about the quality of the construction, or the resilience of the stone, or the particular character of the site has allowed the building to endure through periods that might reasonably have been expected to destroy it. The St. Clair family's connection to the building persisted through these interruptions. The family remained associated with Rosslyn Castle, and with the chapel across the centuries, a long continuity of family and place that gives Rosslyn its particular character as a site where the same names recur across very different historical periods. A letter written by Mary of Guise, the wife of James V and the mother of Mary Queen of Scots, to Sir William St. Clair, who is described as the grandson of the chapel's founder, was composed around 1546. The letter's existence and a portion of its text have been preserved, and they will be discussed at greater length in a later chapter of this documentary, since the letter is one of the few surviving documents that touch on the question of what secrets, if any, the St. Clair family and the chapel may have been understood to keep. For the purposes of this chapter, the letter's existence is significant as evidence that the St. Clair family maintained their connection to Rosslyn and to the institutions and relationships of Scottish royal life well into the 16th century, across the generations that followed the founder's death. The grandson named in that letter bore the same name as the chapel's founder, Sir William St. Clair, a recurrence of names within families that was common in the period and that can make the genealogy of the St. Clairs somewhat difficult to follow without careful attention to dates and generational relationships. What matters for the present chapter is simply that the family endured, that their association with Rosslyn endured, and that the chapel endured with them through the disruptions of the Reformation and the violence of the mid-17th century. The long gap between the effective dissolution of the collegiate institution in 1571 and the formal rededication of the chapel in 1862 represents nearly 3 centuries, during which the building existed in a condition of interrupted religious life. The Victorian period brought a renewed interest in medieval buildings and medieval religious life, and it brought with it the resources and the will to restore and rededicate buildings that the intervening centuries had allowed to fall into disrepair. In 1862, Rosslyn Chapel was rededicated as a place of worship, formally received into the Scottish Episcopal Church, and weekly services began again. This rededication was, in a real sense, the restoration of the building's original purpose, the return to the chapel of the liturgical life for which Sir William St. Clair had constructed it 4 centuries earlier. The Victorian restoration and rededication were not without their complications, as restorations of medieval buildings in this period rarely were. The 19th century's approach to historic buildings combined genuine reverence for the medieval past with a tendency toward interventions that later generations would regard as damaging or inappropriate. The particular history of what was done to Rosslyn Chapel in the decades and centuries before the major conservation project of 1995 is a subject that will be addressed fully in a later chapter. What can be noted here is that the rededication of 1862, whatever its imperfections, represented a genuine turning point in the building's history, the moment at which the long interruption of its institutional life was formally ended and the rhythm of Sunday services was restored. That rhythm has been maintained ever since. Sunday services are held at 10 in the morning, and the chapel welcomes visitors from Monday to Saturday between 9 and 5, and on Sundays from noon until 5. It operates as a registered charity with charity number SCO 24324, and as a registered company with company number SCO 161958. These institutional coordinates are the present-day expression of the same ambition that led Sir William St. Clair to found a collegiate chapel in 1446, the ambition to create a lasting institution, properly organized and properly maintained, whose existence would outlast the individual lives of those who created it. The building that houses this institution is, in its present form, a structure of the mid-15th century that carries within it the marks of everything that has happened to it since. The mason's marks in the sacristy belong to the original construction. The damage from Cromwell's soldiers belongs to the mid-17th century. The effects of the long period of damp and neglect belong to the centuries of interrupted care. Conservation work of the late 20th century has stabilized what earlier periods had damaged, and the building now receives its visitors and its Sunday congregation in a state of considerably better preservation than it was in during much of the preceding 300 years. The two pillars that stand within the chapel, and that have attracted perhaps more sustained attention and legend than any other element of the building, were products of the original construction program. The 12th pillar, which is described as refined, detailed, and skillfully construed, but plain, is known as the Master Mason's pillar. The 13th and final column, described as a sumptuously ornate pillar, considered a marvel of workmanship, is known as the Apprentice Pillar. The legend associated with this pillar, one of the most enduring and widely repeated stories attached to Rosslyn Chapel, belongs to a later chapter, where it will be presented with appropriate attention to the distinction between what the sources state and what they acknowledge to be uncertain. What can be said here is that these two pillars are part of the original fabric of the building, carved in the 15th century by the workers who were employed by Sir William St. Clair, and that they represent, in concentrated form, the quality of craftsmanship that distinguishes Rosslyn Chapel from almost every comparable building of its period. The chapel also contains, distributed across its interior and exterior surfaces, more than 100 carvings of foliate heads, the figures that are now commonly known by the name that Lady Raglan gave them in 1939, the Green Man. These carvings are not incidental decorations. They are present in very large numbers, inside and outside the building, visible and hidden from view, and their presence at Rosslyn is described as not unexpected in an area influenced by the Celtic tradition of the surrounding landscape and the ancient woodland of Rosslyn Glen. The significance of these carvings and the various interpretations that have been offered for their meaning will be examined at length in a dedicated chapter. Their presence here, in the context of the building's founding and construction, is worth noting simply as a reminder that the chapel was conceived as a space of extraordinary symbolic density, one in which the program of carved decoration was planned and executed with a care and completeness that leaves almost no surface without meaning, or at least without the invitation to interpret. The St. Clair family, in founding this building and sustaining its association across the generations, created something that has continued to grow in significance long after the circumstances of its founding were obscured by the absence of primary sources and the accumulation of legend. The building itself, in its incompleteness and its richness, in the marks left by its masons and the damage left by its history, is the most reliable evidence that remains of what Sir William St. Clair intended and of what the builders who worked for him were capable of producing. Rosslyn Castle, which stands near the chapel as the ancestral home of the family, was recognised with a Scottish Design Gold Award in 2025, following a renovation that brought it to what is described as the highest standard. The castle's renewed condition is a reminder that the St. Clair connection to this part of Midlothian has not been merely historical, that the family's presence in the landscape has continued into the present century and has expressed itself in acts of renovation and restoration that parallel, in their own way, the conservation work that has been undertaken on the chapel itself. The inn known as College Hill House, which stands near the chapel and which is recorded as having once hosted Robert Burns, Dr. Johnson, and Boswell, now operates as self-catering accommodation. The names of those earlier visitors belong to the period in the late 18th and early 19th centuries when Rosslyn was becoming a destination of cultural and literary significance, when the romantic interest in medieval Scotland was drawing some of the most celebrated writers and thinkers of the age to the Glen and the chapel above it. That period of literary visitation was itself a form of recovery, a rediscovery of a building that had fallen into neglect, and that the romantic imagination found not despite its incompleteness and its damage, but partly because of it, in the quality that ruins and unfinished things have always had for those who understand endurance as a form of meaning. Sir Walter Scott's poem, The Lay of the Last Minstrel, captures the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family in its 6th canto. Scott was drawn to Rosslyn not only as a building of architectural distinction, but as a repository of story, a place where history and legend had become so thoroughly intertwined that the one could not be cleanly separated from the other. That intertwining began, in a sense, with the founding of the chapel itself, with the decision to build a collegiate institution of such symbolic complexity in a landscape already dense with older meanings, in a village whose name encoded the character of the ground, above a glen, that the traditions of the region associated with a long continuity of sacred and ceremonial significance. The building that Sir William St. Clair began in 1446 was unfinished at his death in 1484. That is one of the most secure facts that can be stated about Rosslyn Chapel. The building has remained, in some sense, unfinished ever since, not only in the structural sense of work that was planned and never completed, but in the deeper sense of a building whose meanings have never been fully resolved, whose carved surfaces continue to invite interpretation, and whose history continues to accumulate new layers of significance on top of the medieval stone. The collegiate institution that was founded with it is gone, dissolved in the 16th century by the forces that reshaped Scottish religious life. The provosts and prebendaries who resigned in 1571 were the last representatives of the community that Sir William had intended to create in perpetuity, but the building itself endured, through the stabling of horses, and the seeping of damp and the scrubbing of algae, and the application of greyish cementitious slurry in a poor attempt to quell the moisture that had colonized its carved interior. It endured through all of this to be rededicated in 1862, to be conserved and stabilized at the end of the 20th century, and to stand today above Rosslyn Glen, as it has stood, incomplete and extraordinary, for the better part of 6 centuries. A house unfinished is not the same as a house abandoned. The distinction matters here. The chapel was not abandoned when Sir William died in 1484, nor when the prebendaries resigned in 1571, nor when the horses were stabled in its nave in 1650. It was reduced, damaged, neglected, left without the institutional support that would have sustained it through those difficult periods. But it was not abandoned, and the fact of its survival, the physical survival of the carved stone and the vaulted roof and the 2 great pillars and the more than 100 foliate heads, is the most eloquent statement available about what the 15th century masons built when they laid the first stones of Sir William St. Clair's collegiate chapel above the Glen at Rosslyn. The building they made has outlasted the institution it was created to house. It has outlasted the family's formal possession of it, the interruptions of the Reformation and the civil wars of the 17th century, the neglect of the 18th century, and the well-intentioned but sometimes damaging restorations of the 19th. It has endured into the present century, where it receives its visitors and its Sunday congregation in a condition of careful preservation, its registered charity number and its registered company number, the bureaucratic expression of the same impulse that led Sir William to carve a dragon and a unicorn and an engrailed cross into the capital of a column in a small building in Midlothian in the middle of the 15th century. The impulse was toward permanence. The building is the proof that it was, at least in part, stone and silence, the architecture of the chapel. The name of the village, and by extension the chapel and the earldom that share a variant of its spelling, derives from Celtic roots the word Ross, meaning a rocky promontory, and Lyn, meaning waterfall. It is a name that belongs to its ground, earned by the geography of the Glen below, where the river has worked for a very long time at the stone. The chapel stands at the top of that promontory, above the wooded valley, and it has stood there, in one state of completion or another, since the year 1446. It was founded in that year by Sir William St. Clair, and it was founded as a collegiate chapel, a building intended to house a community of clergy whose purpose was continuous liturgical prayer. The full name given to it was the Collegiate Chapel of St. Matthew. Work continued on the building through the decades that followed, but Sir William St. Clair died in 1484, and the chapel was still incomplete at the time of his death. It has remained incomplete in certain respects ever since, a building whose ambitions outreach the span of a single life, and whose unfinished state has become, over the centuries, as much a part of its character as anything the masons managed to finish. What the masons did finish is remarkable, and it is to the fabric of what remains that this chapter turns, the stone, the carving, the structure, and the marks left by the hands that made it. To approach Rosslyn Chapel from the outside is to encounter the building incrementally, as the ground levels and the structure resolves itself from the trees and the surrounding grounds. The exterior presents a silhouette of pinnacles and buttresses, a skyline made complex by the ambitions of the original design, though the full nave that was perhaps intended was never built. What stands is what was completed before the momentum of the project was interrupted, first by the death of its founder, and then by the upheavals of the 16th century, when the Reformation altered the conditions under which such buildings could be sustained. The entrance to the chapel is flanked by 2 waterspouts in the form of gargoyles. These figures serve both a practical and a symbolic function. They carry rainwater away from the building's masonry, and they mark the threshold between the outer world and the interior. Alexandra Taylor, writing about the chapel in 2025, noted that one architectural historian had described these particular gargoyles as jolly, a characterization that sits somewhat at odds with the general gravity of the building around them, though the sources do not elaborate further on this description. They are not identical figures. They watch the approach of visitors from either side of the doorway, and they have done so for more than 5 centuries. Beyond the entrance, the building draws the eye upward almost immediately, because the interior of Rosslyn Chapel is, in the most literal sense, a carved space. Every surface that could carry ornament appears to have been considered as an opportunity for it, and the cumulative effect, described even by those writing within the measured vocabulary of conservation practice, is one of overwhelming symbolic density. The barrel-vaulted roof of the chapel is constructed of hewn stone ribs, and the panels formed between those ribs are filled with carved decoration that has been documented in detail. The motifs recorded there include 4-petaled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies, and stars. They are organized within the geometry of the ribbed vault, each panel a discrete field for a carved design, so that the roof above the visitor becomes a kind of stone catalogue of natural and symbolic forms. The 4-petaled flower is one of the simpler forms in this repertoire, a repeated unit that provides rhythm across the vaulted surface. The double rose carries the kind of heraldic and devotional weight that would have been immediately legible to a medieval audience. The lily, in the tradition of medieval Christian iconography, was associated with purity and with the Virgin Mary, and its appearance in this context, alongside stars and multi-lobed leaf forms, places the decorative program within a well-established language of sacred symbolism. Yet the sheer quantity and variety of the ornament suggests something beyond straightforward doctrinal illustration. The roof of Rosslyn Chapel feels less like a page of text and more like a garden, if a garden could be translated entirely into stone. It is worth pausing on what it means to construct a ceiling of this kind. Each stone rib had to be cut to profile, fitted to its neighbour, and keyed at the apex. Each decorative panel had to be carved in place, or prepared and set into position, with sufficient precision that the geometry of the whole remained coherent. The people who did this work were specialist craftsmen, operating within a tradition of stone carving that had developed across several centuries of European cathedral building, and they brought that tradition to a site in Midlothian that, in many respects, sits at the edge of the world those traditions had previously occupied. The column tops throughout the chapel are mounted with carved figures, dragons, unicorns, lions, and keystones bearing the Clair engrailed cross. Each of these is a legible symbol within the heraldic and devotional culture of the mid-15th century. The dragon was a creature of multiple significances, capable of representing both the forces of chaos, subdued by Christian virtue, and the power of temporal authority. The unicorn, in Scottish heraldic tradition, was already associated with the crown and with purity. The lion carried similar weight, both as a symbol of royal authority and as a figure of strength, and the engrailed cross of the Clair family appears here not as a generic heraldic device, but as a specific declaration of the founding family's identity, woven into the fabric of the building at the level of the column capitals, points where the vertical thrust of the stone is gathered and redirected into the arches above. The columns themselves vary. There are 13 of them in the main body of the chapel, and the 13th, the final one, is the column that has come to be called the Apprentice Pillar. These two designations carry the weight of a legend that has accumulated around them over many centuries, a legend that will be examined in its proper place. But before the legend, there is the stone itself, and the stone of these two pillars presents a contrast that is legible simply as a matter of carving, without recourse to any story. The master mason's pillar, the 12th column, is described in the sources as refined, detailed, and skillfully construed, but plain. This is not a dismissive description. A pillar that is refined and skillfully construed is a pillar that represents accomplished professional work, the product of a craftsman who understood proportion. Who knew how to articulate a column's surface with sufficient detail to give it visual interest without overwhelming its structural clarity? It is the kind of work that speaks quietly, that rewards a sustained look without immediately demanding one. It stands as the 13th and final column, and its surface carries a carving program of extraordinary ambition. The base of the pillar features a series of serpents or dragons that wind around the lower stone, and above them the shaft rises in a spiral of deeply cut foliage, one continuous carved vine ascending in a helical path from base to capital, so that the column appears to be in motion, turning as it rises. The capital at the top gathers this energy into the structural logic of the arch above. To stand between these two pillars is to be presented with a visible argument about what stone can do. On one side, the case for restraint and technical mastery; on the other, the case for abundance, for the expenditure of skill in the service of something that exceeds structural necessity and enters the territory of pure, sustained ambition in carved stone. The chapel contains no pillar more discussed, more frequently reproduced in photographs, or more consistently described as exceptional by those who have written about the building. The sacristy occupies a distinct space within the chapel, and its walls carry a different kind of record from the decorative program of the main body of the building. Here, the walls are described as enshrined in elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and mason's marks. These three categories of mark are worth separating and considering individually. The transfigurations and working drawings represent the practical life of the building during its construction. A working drawing inscribed on a stone surface is a draftsman's tool, a way of testing geometry or planning a profile before committing it to the carved stone of the building itself. Such drawings appear in a number of medieval buildings, generally in spaces used by the masons during the work, and their presence at Rosslyn suggests that the sacristy served, at some point during the building's long construction, as a working space as much as a liturgical one. They are a direct trace of the process by which the chapel came into being, a record not of the finished thought but of the thinking. The mason's marks are a different kind of inscription, and they carry their own significance. Alexandra Taylor, writing in 2025, explained the purpose of these marks with particular clarity. Masons, who were in many cases unable to sign their names, would mark their work with a personal device in order to ensure that they were properly paid for the stone they had cut. Each mark was individual, a geometric symbol, typically a combination of lines and angles that could be incised quickly into the surface of the completed work, identifying it as the product of a specific pair of hands. When the master of works came to assess the labour completed and allocate payment, the marks provided the record. This system has a practical simplicity that is also, on reflection, quietly affecting. The men who built Rosslyn Chapel left their names behind in the only form available to them, not as text, not as signatures, but as geometric ciphers cut into stone in the sacristy of the building they were constructing. Some of those marks have survived for more than 500 years. They persist in the same walls as the transfigurations and the working drawings, in a room that was never the most prominent part of the chapel, but which preserves, in its marks and lines, more of the actual human texture of the building's making than almost any other space within it. The masons who made those marks would not all have known each other. A building of this ambition, sustained over decades, would have required successive generations of craftsmen. Some would have been brought from elsewhere in Scotland. Some may have had experience of building traditions from further afield, from France or from the wider European tradition of Gothic stone carving. The marks they left are not a conversation with each other. They are a record of individual labour, aggregated across time into a collective achievement. When you stand in the sacristy of Rosslyn Chapel and look at those marks on the walls, you are looking at something that is simultaneously a payroll record and an archive of persons who would otherwise have left no trace. The Lady Chapel forms another distinct element of the interior. In the tradition of medieval church architecture, the Lady Chapel was a space dedicated to the Virgin Mary, typically positioned at the eastern end of the building, oriented toward the altar and often distinguished by its own decorative program. Its presence at Rosslyn situates the chapel firmly within the mainstream of medieval ecclesiastical practice, even as so much else about the building's ornament suggests an accumulation of symbolisms that extends well beyond any single tradition. The dedication of such a space to the Virgin was a standard element of English and Scottish collegiate church design in the 15th century, and its inclusion here is consistent with the founding intentions of a collegiate chapel, whose purpose was sustained liturgical prayer and intercession. The community of clergy that Sir William St. Clair envisaged as occupying this building, the provost and the prebendaries who would pray there in perpetuity, would have centred much of their devotional life on precisely this kind of dedicated Marian space. Those clergy did not remain indefinitely. The Reformation reshaped the conditions under which such institutions could exist, and the sources record that the provost and prebendaries resigned in 1571 because the endowments that had sustained the collegiate community were taken by force into secular hands. The chapel was left without its intended community of worshippers, and it remained in a state of uncertain maintenance for the centuries that followed, until it was rededicated as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church in 1862. Weekly services began again at that point, and they continue to the present day. It is worth considering for a moment what the interior of Rosslyn Chapel asks of a visitor simply in terms of attention. This is not a cathedral in the sense of a structure whose dimensions are intended to overwhelm through sheer volume. It is a collegiate chapel, a more intimate space, and its dimensions mean that the carved surfaces are not remote, not visible, only at a distance through binoculars or implied by their position against a pale sky. The barrel vault above is close enough that the carved detail of the stone ribs is legible to the naked eye. The column capitals are at a height that does not require effort to examine. The mason's marks in the sacristy are at the level of a wall you might reach out and touch. This proximity is significant. It means that the ornament of Rosslyn Chapel operates differently from the ornament of a large Gothic cathedral, where much of the carving is visible primarily as texture rather than detail from the nave floor. At Rosslyn, the detail is the experience. The 4-petaled flowers on the vault are individually distinct. The dragons on the column tops are specific creatures, not generic heraldic devices read from a distance. The faces, of which the chapel contains a very great number, are faces, particular expressions, particular relationships between eye and mouth and brow, carved by hands that were themselves guided by minds that must have had specific intentions, even if we cannot now recover what those intentions were with any certainty. The sources are careful on this point. Because no primary source material or original documents relating to Rosslyn Chapel are reported to exist, it is not possible to say with certainty what the founders or the master craftsmen intended by any specific element of the building's ornament. Different visitors and different scholars have found different meanings in the same carvings, and the sources acknowledge that this diversity of interpretation is not a problem to be solved, but a condition of the building itself. The chapel does not yield a single reading, it accumulates them. Conservation work undertaken from 1995 onward, under the direction of the Rosslyn Chapel Trust, gave those working on the building an access to its surfaces that ordinary visitors do not have. And what they found in the course of that work added to the known inventory of the chapel's carved detail in ways that were not anticipated. High-level scaffolding erected during the conservation project provided a view of the upper pinnacles and the elevated exterior surfaces that had not previously been available at close range. Fiona Rogan, the learning manager at Rosslyn Chapel and a lecturer on the chapel's carving program, noted in 2015 that a significant number of the foliate heads distributed across the building were only discovered during this period of conservation work, when the scaffolding allowed the conservators and their colleagues to see surfaces that had been effectively invisible from ground level for centuries. The fact that parts of this building's carved decoration remained unknown for so long is itself a statement about the chapel's ambitions. The masons who carved figures on the high pinnacles, in positions where no ordinary person standing on the ground could see them clearly, were not carving for a visible audience. They were completing a program that extended beyond the practical limits of human observation, as if the building's ornament was intended to be comprehensive regardless of whether it was seen. This quality, the sense of a decorative intention that exceeds any individual viewer's capacity to take it in fully, is one of the things that gives Rosslyn Chapel its particular character among medieval buildings in Scotland. The conservation project itself involved a significant structural intervention. A freestanding steel structure was erected over the chapel to cover it entirely, allowing the stone fabric of the roof vaults to dry outward, away from the carved interior surfaces. Thermographic scanning was used to locate areas where the stone was particularly damp. Cracks and areas of delamination were treated in ways intended to be visually discreet, so that the conservation work would not impose itself on the appearance of the original stone. The glass windows, which had suffered severe paint loss within their imagery, were also addressed as part of this program. What the conservators encountered when they began this work was the accumulated consequence of several centuries of neglect and of earlier, less careful interventions. In the 1950s, a greyish cementitious slurry, recorded in a report from the Ancient Monuments branch of the Ministry of Works as consisting of silica fluoride magnesium, applied at a rate of 1 pound per 2 gallons of water, had been spread across the interior walls, in what the sources describe as a poor attempt to address the damp that had accumulated in the building. Before even that treatment, the green algae that had established itself across the decorative schemes had been removed by scrubbing with stiff brushes using a solution of ammonia and water. These earlier interventions had caused damage that the 1995 conservation project was subsequently required to address. It is one of the ironies of Rosslyn Chapel's history that the building's most detailed and sustained program of professional conservation followed, and was in significant part made possible by a sudden and unexpected increase in visitor income generated by a popular novel. The practical consequences of cultural celebrity are not always straightforward, but in this case they contributed directly to the preservation of carved details that might otherwise have continued to deteriorate unaddressed. There is a particular quality to the stone of Rosslyn Chapel that deserves a word before this chapter closes: the quality of its patience. Stone is patient in a way that other building materials are not. It records everything that happens to it, every application of water, every scrubbing brush, every layer of slurry, every crack and every repair, and it holds these records in its surface in a way that trained conservators can read, like a text. The mason's marks in the sacristy are patient. The dragons on the column tops are patient. The 4-petaled flowers on the vault are patient. They have been there through the Reformation and through Cromwell, through the long decades of neglect, through the ammonia and the silica fluoride magnesium, through the scaffolding and the thermographic scanning, through the hundreds of thousands of visitors who have passed beneath them since 2003. What they have not done is explain themselves. The stone of Rosslyn Chapel carries its ornament forward through time without commentary. The column capitals bear their dragons and their unicorns and their Clair engrailed crosses, without indicating what those choices signified to the people who ordered them or to the people who carved them. The sacristy holds its working drawings and its mason's marks without a key to which mark belonged to which worker, or what those workers thought they were building, or how they understood their place within a project whose full scope must have been visible to very few of them, if to any. This silence is not the silence of concealment, though generations of visitors have chosen to read it that way. It is the silence of any object that has outlasted the people who made it, whose makers took their intentions with them when they died, and whose surfaces now carry only what the stone was asked to carry: shape and depth and line. The building is full of meaning, in the sense that visitors and scholars and writers have found meaning in it consistently across several centuries. Whether the meaning they find is the meaning that was placed there is a question that the stone itself cannot answer. The 2 pillars that stand near the eastern end of the chapel, the 12th and the 13th, continue to draw people from considerable distances. The contrast between them, the refined plainness of the one and the sumptuous ornament of the other, has been the subject of commentary for as long as people have been writing about the building. Their positions, their carving, their relative relationship to each other in the space of the chapel have generated a story, or perhaps more accurately, have provided a stage for a story that was already latent in the imagination of anyone who looked at them long enough. The story will come in its own time. For now, what matters is the stone. The 12th pillar stands where it was placed, refined and plain. The 13th stands beside it, sumptuously ornate, its spiraling foliage ascending in the same stone that has held it since the 15th century, turning as if it might still be moving, patient as everything else in this building, waiting for no one in particular, meaning what it means to whoever looks at it, and holding its deeper meanings, if it has any, in the same silence that the rest of the chapel holds its own. Above both pillars, and above the foliated heads, and above the dragons and the unicorns and the engrailed crosses, and the 4-petaled flowers and the lilies and the stars, the barrel vault of hewn stone ribbed curves overhead, complete, carved, and entirely still. It has been still for a very long time. There is no reason to think It will not remain a pillar at the eastern end of Rosslyn Chapel that has, for centuries, drawn the eye before anything else in the building has had the chance to make its claim. It stands as the 13th and final column in the sequence of the interior, and it is described in the sources as a sumptuously ornate pillar, considered a marvel of workmanship. Around it, a legend has gathered, as legends tend to gather around things of unusual beauty, with the slow accretion of telling and retelling that eventually makes it impossible to say where the stone ends and the story begins. We will come to that legend presently, and we will hold it carefully as the sources instruct us to. But first, it is worth settling into the chapel itself, into the quiet fact of its existence, before the stories begin their work. Rosslyn Chapel, known also as the Collegiate Chapel of St. Matthew, was founded in 1446 by Sir William St. Clair. It stands in the village of Rosslyn, in Midlothian, in Scotland, on a site that carries the weight of its own deep etymology. The village name, and with it the chapel and the earldom of Rosslyn, derives from the Celtic words for a rocky promontory and a waterfall, Ross and Lyn, held together in a name that has sounded the same, more or less, across many hundreds of years. It is a founding fact that rewards attention. The place announces itself in its very name as a meeting point between land and water, between the fixed and the flowing, and that quality persists in everything that has come to be said about the building that stands there. Sir William St. Clair began construction in 1446, and the building was still incomplete at the time of his death in 1484. It has remained incomplete in certain respects ever since. The incompleteness is not a wound. It is part of the character of the place, a reminder that the ambitions of founders often exceed the span of a single life, and that some buildings carry the evidence of that gap openly, without apology. What was completed, however, was completed to a standard that has continued to generate description and astonishment in roughly equal measure across the centuries that followed. The barrel-vaulted roof of hewn stone ribs displays 4 petaled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies, and stars. Mounted at the column tops are dragons, unicorns, lions, and keystones of Sinclair engrailed crosses. The entrance is flanked by 2 waterspouts in the form of gargoyles. The sacristy walls are enshrined in elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and masons' marks, those small personal signs carved into the stone by craftsmen who could not write their names but who understood, from long practical experience, the necessity of marking their labour so that it could be recognized and remunerated. The chapel contains over 100 green man carvings, all over the building, inside and out, some visible and some hidden from view, many of them only discovered during conservation work, when high-level scaffolding gave those working on the stone an elevated perspective that ordinary visitors never have. All of this is the work of many hands, many unnamed craftsmen whose identities have been absorbed into the general anonymity that the historical record assigns to medieval labour. The chapel keeps its makers largely secret, just as it keeps so many other things secret, or at least unavailable to verification. No primary source material or original documents on Rosslyn Chapel are reported to exist in the sources available to us, which makes it difficult to say anything with certainty about the building's origins or the specific histories of the people who built it. That absence of documentation is itself one of the most important facts about Rosslyn Chapel, and it bears directly on the legend that is the subject of this chapter. According to one telling of the legend, as the source frames it explicitly, a master mason had completed the 12th pillar in the chapel's sequence. It is described as refined, detailed, and skillfully construed, but plain. According to one telling of the legend, the master mason was then asked by the chapel's founder to construct the 13th and final column in imitation of pillars the master himself had seen during a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, though, like so much at Rosslyn, no historical record confirms the story. The task was to be harder and more demanding than what had come before, and the master mason, in search of inspiration adequate to the challenge, left Scotland and travelled abroad. He left behind his apprentice. The apprentice, said in one telling of the legend to be no older than 12 or 13, was left in the chapel while his master journeyed abroad in search of inspiration. In the master's absence, the boy picked up his tools and set to work. What the legend says he produced was the 13th pillar, the one that now stands at the eastern end of the chapel, the one that draws the eye before anything else has had its chance. Whether the story is true, no document has ever confirmed, but the pillar itself is undeniably there. It is described as the most sumptuously ornate pillar, a perfect marvel of workmanship. Let us pause here, in the middle of the legend. There is something in the structure of this story, considered simply as a story, that has the quality of the very oldest tales about the relationship between knowledge and its transmission, between the one who holds the skill and the one who is in the process of receiving it. The master leaves. The apprentice, freed from the watchful presence of authority, does something that could not have been done under supervision. The act of the master's absence becomes, in the story, the condition of the apprentice's achievement. It is a pattern that appears in many places, across many traditions, and there is a reason it persists. It touches something recognizable about the way that learning sometimes works, the way that the student, given space, occasionally surpasses what the teacher imagined possible. But in the legend of Rosslyn Chapel, the story does not rest in that moment of unexpected beauty. It moves on into consequences. According to one telling of the legend, the master mason returned from his travels abroad and discovered what his young apprentice had made in his absence, though no historical record confirms this ever took place. According to one telling of the legend, on finding the exquisite work of the 13th pillar, he was said to have been consumed by jealousy. The legend tells it this way: he picked up a mallet and struck the apprentice dead, there in the chapel, though no historical record has ever confirmed it. According to one telling of the legend, the master mason was subsequently hanged, but this is not confirmed by historical records. These are the events of the legend as the source presents them, and the source is careful, throughout, to present them as one telling of a story, not as a record of established fact. The distinction matters, and we will return to it at length. But the legend does not end with the deaths of the two men. It extends into the stone of the chapel itself, into the carvings that the building holds, and that are said, in this tradition of telling, to constitute a kind of memorial. Above the chapel's exit, it is said to be the face of the master mason, and his eyes, in the carving, strain across the aisle, directed toward the apprentice's pillar, toward the work that outlasted its young maker and that became the instrument of the master's own destruction. He is positioned so that he must look at the pillar for as long as the building stands. Opposite him, on the other side, is a face with a cleft scalp, presumed to be the apprentice, the wound in the stone corresponding to the blow described in the legend. Beside that face is the carving of a mourning woman, presumed to be the apprentice's mother. 3 faces, then, preserved in stone, arranged to tell the story of what happened here, or what is said to have happened here, depending on which kind of knowing one brings to the building. It is worth dwelling on the architectural logic of this arrangement, as the legend describes it, because it is unusually particular. The master does not merely appear somewhere in the chapel, placed for his own commemoration or as a general figure of authority. He is positioned specifically in relation to the pillar, his gaze oriented toward it. The spatial relationship is part of the meaning. He cannot look away. And the apprentice and the mourning woman are positioned as a response or a counterweight on the opposing side. If the legend is the lens through which these carvings are interpreted, then the chapel has been arranged, at least in this telling, as a kind of frozen drama, the principles locked into their positions relative to one another for as long as the stone holds. Paintings conservator Alexandra Taylor, writing in News in Conservation in 2025, recounts the legend of the Apprentice Pillar as part of a wider account of her visit to the chapel, and characterizes the arrangement of these carved faces as a detail that has always intrigued her. Taylor approaches the chapel as someone professionally accustomed to reading objects for the information they carry, someone for whom iconography, as she describes it, is an additional delight fueling the art historical element of her work, and her account of the pillar and its associated carvings reflects that disposition toward close attention to what the physical evidence actually presents. What the physical evidence presents, in this case, is a pillar of exceptional elaboration and a set of carved faces whose arrangement has been interpreted, through the tradition of the legend, as commemorating a violent episode in the chapel's construction. The evidence does not, on its own, confirm or deny the episode. It presents itself for interpretation, as the chapel's carvings habitually do, and the legend provides one framework within which the interpretation can proceed. But before we turn to the question of the legend's documentary foundation, or the absence of it, it is worth considering the pillar itself in somewhat more detail, because the quality of the carving is itself a significant fact, quite apart from anything the legend says about its origins. The 13th pillar is the final column in the interior sequence. It is the culminating architectural element, the point toward which the sequence of the other 12 columns has been building. The 12th pillar, the one attributed to the master mason's own completed work, is described in the legend as refined, detailed, and skillfully construed but plain. The contrast between the two pillars is part of the legend's structure. The plainness of the 12th sets up the sumptuousness of the 13th, and the gap between them is where the story of jealousy finds its foothold. Without that contrast, the legend would have less to work with. The elaborateness of the 13th pillar is a verifiable fact, in the sense that visitors and scholars who have spent time in the chapel have consistently noted it and described it in terms that converge on the same general impression, that it is unusual, that it is exceptional, that it invites sustained attention. Whether that elaborateness was the product of a child prodigy working in his master's absence, or whether it reflects the work of experienced craftsmen over time, or whether the truth of its making is something that can no longer be recovered at all, is a different order of question entirely. The legend offers one answer. The historical record, such as it is, offers silence. That silence is worth understanding properly, because it is not the ordinary silence of incomplete records. It is, according to the Rosslyn Chapel Trust's published guide, authored by Hannah Mooney and Fiona Rogan, something more absolute than that. No primary source material or original documents on Rosslyn Chapel are reported to exist. The guide states this plainly as a fact that conditions everything else that can be said about the chapel. Because no primary sources exist, it is difficult to say anything for certain about the chapel's origins. This is a statement with significant implications for the legend of the Apprentice Pillar specifically, because the legend is precisely a claim about origins, about what happened during the construction of the building, about who made what and under what circumstances and with what consequence. Without primary sources, those claims cannot be verified. They cannot, equally, be refuted. They exist in a condition of permanent indeterminacy, which is not the same as falsity and not the same as truth, but is rather the characteristic condition of a certain kind of historical claim, the kind that has survived through telling rather than through documentation, and that has become, in the process of that survival, a different kind of thing from a historical fact. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust Guide describes the chapel as associated with numerous fantasies, ghost stories, and legends, and notes that these myths are now so well established that they can be regarded as part of the intangible cultural heritage of the place. That framing is important. It does not dismiss the legends, and it does not endorse them as history. It places them in a third category, one that acknowledges both their imaginative power and their unverifiable status, and that treats the accumulated body of story and myth around the chapel as a form of cultural inheritance that has its own value, distinct from the value of documentary evidence. The legend of the Apprentice Pillar fits comfortably within that framing. It is one of the stories that has attached itself to the chapel with particular tenacity, returning in each new era of interest in the building and finding new audiences among the successive waves of visitors who have come to Rosslyn with books in hand and questions unresolved. It is not unique to Rosslyn Chapel in its general structure. The motif of the jealous master and the gifted student, ending in violence, appears in other craft traditions and in other buildings, and the fact that a version of it has become associated with this particular pillar in this particular chapel tells us something about how the building operates on the imagination, how it solicits narrative, how it offers its carvings and its silences as material for the stories that people need to tell about beautiful and mysterious things. But the specific details of the Rosslyn version, as the source presents them, have a vividness and particularity that deserve to be held in full. The master mason's destination is not merely abroad, but Jerusalem specifically, with its freight of pilgrimage and sacred purpose. The apprentice's age, no older than 12 or 13, positions the achievement within the tradition of the prodigy, the youth whose gifts exceed what experience alone could explain. The weapon is a mallet, the tool of the mason's own trade, so that the killing becomes not merely a crime of passion, but a grotesque inversion of the craft, the instrument of creation turned to destruction. The punishment of hanging places the master's death within the domain of civil justice, as if the story requires not only the personal tragedy of the killing, but also the confirmation of its wrongness by a larger authority. And the memorial carvings place the whole episode within the permanent record of the building, so that the story is not merely transmitted through language, but inscribed in stone, made as durable as the craft itself. Each of these details does particular work in the telling. Together, they produce a story that has the compression and the moral clarity of a fable, a story in which the meaning is legible and the emotional logic is satisfying, even if, or perhaps especially if, the historical logic is unavailable for inspection. Alexandra Taylor, in her 2025 account, uses the phrase "one telling of the legend" explicitly when she introduces the story, and this phrase is, in the context of a documentary that takes its obligations to factual accuracy seriously, perhaps the most important 5 words in the source. It does not say the legend is false. It does not say the legend is true. It says that there is a tradition of telling, and that this is one version within that tradition, and that the listener or reader is being invited to receive it as such. That is an honest position, and it is the only intellectually defensible position given the state of the evidence. There is a particular quality to historical claims that rest entirely on tradition rather than documentation, a quality that is neither better nor worse than the quality of documented facts, but that is categorically different. A documented fact can be checked, contested, revised in light of new evidence. A traditional story can be collected, compared with other versions, analyzed for its structure and its cultural function, placed in the context of other stories like it. But it cannot be verified at source because the source is the tradition itself, and the tradition does not point back to a moment of original witness that can be examined. It points only to itself, to the accumulated act of telling and retelling across time. For Rosslyn Chapel, this condition is not exceptional. It is the condition of essentially everything that can be said about the building's construction and early history. The chapel was founded in 1446, and the building was still incomplete at the time of Sir William St. Clair's death in 1484, and beyond those anchoring facts, the historical record becomes thin very quickly. The people who cut the stone, who carved the faces, who designed the barrel vault and planned the sequence of the columns, are largely unknown. Their names, if they were ever recorded, have not survived in any source that is currently accessible. Their methods, their intentions, the directions they received, and the liberties they took, all of this is beyond recovery in any documentary sense. Into that absence, the legend speaks. It speaks with the authority of long tradition, of a story that has been told many times, and that has shaped the way the building is understood by the people who come to it. It speaks with the particularity of a story that knows the exact number of the column, the 13th, and the exact nature of the contrast between the 12th and the 13th, and the exact position of the faces above the exit and across the aisle. That particularity might be taken as evidence of an authentic historical kernel, a real event that gave rise to the story. Or it might be understood as the kind of detail that accretes to legends over time as they are told and retold and fitted more and more precisely to the specific physical features of the place they describe. The sources do not resolve this question, and this chapter will not resolve it either. What can be said is that the pillar stands, and that it is what it has always been described as being, a remarkable piece of carving, the final column in the chapel's interior sequence, associated since before any currently available written record with a story about a master, an apprentice, a journey, a return, and a death. The carved faces hold their positions above the exit and across the aisle. The master's stone eyes continue, in the legend's telling, to strain toward the pillar that was the occasion of everything that followed. The building does not explain these things. It holds them as it holds the green men in their hundreds, and the mason's marks in the sacristy, and the stilled ambition of a founder who began a collegiate chapel in 1446 and did not live to see it finished. The chapel holds all of these things in stone, and the stone does not distinguish between what is confirmed and what is believed, between what happened and what is said to have happened, between the history and the legend that has grown up alongside it, and that has, in some important sense, become inseparable from it. It is worth reflecting, before we close, on the particular way in which the legend of the Apprentice Pillar positions the act of making. The master mason is a skilled man, a craftsman of sufficient reputation to be entrusted with the most demanding task in the chapel's construction. His skill is not in question in the legend. What is in question is his response to the discovery that another's skill has exceeded his own, that the pillar he was charged to make has been made, in his absence, by a child, and made more beautifully than he might have made it himself. The legend does not suggest that the master lacked the ability to recognize the quality of the apprentice's work. It suggests that he recognized it entirely, and that recognition became the source of his destruction. He saw what had been made, and the seeing undid him. There is a gravity in that detail that gives the legend some of its lasting resonance. It is not a story about ignorance or incomprehension. It is a story about a man who understood fully and completely what he was looking at, and who was nevertheless unable to bear what that understanding meant. His crime is not stupidity. It is the particular failure of a person who has organized his entire life around a form of excellence, and who is confronted, suddenly and without warning, with evidence that the excellence was not exclusively his, that it could be replicated or even surpassed by someone who had not yet reached adulthood, someone who had not yet made the pilgrimages or accumulated the years. The legend does not offer the master mason's perspective as a sympathetic one. The killing is framed as rash and cruel, the punishment of hanging as appropriate, but the story preserves him in stone nonetheless, his face placed above the exit, where it will be seen by everyone who leaves, his eyes directed toward the pillar that was the occasion of his fall. That is not only a condemnation, it is also a kind of terrible intimacy, a keeping close of the man and the thing that destroyed him, so that neither can be understood without the other. The chapel, in the legend's logic, refuses to let the story end. It continues it, in stone, every day that the building stands. Whether that continuance is the result of a deliberate act of memorial, carried out by craftsmen who knew the story and carved it into the architecture as a record of what had happened, or whether the story grew up around the faces after the fact, attaching itself to carvings that were originally intended for different purposes, or for no specific purpose at all beyond the decoration of the building, is, again, a question the sources cannot answer. The primary sources do not exist. The documentary foundation that would allow such a question to be resolved is not there. What is there is the pillar, described as the 13th and final column, as a sumptuously ornate pillar considered a marvel of workmanship, and the legend that has clustered around it. And there are the faces, the master, the cleft-scalped apprentice, the mourning woman. And there is the chapel itself, which has been receiving pilgrims and scholars and curious visitors for centuries, each of them arriving with their own frameworks, their own questions, their own ways of reading the stone, and all of them, in the end, confronting the same fundamental condition of the building, that it is extraordinarily rich in what it presents, and fundamentally silent about what it means. The legend of the Apprentice Pillar does not resolve that silence, but it has, for a very long time, been one of the most eloquent responses to it. Rosslyn Chapel was founded in 1446. Its founder died in 1484 with the building incomplete. No primary source material or original documents on the chapel are reported to exist. And in the eastern end of the building, the 13th pillar stands, as it has stood for centuries, sumptuously ornate, a marvel of workmanship, associated with a story that cannot be confirmed and cannot be dismissed. The stone holds the legend. Between them, they have made a place that people continue to travel great distances to stand inside, to look at, to ask questions of, and to carry away with them, unresolved, into the rest of their lives. That, perhaps, is what the building was always for. Many of the chapel's over 100 Green Man carvings were only discovered during conservation work, when high-level scaffolding gave restorers an elevated view of the high pinnacles, hidden from anyone simply standing on the floor below. More than 100 foliate head carvings are distributed across this building, inside and out, some in positions that are visible to any visitor who enters and moves through the space with ordinary attentiveness, and some in positions so elevated, so tucked against the upper reaches of pinnacles and vaulting, that they remained undiscovered, or at least unexamined and uncounted, until the conservation project undertaken by the Rosslyn Chapel Trust from 1995 onwards brought high-level scaffolding into the building for the first time, and the people working on the stone found themselves at heights that gave them perspectives on the chapel that no casual visitor had ever had. It was from that scaffolding, during the process of assessing and treating the fabric of the building, that many of these hidden faces were found. The word that is used for them, in scholarly and technical contexts, is not green man. It is foliate head or leaf mask, and that terminology is worth holding on to as we move through this chapter, because the familiar name carries associations that the older, more neutral term does not, and those associations have a history that is considerably shorter than the carvings themselves. The term green man was coined by Lady Raglan in an article published in Folklore magazine in 1939. The carvings that the term describes have been found in contexts dating back to the 2nd century of the Common Era, which means that the name arrived roughly 1700 years after the thing it was naming had already begun its long life in stone. The name green man was coined as recently as 1939 by Lady Raglan, writing in Folklore magazine. The carvings themselves are centuries, sometimes millennia, older. What that gap tells us is worth sitting with. The scholarly framework through which we understand these faces, the folklore connections, the folk tradition characters, the symbolic meanings, was largely assembled in eras far removed from the eras in which the carvings were made. And according to researchers at Rosslyn Chapel itself, the meanings attached to foliate heads almost certainly did not travel with the designs when they were adopted into new buildings and new traditions. This chapter will take us carefully through what is known and what remains contested about the foliate heads at Rosslyn Chapel. It will try to keep the distinction between these two categories clear, because in a building where so much is claimed and so little is documented, that distinction requires sustained effort to maintain. The carvings themselves are facts. They are there, in the stone, in their hundreds, each one the product of a chisel and a decision and a hand. What they mean, what they were intended to mean, what they have come to mean across the centuries and the cultures through which they have passed, all of that is a different kind of question, and it is a question to which the sources available to us return consistently. A single, honest answer: we do not know, and the meaning has never been static. Let us begin with the simplest version of what we do know, and work outward from there. Foliate heads have been found in contexts dating back to the 2nd century of the Common Era. They are not confined to religious buildings. They appear in indoor spaces, in outdoor gardens, on furniture, in secular contexts as well as sacred ones, and across a range of cultures and geographical locations. The tradition is not, in other words, a single tradition. It is a loose family of carving practices that share a general form. The face associated with vegetation in one way or another, while differing considerably in their specific execution and, presumably, in their specific meanings, though those meanings are often beyond recovery. Some of the earliest examples appear to represent ancient Greek or Roman deities. Fiona Rogan, learning manager at Rosslyn Chapel and the author of a lecture on the green men of the chapel delivered in 2015, notes that certain early carvings seem to represent figures such as Medusa, with her characteristic attribute of serpents rather than hair, or okeanos, associated with seaweed and with dolphins woven into the composition. Some carvings that have been categorized as foliate heads, Rogan suggests, may in fact be mislabeled and are more accurately identified as representations of these classical figures. But there are also examples of genuinely leafy faces on Roman buildings, faces that do not correspond to any identifiable deity, whose meaning is simply not recoverable with the evidence currently available. They were placed where they were placed, and the reasoning behind their placement has not been transmitted to us. What we know with somewhat more confidence is that leaf masks of various kinds began to appear on decorations in Christian churches from around the 4th to the 6th century of the Common Era. This is a significant transition, the movement of a form that had existed in pagan and secular contexts into the architecture of the new faith, and it raises questions that are themselves unanswerable, but that are worth sitting with for a moment. How was this transfer understood by the people who made it? Did they retain some awareness of the earlier associations of the form, some sense of what the leafy face had meant in the context from which it came, and choose to carry that meaning forward in altered form? Or did the form travel without its meaning, arriving in Christian church architecture as a shape that pleased or served some practical decorative purpose, its earlier significance already dissolved or forgotten? Rogan raises exactly this question in relation to a specific and instructive example. Trier Cathedral, in what is now Germany, displays leaf mask carvings of considerable quality, and these carvings were not original inventions. They were copies, made deliberately, of 2nd century Roman originals found on the same site during a restoration project in the late 19th century. The originals, once uncovered, were subsequently hidden from view again, but not before their existence was recorded and their relationship to the later carvings established. A bishop had encountered those Roman faces in the ground beneath his cathedral, and had chosen to reproduce them in his Christian building. The decision is documented in the physical fact of the carvings themselves, but the reasoning behind it, what the bishop understood those faces to mean, why he found them worthy of replication and incorporation into the fabric of a Christian place of worship, is not recorded anywhere that the sources available to us can access. That gap between the physical fact and the intention behind it is characteristic of the history of the foliate head more broadly. It was into this long and already complicated tradition that Lady Raglan introduced the term Green Man in 1939, and Rogan's account of that intervention is careful and, in certain respects, critical. Lady Raglan was a person of genuine scholarly interest in folk traditions, and her attention to the leafy faces in churches was part of a broader project of connecting the decorative motifs of medieval buildings to the characters and creatures of folk culture. The connection she proposed was between the foliate head and figures from folk tradition, suggesting that the carvings in churches were rooted in the same imaginative soil as the figures who appeared in seasonal ceremonies and village celebrations. The difficulty with this connection, as Rogan explains, is chronological. Many of the folk characters that Lady Raglan identified as potential sources or parallels for the leafy faces in churches were themselves considerably younger than the carvings they were supposed to explain. The tradition had it backwards, or at least upside down. The folk characters were not the origin of the church carvings, because the church carvings predated the folk characters by centuries, in some cases by more than a millennium. Lady Raglan, Rogan suggests, had not quite got her facts right, though the connection she proposed took hold with considerable tenacity, and has continued to shape popular understanding of the Green Man in the decades since her article appeared. The most specific version of this problem concerns the figure of Jack in the Green, who was Lady Raglan's proposed origin for the leaf mask. Jack in the Green is a figure from May Day celebrations, a person enclosed in a basket, woven frame covered in greenery and flowers who participates in the seasonal festivities. Lady Raglan believed this figure to be ancient, rooted in pre-Christian fertility traditions, and therefore a plausible ancestor for the leafy faces in medieval churches. But Rogan notes that Jack in the Green is an invention of the 18th century. The tradition is not mentioned in any source before 1795. It was, in its original form, a fairly short-lived May Day parade tradition, which has been revived in more recent times by people organizing what they take to be traditional arts, but which has no continuous history reaching back to the medieval period, let alone to the Roman era. Consequence is that Lady Raglan's proposal, whatever its appeal as an imaginative synthesis, cannot be supported on chronological grounds. Jack in the Green cannot be the origin of carvings that predate his existence by many hundreds of years. The link, nevertheless, took hold. Many village pubs that were named after the Jack in the Green figure during the 19th century now use a foliate head on their signs. A small and persistent example of the way that Lady Raglan's associative framework has continued to circulate in popular culture long after its limitations have been identified. This matters for Rosslyn Chapel specifically, because the chapel sits in a region where other possible frameworks of interpretation are available, and where the impulse to connect the carvings to ancient tradition is understandable and, in some respects, not entirely without basis, even if the specific connections proposed are often difficult to substantiate. Just outside the chapel lies Rosslyn Glen, an ancient woodland described in the sources as full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. The glen finds its source high in the Pentlands near the boundary between Midlothian and Peeblesshire, passing through Carlops, Habby's How, and the woods surrounding Pennyquick, eventually rejoining the South Esk to enter the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh. It is a mixed, deciduous valley of oak, ash, and elm, with ground flora that includes dog's mercury, ramsons, golden saxifrage, and wood sorrel. The landscape, in other words, is precisely the kind of ancient, layered, deeply rooted woodland that has historically generated associations with spirits of the forest, with presences in the trees, with the idea that the green world is inhabited by something that is not merely vegetable matter, but something older and less easily named. Alexandra Taylor, writing in News and Conservation in 2025, notes that the chapel is rich with green man carvings and describes them as not unexpected in an area so strongly influenced by the Celtic tradition, while also acknowledging the surprise of encountering them among the biblical references that crowd the building's interior. That combination of the expected and the surprising is itself instructive. The presence of foliate heads in a chapel founded by a Scottish nobleman in the mid-15th century in a region with a deep Celtic history is not anomalous, but the sheer number of them, more than 100, and their distribution across virtually every part of the building invites a more specific kind of attention. Rogan, whose lecture on the Green Men of Rosslyn Chapel is one of the primary sources for this chapter, works through a series of possible identifications for the figures these carvings might represent. And the account is illuminating not because it arrives at certainty, but because it demonstrates systematically how many different frameworks are available and how none of them fully accounts for what is present in this building. One possibility, given the Glen and the broader Celtic landscape in which the chapel sits, is Cernunnos, the Celtic deity sometimes known as Herne the Hunter, a figure associated with wild places and with the animal life of the forest. The difficulty with this identification, Rogan notes, is that Cernunnos is consistently depicted with horns. There are one or two recorded examples of horned leaf masks in other contexts, but at Rosslyn Chapel, as far as the sources record, there are none. The Celtic deity of the forest, the figure most obviously suggested by the landscape immediately surrounding the chapel, does not appear to have left his most distinctive attribute in the carvings. Another possible identification comes from further east. Al-Qidr, known as the Green One, is an Islamic immortal revered by Sufi mystics, a figure described in Islamic folklore as accompanying Moses on a journey of spiritual instruction. Some visitors to Rosslyn Chapel have told those who work there that the chapel's interior shows signs of Sufi symbolism, and the possibility has been noted in the literature around the building, though Rogan is careful to observe that Al-Qidr is never described in the sources as being covered in leaves. The association is one of name and of a broader cultural field, not of specific visual correspondence. It remains a possibility, and it cannot be ruled out, but it cannot be confirmed either. Medusa, the gorgon whose mop of serpents might, in some accounts of the carving tradition, have been transformed over time into vegetation, has sometimes been proposed as an ancestor of the foliate head, but Rogan notes that Medusa has never been connected with forests and was never worshipped as a deity of the natural world, which limits the plausibility of this connection, even if the visual transformation from snakes to leaves is imaginable. Silvanus, a Roman god associated with agriculture and the fertility of the land, is another candidate, but he never appeared with a foliate face in any Roman iconographic tradition that the sources identify. Dionysus, or Bacchus, the god of wine, has sometimes been associated with the leafier kind of foliate mask, the kind in which grapes and vine leaves appear in the hair, and faces covered in ivy and vine leaves do appear in Gothic cathedrals. But the Roman foliate heads, in their earliest forms, do not look like this. The correspondence is imperfect, the identification inconclusive. What Rogan's careful survey of possible identifications reveals is that the foliate head is a form that has accumulated meaning rather than retaining a single fixed meaning, a form that different cultures and different periods have been able to appropriate and fill with their own significance. The meanings given to it have never been static. They have shifted with the cultural context, with the faith tradition in which the carving appears, with the specific moment in which it was made, and the specific person or community that commissioned it. The carving is, in this sense, a remarkably open form, one that resists reduction to a single origin story or a single symbolic program. Rogan articulates this directly in her account of the tradition. The green man belongs to all faiths and to none. It is not strictly a pagan symbol, even though it predates Christianity and appears in pre-Christian contexts. It is not strictly a Christian symbol, even though it proliferates in Christian churches and cathedrals across Europe and beyond. It is something that has moved through these categories, without being fully captured by any of them, always present, always slightly in excess of whatever explanatory framework is brought to bear on it, always available for the next interpretation that comes along to make its claim. That openness is part of what makes the more than 100 foliate heads at Rosslyn Chapel so enduring as a subject of attention. If the carvings had a single confirmed meaning, a known origin story, a documented purpose in the specific context of this building, they would still be remarkable, but they would be remarkable in a different way. The uncertainty is itself part of the experience of encountering them, and the building, in some sense, offers that uncertainty not as a failure of knowledge, but as a condition of engagement, an invitation to keep looking, to keep returning, to keep testing one's frameworks against the stone. Now let us move to what is specific about the Rosslyn carvings, the details that set them apart from foliate heads found elsewhere and that have contributed to the sense, among those who study them closely, that there is something unusual happening here even within a tradition that is itself unusual. The first specificity is the number. More than 100 foliate head carvings, distributed across the interior and exterior of a building, that is, by the standards of European medieval ecclesiastical architecture, a relatively modest structure. The density of these carvings, the sheer proliferation of leafy faces in every part of the building, is in itself remarkable, and it has contributed to the various theories about what the carvings mean collectively, about whether their number and distribution reflects a deliberate program rather than a decorative abundance. The second specificity concerns type. Among the two broad categories of foliate head that scholars have identified, the leaf mask, in which the face is partially or wholly obscured by foliage, and the disgorging type, in which vegetation grows outward from the mouth or nose. The carvings at Rosslyn are predominantly of the disgorging kind. Most of the faces are producing suckers or vines from their mouths or noses, rather than being covered or consumed by leaves in the manner of the leaf mask. The leafier, more mask-like faces are comparatively rare at Rosslyn. This distributional fact is worth holding, even if its significance is not entirely clear. The disgorging type has a different quality, a different relationship between the face and the vegetation than the leaf mask. In the disgorging face, the vegetation is being produced by the figure, emanating from within, rather than growing over and around a face that remains essentially passive. The figure and the plant are in a more active relationship, a relationship of generation or emanation, rather than overgrowth or concealment. In early medieval art, Rogan notes, leaf masks could represent either the Holy Trinity or absolute evil, and this range alone suggests the degree of ambivalence that attached to these forms from an early period. In the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries, the masks were predominantly represented as demons or goblins, figures with a dark quality. Demons of early medieval art often displayed their tongues or showed savage teeth, and the foliate head was capable of taking on these attributes, of becoming a representation of the mouth of hell, with examples in other buildings showing figures being swallowed by the vegetation that a leaf mask is producing. The disgorging face, in this reading, is not a benign figure of natural abundance. It is something more ambiguous, something in which the relationship between the human face and the vegetal production is potentially threatening, potentially consuming. At Rosslyn, the disgorging faces appear in a range of expressions. Some are smiling, some are scowling, some bear what appear to be savage-looking teeth. The emotional register is not uniform. The population of green men at Rosslyn does not present a single mood or a single attitude toward the world. They are a community of faces, varying in their expressions as a community of actual faces varies, and this diversity within the general type is itself notable. These are not repeated copies of a single model. They are individual in their expressions, even when they share a general, formal vocabulary. But the most striking specificity of the Rosslyn carvings, and the one that Rogan identifies as perhaps unique to this building, is what she describes as a progression through apparent age as one moves around the interior. Among the foliate heads at Rosslyn, there are faces that read as youthful, smooth-featured, sometimes called the green boy, in the shorthand of those who work closely with the building. There are adult bearded men, the more familiar type of foliate head, and there are, at the end of the progression, one or two figures that have been described as green skeletons, faces in which the features have been reduced to the barest indication of a human face, as if the life has gone out of them, and what remains is only the structure beneath. The sequence, if it is a sequence, suggests something. It suggests a life cycle, a passage from youth through maturity to death, enacted in stone around the circuit of the building. Rogan acknowledges this as a possible reading of what the carvings present, noting that it might explain why many people who encounter the green men at Rosslyn feel that they represent the passage of life, birth, living, death, and renewal. It might explain the feeling. It does not confirm a deliberate intention. The sources do not provide documentary evidence that the progression was designed as such, that the makers of the carvings placed them in a deliberate sequence from youth to age to skeletal remainder, intending visitors to read them as a narrative of human mortality. What the sources do confirm is that the progression is there, or at least that it is perceivable. The green boy exists, youthful and smooth, the adult bearded men exist in their variety of expressions, and the green skeletons exist, one or two of them, at the end of what can be experienced as a journey around the building. Whether that journey was designed, or whether it is a pattern that has been read into a distribution of carvings that was not explicitly organized around it, is a question the building itself will not answer. This is not a small epistemological point. It reaches into the heart of the experience of Rosslyn Chapel, which is the experience of a building that offers an extraordinary richness of visual material and almost no documentary guidance about what that material means or was intended to mean. The same condition that applies to the legend of the Apprentice Pillar, the absence of primary source material, applies equally to the foliate head carvings. There are no records that specify why these particular carvings were included, who commissioned or designed them, whether they were intended as a coherent program or as an accumulation of individual decisions, whether the apparent progression from youth to age was deliberate, or whether it is a pattern that visitors and scholars have constructed in retrospect. This does not make the carvings any less remarkable. It makes the act of looking at them more demanding, more honest about its own limitations, and more respectful of the building's genuine unknowability. The leafier, more harmonious type of foliate mask, when it does appear, tends to carry a different quality from the disgorging faces. Rogan suggests that these masks may express an idea of remembrance or renewal, may symbolize the passage of the immortal soul from the body to eternal life, or life beginning again. The medieval period was also the era in which Mary gardens became popular, gardens planted with flowers that carried specific symbolic meanings, daisies and lilies representing the Virgin Mary or purity more broadly, and the leafier foliate faces can be understood within that tradition of botanical symbolism as part of a shared medieval practice of investing the natural world with spiritual meaning. But Rogan is careful not to fix this meaning as the definitive one. It is a possible reading, one of several, and the building's openness to multiple readings is one of its consistent qualities. The question of whether the Green Man is a pagan survival in Christian architecture, whether the builders of medieval churches were secretly preserving older traditions under the cover of orthodox imagery, is one that has attracted considerable attention in the popular literature about foliate heads generally, and about Rosslyn Chapel specifically. Rogan's position, drawn from close engagement with the physical evidence and the scholarly record, is measured and precise. The foliate head is very old and has been placed in buildings, gardens, and churches since Roman times. It is not strictly a pagan symbol. It belongs to all faiths and to none. The meanings attached to it have never been static. People have given it symbolism that suited the time and the place where it was carved. That is a position that leaves a great deal open, and deliberately so. It is not a position that forecloses the possibility that some of the foliate heads in Christian churches carry residual associations with older traditions, or that some of the people who commissioned or carved them had those associations in mind. It is a position that declines to make that claim universal or exclusive, that refuses to resolve the question of meaning in either direction, that treats the openness of the form as a property of the form itself, rather than as an evidence of scholarly timidity. The building at Rosslyn, in Midlothian, whose name derives from the Celtic words for a rocky promontory and a waterfall, is set in a landscape that has its own deep history of non-Christian tradition. The ancient woodland of Rosslyn Glen, just outside the chapel, with its mixed deciduous valley and its ground flora of dog's mercury and ramsons and golden saxifrage and wood sorrel, is described in the sources as full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. This is a setting in which the idea of a spirit of the forest, a presence in the trees and in the green world, has a long history as a cultural reality, a way of making sense of the landscape that predates the chapel and that would have been available to anyone involved in building it. Taylor notes that the Green Man carvings at Rosslyn are not unexpected in an area so strongly influenced by the Celtic tradition. That observation is worth dwelling on. It does not amount to a claim that the carvings are expressions of Celtic paganism, or that they are deliberate survivals of a pre-Christian tradition preserved within the architecture of a Christian chapel. It amounts to a much more modest claim that in this landscape, with this cultural history, the presence of leafy faces in a medieval building is intelligible. They fit. They make a kind of sense that does not require an elaborate theory of secret intent to explain. They are part of a world in which the human face has long been associated with vegetation and with the life of the forest, and that association was available to the builders of Rosslyn Chapel as an element of the visual vocabulary they were working within. That does not close the question. It simply places it in a context that makes the carvings legible without requiring us to claim more than the evidence supports. It is worth pausing, at some point in any account of the Green Men at Rosslyn, on what it means to encounter 100 faces looking out from the walls and vaults and pinnacles of a building. The faces vary in expression, in type, in the quality of the vegetation associated with them, in their apparent age and mood and affect. Some of them are visible from the floor, part of the ordinary experience of moving through the interior. Some of them are hidden at heights that the unaided eye cannot easily reach, known to exist but not easily seen, present in the building in a way that is more like a fact than an experience. The conservation work that brought them to light, the high-level scaffolding that gave the restorers access to the pinnacles, did not make these hidden faces available to ordinary visitors. It simply established their presence, added them to the count, confirmed that the building's population of foliate heads was larger than had been understood. There is something in that detail, the idea of faces known to be present but not easily seen, hidden in the upper regions of the building, that has contributed to the atmosphere of the place, to the sense that Rosslyn Chapel holds more than is immediately apparent, that its surfaces repay sustained attention, and that sustained attention will always find something more. That quality extends well beyond the foliate heads, but the foliate heads are its most numerous instance. They are distributed throughout the building, in its every part, as if the chapel were a forest, in which faces have grown from the stone, the way faces appear in actual trees, in the bark and the grain, when the eye has learned to look for them. The comparison to a forest growing in stone is not original to this chapter. It is the kind of comparison that the building itself invites, the kind that arises naturally from the combination of dense vegetal carving, the barrel-vaulted roof with its four-petaled flowers and multi-lobed leaves and double roses and lilies and stars, the column tops with their dragons and unicorns and lions, and the 100+ faces distributed through it all. The chapel is not simply a building that contains some plant-themed decoration. It is a building in which the natural world has been incorporated so extensively and so deliberately into the fabric of the architecture that the boundary between building and garden, between stone and growth, is systematically blurred. Whether that blurring was intentional, whether it reflects a particular theology or philosophy on the part of Sir William St. Clair and the craftsmen he commissioned, or whether it is simply the product of a general medieval aesthetic that valued such abundance of natural imagery without attaching a specific symbolic program to it, is again a question that the sources cannot answer. Primary documents do not exist. The builder's intentions are not on record. What is on record, in the most literal sense, is the stone. The carvings are the record. They are what survives of the original act of making, the decisions about what to put where, about how many faces to include and in what positions, about the balance between the disgorging type and the leaf marsh type, about the range of expressions to be given to the human faces that emerge from the vegetation. All of those decisions were once held in the minds of the people who made them, and they have since migrated entirely into the stone, where they wait for visitors and scholars and conservators to come and observe them, and to draw from them whatever meanings the observer's own moment and culture and preoccupations make available. Fiona Rogan, whose knowledge of these carvings is among the most intimate of any person currently working with the building, closes her account of them with a formulation that is worth carrying forward from this chapter into whatever follows. Their meaning, she says, has never been static. People have given them symbolism that suits the time and the place where they are carved. That is a statement about the foliate head as a general phenomenon, and it is also, implicitly, a statement about Rosslyn Chapel specifically. The chapel has been a place where people have projected meaning, where the richness and the density of the imagery has invited and sustained many different readings across many different periods. The Green Men are not the only source of this quality, but they are perhaps its most numerous and most widespread embodiment. In the 10th and 11th and 12th centuries, Rogan notes, The masks were predominantly rendered as demons or goblins, figures with a dark and threatening quality, capable of representing the mouth of hell. In the medieval period, the leafier masks could be associated with the symbolism of merry gardens and the passage of the soul toward eternal life. In the 19th century, Lady Raglan connected the form to folk tradition and gave it the name that has stuck. In the popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, it has been associated with pagan revival, with Celtic spirituality, with environmental concerns, and with the broader project of finding pre-Christian meaning in Christian architecture. At Rosslyn Chapel, it has been associated with all of these things at various points, and with others besides. The form accommodates these different investments without being exhausted by any of them. Each generation that has come to the chapel has found in the green men something that speaks to its own preoccupations, and each generation has added its layer of interpretation to the accumulation that now surrounds the building. Rogan's observation that the meaning has never been static is not a concession to the impossibility of knowledge. It is a description of the form's genuine property of openness, of its capacity to receive meaning without fixing it, to hold the projections of many different cultures and periods without being captured by any single one. That quality is precisely what makes the more than 100 foliate heads at Rosslyn Chapel so enduring as objects of attention, and so resistant to the kind of definitive interpretation that would, in any case, be dishonest given the state of the evidence. They are there, in stone, in their variety of moods and types and positions, from the visible to the hidden, from the green boy at the beginning of the apparent life cycle to the skeletal faces at its end. They are the most numerous single category of carved figure in the building. They are distributed through every part of it, and they look outward from their fixed positions in the stone toward whoever enters the chapel with the patience and the attentiveness to find them. In a region shaped by Celtic tradition, in a building founded in 1446 and still incomplete at its founder's death in 1484, in the village of Rosslyn, whose very name speaks of water and stone, the faces grow from the walls and the vaults and the high pinnacles, as if they had always been there, as if the stone had merely been waiting for the right hands to find them in it. Their meaning, whatever it was, whatever it has become, whatever it will be made to mean by the visitors who have not yet arrived, is not fixed. It continues as the building continues, open, patient, and held in stone. What does the green man mean? A question without an answer. There is a face on the wall of Rosslyn Chapel. It is not a saint, it is not an angel. It is not an angel, exactly, though some who have studied it would hesitate to say so with any confidence. It is a human face, or something close to one, and from its mouth, or from its nose, or from the place where its eyes should rest in shadow, green things are growing. Tendrils of stone that curl and branch outward into the surrounding masonry, as though the face itself is the source of some slow, patient growth that the rest of the building has simply arranged itself around. This is a foliate head, to give it the name scholars now prefer, and the question of what it means, of what it was intended to mean when the mason's chisel first brought it into being sometime in the 15th century, is a question that has occupied historians, theologians, folklorists and conservators for decades without resolution. That absence of resolution is not a failure of research. It is, as the sources suggest, very possibly the truest thing one can say about these carvings. Their meaning, according to Fiona Rogan, learning manager at Rosslyn Chapel and author of a lecture on the subject given in 2015, has never been static. People have given them symbolism that suits the time and the place where they are carved. This chapter will not resolve the question. It will hold all the competing answers with equal care and set them down beside one another, the way the carvings themselves sit in the stone, patient and various, and refusing to yield. Yeah. The term green man is not medieval. It is not ancient. It is not a name that the masons who carved these faces would have recognized, and it does not appear in any historical document as a description of the foliate heads now grouped under that heading. The term was coined by a woman named Lady Raglan in an article published in Folklore magazine in 1939. This is a detail worth holding on to, because the name has since travelled so widely and settled so completely into popular culture that it is easy to mistake it for something far older. The foliate heads themselves are old. The name given to them in the 20th century is not. Lady Raglan was interested in folk traditions, and her article proposed a connection between the leafy faces found in medieval churches and a figure from English May Day festivities known as Jack in the Green. Jack in the Green is a man enclosed in a basket frame woven with greenery and flowers, who dances in street processions. Lady Raglan believed this folk character was the origin of the leaf mask, and that the two images, the dancing man in green and the carved face in the stone, were expressions of the same deep impulse, some ancient and continuous reverence for the spirit of growing things. The argument was appealing. It had the quality of certain ideas that feel true before they are tested, the satisfying sense that something scattered and various resolves under examination into a single coherent source. Pubs named the Green Man, which had originally been associated with the Jack in the Green figure popular in the 19th century, began to display foliate heads on their signs instead. The image and the name fused in the public imagination and have largely remained fused ever since. The difficulty, as Rogan sets out carefully in her 2015 lecture, is that the argument does not survive close attention to dates. Jack in the Green is an invention of the 18th century. The tradition is not mentioned in any source before 1795. It was a fairly short-lived May Day parade tradition, which has been revived in more recent times by people who understood it to be a continuation of something ancient when it was, in fact, relatively recent. The foliate heads that appear in Christian churches, by contrast, can be traced back to a period beginning around the 4th to 6th century CE, when leaf masks of various kinds began to appear in ecclesiastical decoration. The gap between the origin of the carvings and the origin of Jack in the Green is not a matter of decades. It is a matter of more than 1,000 years. A tradition that does not appear in written record before 1795 cannot be the origin of images that were being carved into stone in the early medieval period. The folk character came too late, and the folk characters Lady Raglan drew upon more broadly in her argument, the various figures from seasonal tradition that she felt could explain the leafy faces in churches, were, as Rogan notes, frequently also invented many centuries after the foliate heads had already been set into buildings and gardens. This does not mean Lady Raglan was entirely wrong about everything. It means her particular explanatory chain, the line she drew from ancient carving to medieval tradition to modern folk custom, cannot hold as she drew it. The carvings are older than the explanation, and so the question opens again. The foliate head, under its proper scholarly name, is considerably older than any medieval church. Examples have been found that date back to the 2nd century of the Common Era. They are not confined to religious buildings. They appear as decoration in indoor spaces, outdoor gardens, and even on furniture, suggesting that from their earliest period, these images circulated across contexts with no single fixed meaning attached to them. Some of the earliest examples appear to have origins in Greco-Roman decorative traditions. Certain carvings that are sometimes grouped with foliate heads seem, on closer examination, to represent ancient deities. Rogan notes figures that appear to represent Medusa, with serpents for hair, and Okeanos, the god of water, with seaweed and dolphins woven through the stone. Some images that have been described as foliate heads may in fact be mislabeled and are more accurately understood as representations of these classical figures. There are, nevertheless, genuinely leafy faces on Roman buildings, and the record does not clearly say what the Romans understood them to mean. What the record does show is that by some point in the 4th to 6th century, these images had found their way into Christian churches, where they would continue to appear, in varying forms and with varying apparent meanings, for more than 1,000 years. Trier Cathedral in Germany provides a particularly instructive example. The cathedral displays leaf mask carvings that were discovered during a restoration project in the late 19th century to be copies of 2nd century Roman originals found on the same site. A bishop, or the craftsman working under his direction, had looked at those ancient Roman faces and decided to incorporate them into a Christian building. The originals are now hidden from view again, obscured by subsequent construction, and no written record survives to explain the bishop's reasoning. The decision was made, and then the reason for it was lost. What remains is the act. Someone in a Christian context looked at an older image and chose to preserve it, to carry it forward into a new building and a new faith, without, as far as can be known, leaving any explanation. Rogan's conclusion from this evidence is measured. It must be assumed that the meanings attached to the foliate heads did not always travel with the designs. Images may have been incorporated into Christian art with no understanding of their original significance. Any meaning given across time may not have remained constant, as there is always recycling and reinterpretation of physical motifs. A carving that meant one thing in a Roman garden may have meant something quite different, or nothing in particular, or something entirely new when placed in a Norman church 6 centuries later. This is not a comfortable conclusion for those who prefer their symbols to carry fixed and recoverable meanings, but it is, on the available evidence, the most honest one. The foliate heads at Rosslyn Chapel number more than 100. They are found throughout the building, inside and out, in positions visible to the ordinary visitor and in positions so elevated or so hidden that many of them were only discovered during the conservation work that began in 1995, when high-level scaffolding gave conservators an unprecedented view of the high pinnacles. They had been there all along, carved into stone at a height that no one standing inside the chapel would easily see, which raises its own quiet question about intention, about who or what the carving was made for. Among these more than 100 faces, the majority are of what Rogan describes as the disgorging type, faces from whose mouths or noses suckers or vines emerge and branch outward. The leafier type, in which a face is framed or obscured by foliage, is less common at Rosslyn. This distinction matters, because the two types carry somewhat different histories of interpretation, and because Rosslyn's preference for the disgorging form gives the collection a particular character, the sense of something issuing outward, of growth, as an act of the face, rather than an enveloping of it. The faces themselves are not uniform. There are, Rogan notes, smiling faces and scowling faces, faces bearing what look like savage teeth, and faces of great quietude. There are examples that seem to belong to the early medieval tradition in which the foliate head could represent the mouth of hell, images in which figures appear to disappear into a leafy moor, or in which the tendrils branching from a disgorging face curve into creatures that suggest serpents or birds. There are also faces in which the suckers wind upward or sideways into long, naturalistic courses of foliage, in a way that reads less as menace and more as something like flourishing. And then there is the sequence that Rogan describes as possibly unique to Rosslyn, the faces that appear to age as a visitor moves around the building. There is what she calls a green boy. There are adult bearded men, faces that seem to carry the weight of middle years. And there are, at the furthest end of the sequence, 1 or 2 green skeletons, the foliage curling around bone. This sequence, if that is what it is, from birth through life to death, and perhaps, in the logic of growing things, to renewal again, is among the reasons some visitors and some scholars have understood the green men at Rosslyn as images of the cycle of existence. They are not decorations in the ordinary sense. They tell, or they may tell, a story about what it is to live and to end, rendered in stone faces and the patient growth of vines. Alexandra Taylor, writing in 2025, notes that the green men at Rosslyn are not unexpected in an area so influenced by the Celtic tradition, though their presence amid the chapel's dense biblical and architectural symbolism still registers as striking. Taylor also records that the carvings have been understood as capable of representing both goodness and evil, a pairing that aligns with the medieval tradition in which the foliate head was not safely one thing or the other. This double valence, the capacity of the same image to hold both meanings without settling into either, runs through the history of foliate heads in medieval Christian art more broadly. In early medieval contexts, Rogan notes, leaf masks could represent either the Holy Trinity or absolute evil. In the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries, the images tended toward the demonic, masks with protruding tongues, with bared teeth, with the suggestion of something not entirely domesticated by the faith that had incorporated them. They were carved and recarved. Whatever discomfort they might represent, they were never simply removed. Setting aside the specific question of Jack in the Green and Lady Raglan's framework, other traditions have been proposed as the origin or the meaning of the foliate head, and some of these have been associated specifically with Rosslyn. The Glen that lies just beyond the chapel, Rosslyn Glen, is described in the sources as an ancient woodland full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. It is a mixed, deciduous valley of oak, ash and elm. the ground beneath its trees alive with dog's mercury, ramsons, golden saxifrage, and wood sorrel. The Glen finds its source high up in the Pentlands near the boundary between Midlothian and Peebleshire, passing through Carlops and Habby's How and the woods surrounding Pennaquick before rejoining the South Esk and entering the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh. This proximity to an ancient woodland has suggested to some that the foliate heads at Rosslyn might be connected to Cernunnos, a Celtic deity associated with the forest and sometimes called Herne the Hunter. Cernunnos is always depicted with horns. This is a consistent feature of the iconographic record. There are one or two documented examples of horned leaf masks, but, as Rogan notes, none of the foliate heads at Rosslyn is known to be horned. The association is possible in the broad sense that the chapel stands in Celtic country and that the land around it has been understood as symbolically charged for a very long time, but the specific evidence for a Cernunnos connection in the carvings themselves does not appear to be present. A second proposed origin reaches further east. In the traditions of the Middle East and parts of the Far East, scholars have associated certain foliate faces with Al-Qidir, an Islamic figure known as the Green One, an immortal revered by Sufi mystics. In Islamic folklore, Moses makes a journey with a strange creature clothed in green. Al-Qidir is never, however, described in the texts as being covered in leaves, which creates a difficulty analogous to the one encountered with Cernunnos, the color green, and the associations of growth and immortality are present. The face with emanating foliage does not match cleanly. Rogan notes that visitors to Rosslyn Chapel have on occasion suggested that the interior of the building shows signs of Sufi symbolism. This is recorded as an observation made by others, not as a conclusion endorsed by the chapel's own scholars, and it cannot be verified or dismissed on the evidence available in the sources. Medusa, whose hair is serpents, has been proposed as an ancestor of the disgorging foliate head, on the grounds that the snakes might, over time and in different cultural contexts, have been rendered as vines or leaves. Rogan notes, however, that Medusa has never been connected with forests and was never worshipped as a deity of growing things. The visual transformation from serpent hair to leaf tendrils is conceivable, but the conceptual leap is harder to sustain. Silvanus, a Roman god associated with agriculture and fertility, might seem a more natural candidate. He is, at least, a deity of growing things. But, as Rogan observes, Silvanus never appeared with a foliate face in any Roman iconographic tradition. The association is a logical inference rather than a documented lineage. Dionysus, or Bacchus, the god of wine, has been connected to the leafier type of foliate mask, in which the face is wreathed in ivy and vine leaves. Gothic cathedrals do contain faces covered in ivy and vine, and a connection to Dionysiac imagery is at least visually plausible for those particular carvings. The Roman foliate heads, however, do not look like Dionysiac images, and the same tradition cannot comfortably cover both groups. Each candidate then fits some of the evidence and leaves other evidence unaccounted for. None of them fits all of it. And Rogan's assessment of this situation is not that one of the candidates must be correct and the others wrong, but that the foliate heads probably do not originate from a single source at all. Some trace back to Roman traditions. Some in Scottish buildings arrived through France, carried by the Normans. Others may have origins still further afield. The image is not a tributary from one spring, but a confluence of many streams, and the confluence itself is part of what it is. In the early medieval period, the leaf mask sat in a position of genuine theological ambiguity within Christian art. It could represent, as noted, either the Holy Trinity or absolute evil. This is a striking range for a single motif to span. The image was, it seems, capacious enough to carry opposite meanings depending on the context in which it was placed and the tradition from which the viewer came. By the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries, the balance had shifted. The masks from this period tend toward the demonic, toward images of goblins and creatures of darkness, faces with tongues extended and teeth exposed. There are carvings from this period that depict figures being swallowed by a leafy mouth, the maw of some presence that is consuming rather than generating. The disgorging type, which predominates at Rosslyn, is capable of the same dark reading. The tendrils issuing from a face can become birds or serpents, creatures that coil and threaten. And yet there is another tradition in which the leafier masks, the faces from which vines and foliage grow in more harmonious profusion have been understood as images of hope and renewal. Rogan connects this reading to the idea of the immortal soul departing the body for eternal life, or to the notion of life returning after winter, growth as a form of resurrection. In the same period when these images appear in churches, the medieval tradition of Mary gardens, planted with flowers of symbolic significance, lilies and daisies representing purity and the Virgin, was also taking hold. The world of the medieval faithful was one in which the natural and the spiritual were densely interwoven, and an image of growth could carry theological weight without requiring doctrinal precision. The robin redbreast provides a useful analogy offered by Rogan to illustrate how meanings can travel and transform. In earlier British tradition, the redbreast was a bird of ill omen, particularly if it appeared at a window or entered a house. In the present day, it is widely understood as a sign of good fortune or as a symbol of the blood of Christ. The bird has not changed. The meaning has migrated entirely. A chrysanthemum, to use Rogan's other example, is a welcome gift in Scotland and a funeral flower in Italy. The same object, the same image, can carry opposite valences depending entirely on the tradition in which it is received. This is the condition of the foliate head across its history. It has been received into Roman decoration, into early Christian architecture, into Norman ecclesiastical design, into Celtic adjacent contexts like Rosslyn, and into modern popular culture as the emblem of a kind of pagan nature worship that postdates by centuries the earliest examples of the form. At each stage, the image has been given a meaning that suited the time and the place. At each stage, the previous meanings have not necessarily been carried forward. The Arthurian myths offer one further thread. There are stories, among them the tale of Gawain and the Green Knight, in which a figure associated with the colour green and with a kind of uncanny regeneration plays a central role. The Green Knight is decapitated and rises again. He is a test and an enigma, a figure who cannot be killed in the ordinary way, and whose challenge is not physical but moral. Some writers and enthusiasts have suggested that this figure and the foliate heads in chapels like Rosslyn are expressions of the same deep mythological impulse. This is an association the chapel itself acknowledges, without defining precisely what form that knowledge took or how it manifests in the stone. The Arthurian stories were, as the Trust's guide observes, popular narratives heard across Europe, and their themes of quest and testing and the search for something that cannot quite be named have circulated alongside the chapel's other associations for a long time. Whether the foliate heads at Rosslyn were intended to invoke the Green Knight, or Sir Nunnos, or Al-Qadir, or some unnamed forest spirit, or no spirit at all, but simply a long-established decorative tradition applied by masons who knew the form without necessarily knowing its genealogy, the sources do not say. The sources cannot say. No primary documents from the chapel's founding survive. No written record explains the intentions of Sir William St. Clair, who founded the building in 1446, or of the masons who worked under his patronage over the following decades, or of the particular hand that shaped any one of the more than 100 foliate heads now distributed through the building's stone. What remains is the building itself, and the faces in it, and the long series of interpretations that visitors and scholars and storytellers have brought to them across the centuries. It is worth attending to the practical reality of how some of these faces came to be known at all. Many of the green men at Rosslyn were not visible to ordinary visitors until the conservation project that began in 1995. High-level scaffolding, erected as part of a major program undertaken by the Rosslyn Chapel Trust, gave conservators a view of the upper reaches of the building that no casual visitor, and possibly no one for many generations, had been able to obtain. The faces were there, in the stone, at heights where no one standing on the floor of the chapel could easily see them. This is a detail that can be held in several different ways. One can see it as evidence of the mason's comprehensive commitment to the decorative program, a willingness to carve even the parts that no human eye would easily reach. One can see it as a form of devotion, oriented not toward human viewers, but towards some other kind of attention. Or one can see it simply as craftsmen doing their work thoroughly, carrying a tradition to its logical extent without speculating overmuch about what it meant. Each of these readings is available. None of them can be ruled out. Firstly, there is a broader question that the foliate head tradition raises, and that Rosslyn Chapel, with its more than 100 examples, makes impossible to avoid. The question is not, strictly, about meaning. It is about how meaning works when it is attached to a visual form over a very long period of time, in many different cultural contexts, without any single authoritative text to anchor it. What the evidence suggests is that foliate heads have functioned differently in different centuries. In Roman contexts, they appear as decorative forms whose exact significance is not recorded. In early medieval Christian contexts, they sit at the edge of theological categories, capable of representing both the divine and the diabolical. In the high medieval period, they shade toward the demonic. In later medieval and Renaissance contexts, some of them acquire a softer valence, associated with renewal and the cycle of seasons. In the 20th century, thanks to Lady Raglan's article, they acquire an association with folk tradition and green spirituality that the historical record does not entirely support. In the 21st century, they appear on pub signs and in fantasy imagery and in the literature of a dozen overlapping spiritual traditions, each of which understands them as its own. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust, through the scholarship of Fiona Rogan, reaches a conclusion about this that is measured but resonant. The meaning of these carvings has never been static. They belong to all faiths and to none. There is something in them about life and death and renewal, about the passage of things through time, but the precise content of that something has been different for different people in different centuries. This openness is not a deficiency in the carvings. It may be, in some sense, what they are for. An image that cannot be pinned to a single meaning continues to generate meaning, to draw interpretation toward it, the way the suckers in the stone draw the eye. The faces at Rosslyn have been there since the 15th century, through the Reformation and Cromwell's soldiers and years of damp and algae and cementitious slurry applied in failed attempts at repair. They have outlasted most of the explanations offered for them. They will likely outlast the current ones as well. Rogan closes her account of the Green Men with a list of what can be said with reasonable confidence. The foliate head is very old and has been placed in buildings, gardens, and churches since Roman times. It is not strictly a pagan symbol, because it belongs to many traditions and to none in particular. There is something in it about life and death, renewal, and the passage of existence. And, Rogan observes with a patience that comes through clearly in the written record, the meaning has never been static. People have given the carving symbolism that suited the time and the place where they were carved. The question of what the Green Man means is, in this sense, also a question about the people asking it. Each century, each tradition, each visitor who stands beneath the barrel-vaulted roof of Rosslyn Chapel and looks up at one of those disgorging stone faces brings something with them. There are over 100 of them in the building. They are there on Mondays and Saturdays when the chapel is open from 9 in the morning until 5 in the evening, and on Sundays from noon until 5, and on Sunday mornings when the congregation gathers for the 10 o'clock service in a building that has been an active place of worship since its rededication in 1862 as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church. They are there when the building is closed and the stone is quiet. The faces do not change, the questions do. For now, let that be enough. Let the faces be what they are, set into the stone of a building that keeps its meanings loosely, in the way that very old things sometimes do, holding them out to whoever comes with open hands and taking nothing back. Letter and a secret. Mary of Guise and the St. Clairs. In the middle of the 16th century, a letter passed between two people whose lives were entangled in the politics of a kingdom under pressure. One was a queen regent, a Frenchwoman who had come to Scotland as the wife of a king and had stayed to govern in the name of a child. The other was a Scottish nobleman whose family had built and failed to finish one of the most extraordinary buildings in the country. The letter survives. What it contains is not in dispute. What it means is another matter entirely, and the sources are careful to say so. The woman who wrote the letter was Mary of Guise. She was the wife of James V, King of Scotland, and the mother of Mary, Queen of Scots. The man who received it was Sir William St. Clair, the grandson of the man who had founded Rosslyn Chapel a century before. The letter was written around 1546. Those are the facts as the sources report them. Around them, for several centuries, an elaborate structure of interpretation and speculation has been built, added to and altered by each generation that has passed through the building the St. Clair family made, until the letter itself, a brief document from a particular moment in a turbulent political history, has become the linchpin of theories that reach as far back as the Crusades and as far forward as the bestseller lists of the 21st century. This chapter will stay close to what is known. It will also stay close to what is not. The founder of Rosslyn Chapel was the first Sir William St. Clair. He died in 1484, and the building he had spent his later years constructing was still unfinished at his death. The chapel, known formerly as the Collegiate Chapel of St. Matthew, sits in the village of Rosslyn in Midlothian, Scotland, on land that takes its name from Celtic words meaning a rocky promontory and a waterfall. The St. Clair family, sometimes spelt Sinclair, were the founding family of the chapel and of Rosslyn Castle nearby. Their association with the place extended across generations, and the chapel was not simply a religious institution in the abstract sense. It was bound to the family in ways that were personal, dynastic, and, in the case of the letter that concerns this chapter, apparently political. The second, Sir William St. Clair, the recipient of Mary of Guise's letter, is described in the sources as the grandson of the chapel's founder. He was therefore at least 2 generations removed from the original act of founding, inheriting a building that was already in an unresolved state, grand in ambition and incomplete in execution, heavy with the symbolism his grandfather had commissioned and the weight of whatever purposes that symbolism was meant to serve. By 1546, the year in which the letter was written, the chapel had already weathered considerable difficulty. The provost and prebendaries of the chapel would resign their positions in 1571, when the endowments that supported its religious life were taken by force into secular hands, a consequence of the pressures of the Reformation that were reshaping religious institutions across Scotland and the rest of Britain. The Reformation had not yet reached that particular crisis in 1546, but it was already a force in Scottish life, and the political landscape in which Mary of Guise moved was defined in large part by questions of religious allegiance, dynastic succession, and the relationship between Scotland and the European powers. Mary of Guise, wife of King James V of Scotland and mother of Mary Queen of Scots, wrote a remarkable letter around 1546. She came from the House of Guise, one of the most powerful noble families in France, and her marriage to James V in 1538 brought her to a kingdom that was, by most accounts, considerably less stable than the one she had left. James V died in 1542, leaving Mary of Guise as the mother of a 6-day-old daughter who had inherited the Scottish crown. The child who would become Mary Queen of Scots was, for the first years of her life, a sovereign in name only, and the management of the kingdom fell to regents and councils, with Mary of Guise as a central and increasingly powerful figure in Scottish political life. The circumstances in which she wrote to Sir William St. Clair around 1546 were therefore those of a woman who was navigating a kingdom under sustained pressure. The Protestant Reformation was advancing. English influence was a constant threat. French alliances required careful tending. In this environment, loyalty was a practical necessity, and a promise of mutual discretion between a regent and a Scottish nobleman was not a casual or merely ceremonial thing. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust's guide, researched and written by Hannah Mooney and Fiona Rogan, notes that the letter is the traceable source of the long-running belief that a secret treasure lies beneath the floor of Rosslyn Chapel, a belief that has been perpetuated for centuries. The connection between the letter and the treasure belief is one of inference and interpretation, not of direct statement. The letter itself does not mention treasure. What the letter says, as reproduced in the Rosslyn Chapel Trust source, is this: likewise that we shall be leal and true mistress to him. His counsel and secret, shewn to us we shall keep secret. Quote, the language is that of 16th century Scots, and it requires some unpacking for a modern reader, though its general meaning is not obscure. Mary of Guise is pledging loyalty to Sir William St. Clair. She is promising to be a true and faithful mistress, in the sense of a patron and protector, to him. She is promising that whatever counsel he has shared with her, and whatever secret he has revealed, she will keep that secret. The pledge is personal and specific. It is addressed to this man in these terms, and it carries the weight of a formal undertaking made by a person of very considerable political power. A Queen Regent writing to a Scottish nobleman and promising to keep his secret was not doing something trivial. The act implies that the secret was real, that it had been shared, and that its disclosure would have mattered to someone. But the letter says nothing about what the secret was. This is the central fact that all subsequent interpretation must accommodate, and that no amount of interpretation can dissolve. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust's guide states the position clearly. The nature of the secret that Mary alludes to in her letter is disputed, and the sources that discuss it do not resolve the dispute. The letter is the evidence. The letter does not explain itself. The three interpretations that the Rosslyn Chapel Trust source presents are distinct in their claims and in the traditions from which they draw. None of them is endorsed over the others. None of them is dismissed. They are presented as the available positions, which is the honest thing to do when the primary document cannot be made to speak more clearly than it already has. The first interpretation is that the secret Mary of Guise promised to keep was the Holy Rood, described as a fragment of the true cross, the wooden instrument of Christ's crucifixion. Edinburgh Castle contains a chapel named for it, and the term appears in Scottish religious history as the name for objects of this kind. If such a relic had been in the custody of the St. Clair family, kept at Rosslyn, this would have been a matter of considerable religious and political significance, in a period when the status of religious objects was itself becoming a point of violent contention between Protestant reformers and those who defended the old faith. A family in possession of a fragment of the true cross would have had reasons to keep that possession quiet in 1546. The Reformation was challenging the entire structure of relic veneration. To hold a relic was to be associated with a form of religious practice that was coming under increasing attack. A promise of secrecy from a Queen Regent could, in this reading, be understood as a practical form of protection, a guarantee that the information would not be used against him in a period of religious and political upheaval. This interpretation fits the historical moment. It draws on a specific named object, and it connects the St. Clair family to a tradition of religious guardianship that has long been associated with the chapel and its carvings. But it rests on inference. No document is cited in the sources that confirms the relic was at Rosslyn. The second interpretation reaches further back in history, to a tradition that has circulated around Rosslyn Chapel for centuries and that has become, in the period since the late 20th century, one of the most widely recognized associations attached to the building. This interpretation holds that the secret concerned treasures brought to Scotland by Templar Knights. The Knights Templar were a military and religious order that rose to prominence during the Crusades and were suppressed by the early 14th century. Their dissolution involved the seizure of their assets by European monarchies and the persecution of many of their members. According to a tradition that has circulated in various forms across several centuries, some Templar Knights escaped the suppression and made their way to Scotland, bringing with them objects or knowledge of exceptional value. The St. Clair family, in this tradition, is understood as having a special relationship with the Templar order, as protectors or inheritors of whatever the Templars brought with them. The chapel itself, with its elaborate and symbolically dense decoration, its unfinished state at the founder's death, and the absence of any surviving primary documents explaining its intended purpose, has been understood by proponents of this interpretation as a building designed to house or encode something of the Templar legacy. Tim Wallace, Murphy and Marilyn Hopkins, writing in 1999, explored the significance of Rosslyn Chapel in relation to the St. Clair family and the Templar tradition. Their work is one of a number of books that have taken the Templar connection as a serious subject of inquiry. The sources that form the basis of the present documentary do not contain sufficient substantive content from that volume to summarize its specific arguments, but the work's existence and the tradition it represents are part of the broader landscape of interpretation that surrounds the chapel. What can be said with confidence is that the Rosslyn Chapel Trust's own guide acknowledges this interpretation as one of the positions in active circulation, and that the guide's authors present it without endorsing or refuting it. The connection between the Templar tradition and Rosslyn is part of the chapel's intangible cultural heritage, as the Trust describes it, even if it cannot be verified through primary documentary evidence. A secret related to Templar treasures would, in the context of the 1546 letter, have had obvious reasons for discretion. If the St. Clair family were custodians of objects or knowledge derived from the suppressed Templar order, that custody would have been sensitive in any political climate. In the climate of the mid-16th century, with religious institutions under pressure and loyalties in flux, a guarantee of silence from a figure of royal authority would have carried real value. But again, the letter does not name the Templars. It names only the fact of a secret and the promise to keep it. The third interpretation is the one that has, in the period since the early 1980s, reached the widest audience, in part because it was adopted and dramatized in one of the most commercially successful novels of the early 21st century. This interpretation connects the secret of Mary of Guise's letter to the Holy Grail, and in some versions of the argument, to a claim about a royal bloodline. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust source notes that the legend has both religious and secular origins, and that among its earliest appearances in literary form is a 12th century romance by Chrétien de Troyes, the work known as The Story of the Grail. In the religious tradition, the Grail is connected to the figure of Joseph of Arimathea and to the belief that he possessed a vessel associated with Christ's Last Supper or his crucifixion. In the secular tradition, the Grail is an object of quest, sought by knights whose pursuit of it is a form of spiritual testing. What the Grail physically is has never been agreed upon. Some traditions describe it as a chalice, others describe it as a dish, others still as a stone. Each of these possibilities has appeared in art and literature across the centuries, and no single authoritative account has resolved the question in favor of any one of them. In 1982, a book was published in Britain that proposed a different kind of answer. The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, written by Michael Begant, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln, argued that the Holy Grail was not a physical object at all. The authors proposed that the phrase Holy Grail derived from a mistranslation or misreading of the word sangreal, meaning holy blood, and that what the Grail legends were encoding was not a story about a cup or a dish, but a claim about a bloodline. Specifically, a claim that Jesus and Mary Magdalene had produced a child together, and that the descendants of that union had been secretly protected by a long-running conspiracy across the centuries of European history. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust source describes the book's reception. It shocked devout Christians, but fascinated many people of various faiths and none, and it brought renewed interest in the idea of a Holy Grail as something more than a decorative feature of Arthurian romance. It also influenced a generation of subsequent writers, most significantly Dan Brown, whose novel The Da Vinci Code, published in 2003, drew on the earlier book's framework and brought its central arguments to a global readership. In the Da Vinci Code, Rosslyn Chapel serves as the culminating location in a trail of clues, and the building is associated with the hidden bloodline and the secrets of a protecting society. In the year following the film adaptation's premiere, visitor numbers to Rosslyn reached 176,000. Alexandra Taylor, writing in 2025, records a tour guide's recollection that before the novel's release, Rosslyn was a quiet village where a single gatekeeper managed the property, and that the sudden increase in visitors represented a transformation the place had never previously experienced. Whether one reads the Da Vinci Code as entertainment, as popular mythology, or as something more, its effect on the way Rosslyn Chapel is understood by a large portion of its visitors is not in dispute. The novel made the third interpretation of Mary of Guise's letter, the Grail and Bloodline reading, into the most widely known of the three. There is something worth pausing on in the way these three interpretations relate to one another. They are not entirely separate traditions. They share a common structure, the idea of the St. Clair family as custodians of something of extraordinary significance, something that could not be openly named, that required the protection of powerful people, and that was hidden, in or beneath or within the building, on the hill above the Glen. The chapel itself encourages this kind of thinking, because it is genuinely unusual. Its interior is layered with symbolism that does not resolve easily into any single doctrinal program. The barrel-vaulted roof of hewn stone ribs is covered with 4-petaled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies, and stars. The tops of the columns are mounted with dragons, unicorns, lions, and keystones of St. Clair, engrailed crosses. There are more than 100 foliate heads distributed through the building, as the previous chapter described. There is a Lady Chapel. There are carved representations of biblical subjects. There are masons' marks in the sacristy, left by craftsmen who could not sign their names, and so marked their work with personal symbols to ensure they were paid for what they had done. The building is, as Taylor describes it in 2025, magnetizing in its density of symbolism, overwhelming in the way it presses meaning toward the visitor from every surface. And because no primary documents survive to answer that question directly, the question has been answered, repeatedly and variously, by every generation that has stood inside it. It is a pledge of loyalty and a promise of discretion. It belongs to a category of political correspondence that would not have been unusual in the 16th century, when relationships between powerful figures were often formalized in exactly these terms. Mutual assurances of good faith and confidentiality exchanged as a form of alliance maintenance. Mary of Guise was, in 1546, in a position that required her to cultivate the loyalty of Scottish noblemen. She was a French woman governing a Scottish kingdom in the name of a child. The political pressures on her were substantial, and the maintenance of trust with figures like Sir William St. Clair would have been part of the ordinary work of governing. In this context, a letter promising loyalty and secrecy could be understood as a piece of routine political management, its language shaped by convention rather than by the extraordinary nature of whatever secret it refers to. This reading does not contradict the more dramatic interpretations. It simply places the letter in a context that does not require the secret to be a relic or a Templar treasure or a sacred bloodline. It might have been any of these things. It might have been something more ordinary, a political alliance, a financial arrangement, a family matter of local significance whose importance did not survive beyond the lifetimes of the people involved. The sources do not say. The letter offers no context for the secret it acknowledges, and no other document in the available evidence names or describes what Sir William St. Clair shared with Mary of Guise around 1546. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust is direct about this absence. No primary source material or original documents on Rosslyn Chapel exist, the Trust's guide states, and this makes it difficult to say anything for certain about the chapel's origins. This statement extends, by implication, to the question of the letter. The secret does not, in any documentary sense. It was shared and kept, and whatever it was has not found its way into the written record in a form that anyone has yet been able to recover. The chapel has accumulated around it, over many centuries, a body of myth and legend and interpretation that is now, in the Trust's description, part of its intangible cultural heritage. The theories are so well established that they cannot simply be set aside, even when they cannot be verified. They have become part of what the building is, part of what brings people to Rosslyn, part of what makes the chapel something more than a fine piece of late medieval architecture in a Scottish village. The belief that something lies beneath the chapel floor has persisted for centuries. Visitors to the chapel regularly wonder why the vaults beneath the building are not simply opened and excavated to resolve the question once and for all. The Trust's guide explains the practical reasons this has not happened. The vaults are the final resting place of a number of barons of Rosslyn, and the current Earl of Rosslyn has not wished to disturb them. The vaults were also filled with earth hundreds of years ago, and the removal of that infill could potentially compromise the structural integrity of the chapel itself. If the vaults contain the remains of the barons of Rosslyn and no obvious treasure, the theories would not be silenced. They would simply produce a new set of explanations, that the treasure had been moved, that it was elsewhere in the building, that it had been removed before the vaults were filled. The absence of evidence and the presence of mystery are, in cases like this, self-reinforcing. Each failure to find the thing confirms, for those who believe in it, that the concealment was thorough. The legend of the Holy Grail itself, the broader tradition within which Rosslyn's associations have been understood by so many of its visitors, is one of the most durable, in European cultural history. Its earliest appearances in literary form belong to the 12th century. Its religious dimensions reach back further into traditions concerning Joseph of Arimathea and the objects associated with the Passion of Christ. Its secular dimensions run through the Arthurian cycle, through the great medieval romances, through the revived interest in medieval culture that characterized the 19th century, and through the popular entertainments of the late 20th. In the early 19th century, writers and artists, including Sir Walter Scott and William Wordsworth, were drawn to Rosslyn Chapel, helping to establish it as a destination for those seeking medieval beauty and mystery. Sir Walter Scott's poem, The Lay of the Last Minstrel, captures the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family in the work's sixth canto. The painters Joseph Mallord, William Turner, and David Roberts were drawn to the surroundings of Rosslyn and enriched by them. The Romantic movement understood the chapel as a place where something old and significant had been preserved, and its readers and audiences absorbed that understanding. By the early 1970s, a further wave of interest in medieval life and legend had brought the Arthurian stories back into popular culture. The Monty Python film, Monty Python and the Holy Grail, released in 1975, contributed, however humorously, to a renewed public engagement with the idea of the Grail quest. By the time The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail appeared in 1982, there was already an audience primed to receive its arguments, an audience that had been living, in one form or another, with the question of the Grail for a considerable part of their lives. Rosslyn Chapel's association with the chapel as a Grail location belongs to this long cultural history. It is not a 20th century invention because the association between the chapel and hidden sacred objects predates the 20th century considerably. But the specific form that the association has taken in recent decades, the bloodline theory, the Da Vinci Code connection, the extraordinary surge in visitor numbers, belongs to a particular moment in the long life of the story. An active place of worship. Church services have been held since the chapel was rededicated in 1862 as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church, a rededication that represented a significant turning point after centuries of neglect and damage. Visitors are welcome to attend Sunday morning services, which begin at 10 o'clock. The building is open to general visitors from 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon on Mondays through Saturdays, and from noon until 5 on Sundays. It is, in the most literal sense, a building that has continued to function as what it was founded to be, a place of religious observance, maintained by a community, visited by people who come for many different reasons. Some because of the carvings, some because of a novel, some because they have a question or a longing or a form of pilgrimage that they could not easily name, but that the building draws toward it, the way very old sacred places sometimes do. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust describes the chapel as having become, for many of its visitors, a place of spiritual journey. This quality, the capacity to function as a site of pilgrimage for people whose beliefs and traditions are very different from one another, is itself something the letter of 1546 does not explain, but may, in its small way, illuminate. A place where a queen regent writes to a nobleman promising to keep his secret, where the building itself bristles with symbolism that no single tradition can wholly account for, where the vaults beneath remain sealed and the carvings above remain abundant and various, is a place that accommodates the full range of what people bring to it. It would be a form of dishonesty to end this chapter as though the question of the letter had been resolved. It has not been. The three interpretations stand as they have stood for years and decades, each with its own tradition, its own internal logic, its own scholarly and popular advocates, and each with the same fundamental limitation: no primary document supports any of them over the others, and the letter that started the whole conversation says nothing about its own subject. What can be said, drawing on the sources available, is this. Around 1546, a woman of extraordinary political importance wrote to a Scottish nobleman and promised to keep his secret. The nobleman was the grandson of the man who had founded one of the most symbolically dense buildings in Scotland, a building whose construction had begun in 1446 and remained incomplete at its founder's death in 1484. The secret has not, in any recoverable documentary form. What lies beneath the floor of Rosslyn Chapel, if anything beyond the remains of the barons of Rosslyn, whose final resting place the vaults are known to be, is not known. The decision not to excavate rests on practical concerns about structural integrity and on respect for the dead. It also rests, perhaps, on a quieter recognition that the sealed vaults are part of what the chapel is, that the mystery is not incidental to the place, but constitutive of it, that a building which has drawn pilgrims and poets and painters and conspiracy theorists and ordinary curious visitors for centuries has a relationship with its own unknowability that is worth treating carefully. The letter of Mary of Guise is a document. It is a specific act, in a specific historical moment, by a specific person, but the uses to which it has been put are a record of something else, the human need to believe that extraordinary places contain extraordinary things, that the density of meaning visible in the stone has a source that is itself extraordinary, and that somewhere in the sealed rooms and silences of a small chapel in Midlothian, the thing that matters most is still waiting to be understood. The sources do not confirm this. The sources do not deny it. They record the letter and the interpretations and the absence of resolution and leave the matter where it has always rested, in the space between what can be known and what continues to be believed. That space is not empty. It is, in a sense, the chapel's truest interior. Legend of the Holy Grail is among the oldest and most durably restless stories that Western civilization has produced. It belongs to no single faith, no single century, and no single form. It has been described as a chalice, a dish, a stone, and as something that is not a physical object at all. Different traditions have placed it in different hands, at different moments in history, and its meaning has shifted with each new teller. What stays constant is the quality of the seeking, the sense that the Grail, whatever it is always slightly beyond reach, always one more journey away, always held in some place that is almost known, but not quite. It is that quality of almost knowing that brings so many people, century after century, to a small collegiate chapel in Midlothian, Scotland, set into the edge of an ancient glen, surrounded by woodland, and carved from end to end with images that refuse a single interpretation. Rosslyn Chapel, formerly known as the Collegiate Chapel of St. Matthew, was founded in 1446 by Sir William St. Clair. The building was still incomplete at the time of his death in 1484, and no primary source material or original documents on the chapel are reported to exist, which makes it difficult to say anything with certainty about the intentions behind its founding or the meanings encoded in its elaborate program of carvings. That absence of documentation has not discouraged interpretation. If anything, the silence of the archive has amplified the legend, giving every generation of visitors and scholars and novelists a clean surface onto which they may project their particular version of what the chapel holds. Before entering the question of the Grail itself, it is worth pausing on the landscape in which the chapel sits, because the land around Rosslyn has its own long association with the kinds of meaning that the Grail legend trades in. The village of Rosslyn, and by extension the chapel and the earldom of Rosslyn, takes its name from the Celtic words for a rocky promontory and a waterfall. Just beyond the chapel lies Rosslyn Glen, an ancient mixed deciduous valley of oak, ash and elm, whose ground flora includes dog's mercury, ramsons, golden saxifrage and wood sorrel. The glen finds its source high in the Pentland Hills near the boundary between Midlothian and Peebleshire, passing through Carlops, through Habby's How, and into the woods surrounding Penicuik, eventually rejoining the South Esk to enter the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh. This is a place described in sources as full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism, an ancient woodland whose character belongs to a much older stratum of the landscape than any building raised upon its edges. It is the kind of place that has always invited the kind of thinking the Grail legend requires, a thinking that reaches past the documented and the verified into something felt rather than proved. The idea that a secret treasure lies beneath the floor of Rosslyn Chapel has been perpetuated for centuries. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust, writing in their guide to the chapel and the legends that have grown up around it, states plainly that no primary sources on the chapel exist to verify this belief, and yet the belief persists, partly because the vaults beneath the chapel remain unexcavated. Those vaults are the final resting place of a number of barons of Rosslyn, filled with earth hundreds of years ago, and the removal of that infill could potentially jeopardize the structural integrity of the building. The treasure, if there is any, remains sealed, not by conspiracy or design, but by the practical demands of conservation. What cannot be looked at cannot be disproved. The most specific early trace of whatever secret the chapel may hold is contained in a letter. Around 1546, Mary of Guise, who was the wife of James V and the mother of Mary Queen of Scots, wrote to Sir William St. Clair, the grandson of the chapel's founder. The letter included the following passage, which the Rosslyn Chapel Trust reproduces in full in their guide, likewise that we shall be leal and true mistress to him. His counsel and secret shown to us we shall keep secret. Quote, the nature of the secret alluded to in that passage is not specified anywhere in the letter, and the source is explicit that the content of the secret remains disputed and unresolved. Some have argued that it refers to the Holy Rood, a piece of the true cross, believed in certain traditions to have been preserved in Scotland. Others have connected it to treasures said to have been brought to Scotland by Templar knights. Others still have suggested that the secret refers to the Holy Grail itself, or to the bloodline that some writers have proposed the Grail represents. No source consulted for this documentary resolves the question. The letter establishes that a secret existed. What it does not establish is any detail about the nature of that secret. The distinction matters, because every theory that follows from this document is built on that single preserved silence. The Holy Grail, as a concept, reaches back considerably further than the letter, and its forms are various enough that settling on any one of them requires a kind of faith that the evidence does not strictly support. Some believe the Grail is a chalice, the cup from which Christ is said to have drunk at the Last Supper, or the vessel in which his blood was collected at the crucifixion. Others believe it is a dish. Others still believe it is a stone. All of these possibilities have been depicted in art and legend across the centuries. Each tradition has its own internal coherence, its own chain of transmission, and its own reasons for placing the object in one location rather than another. What they share is the quality already noted, a final destination that is almost but not quite reached, a last clue that points forward into silence. The legend of the Grail has both religious and secular origins, and its earliest literary appearances carry something of both. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust notes in their guide that some of the earliest Grail legends are closely tied to Joseph of Arimathea, the figure who, according to those traditions, received the Grail from Christ himself while imprisoned. The object's first, clearly secular appearance in literature is generally dated to the 12th century, in the romance known as The Story of the Grail by the French poet Chrétien de Troyes, where it appears not as a specifically Christian relic, but as a mysterious vessel with undefined powers, carried in a procession that the young knight Percival fails, at a crucial moment, to ask about. That failure, and the quest to correct it, is the engine of much of what follows in the Grail literature. The Grail becomes not simply an object to be found, but a condition to be achieved, an inner readiness that the seeker must develop before the object will reveal itself. The association between the Grail legend and the stories of King Arthur and his court gave the myth a new and enormously durable framework. Those Arthurian stories, the Rosslyn Chapel Trust observes, were popular throughout Europe, and they carried with them a set of values and images that made the Grail quest feel like both a spiritual and a chivalric enterprise. It is significant, in the context of Rosslyn Chapel, that the Trust draws attention to a number of carvings within the chapel that suggest a knowledge of Arthurian legend. The building's founder, Sir William St. Clair, was constructing his chapel at a moment when those stories were alive in the culture and in the imaginations of the educated and the devout alike. Whether the Arthurian references in the stone were placed there as part of a deliberate and knowing program, or whether they reflect a broader cultural vocabulary of the time, is not something the surviving evidence resolves. Their intention is not documented. Fiona Rogan, learning manager at Rosslyn Chapel and one of the authors of the Trust's Guide to the Chapel's Grail Associations, has written separately about the chapel's extensive program of foliate head carvings, those faces wreathed or disgorging leaves and vines that appear throughout the interior and exterior of the building. A lecture on the subject, adapted for publication in 2015, makes the point that the meaning of these carvings has never been static, that people have always given them symbolism that suits the time and the place where they are carved. That observation applies equally well to the Grail itself. The Grail means what each age needs it to mean. Its forms change. Its location migrates. Its nature, whether physical or metaphorical, whether chalice or bloodline or something beyond either, is always in negotiation between the legend and the moment. The barrel-vaulted roof of hewn stone ribs displays 4-petaled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies, and stars. Column tops are mounted with dragons, unicorns, lions, and keystones bearing the Clair engrailed cross. Over 100 foliate heads, the so-called green men, are distributed across the building, inside and out, some visible to any visitor, others discovered only during the conservation work of the 1990s when high-level scaffolding gave an elevated view of the high pinnacles. The sacristy walls are covered in elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and mason's marks, those personal signatures cut into the stone by craftsmen who could not write their names but needed to ensure they were properly paid for their labor. Each of these elements has been read at different times as evidence for different theories. The roses have been taken as a reference to the Rosicrucians. The cross has been taken as a Templar symbol. The foliate heads have been connected to Celtic deities, to Islamic mystics, to Greco-Roman gods. The chapel is a building that has always rewarded the determined interpreter. It is against this background that the 20th century's most influential contribution to the Grail legend should be understood. In 1982, a book was published in Britain under the title The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, written by Michael Begant, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. The argument of the book was that the Holy Grail was not an object at all. The authors proposed that the phrase had been mistranslated and that the true original was not Holy Grail, but Sang Real, meaning Holy Blood. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust's guide summarizes the theory in the following terms. Begant, Lay, and Lincoln argued that Jesus and Mary Magdalene had a child, and that what the legend preserved was not a cup, but a royal bloodline descended from that union. A bloodline secretly protected across the centuries by a holy conspiracy. The theory was noted by the Trust as having shocked devout Christians while fascinating many others across faith backgrounds, and it brought renewed attention to the idea of the Grail and to the locations with which the legend was associated. The argument rests on a philological proposition that a mistranslation had occurred at some point in the transmission of the legend, and on a historical theory about events for which direct documentary evidence is not available. The Trust presents the theory without endorsing it, and the position of this documentary follows the same convention. What is not contested is the theory's cultural impact. The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail became one of the most widely read and discussed works of alternative history published in the post-war period, and it reshaped the popular understanding of what the Grail legend was about and where its real stakes lay. It also, as the Trust notes, influenced other writers, most significantly the novelist Dan Brown. Dan Brown's novel, The Da Vinci Code, published in 2003, brought the argument of Begant, Lay, and Lincoln into a fictional framework and carried it to an audience of tens of millions. In the novel, the protagonists Robert Langdon and Sophie Neveu follow a trail of clues from London northward to Scotland, and Rosslyn Chapel becomes a central feature point in their quest for the location of the Holy Grail. The effect on the chapel and the village of Rosslyn was immediate and transformative. Guide at the Chapel, as recounted by the painting's conservator and writer Alexandra Taylor in a 2025 article for the journal News in Conservation, recalled that before the book's release, Rosslyn was a quiet little village with one gatekeeper minding the property. In the year following the premiere of the Da Vinci Code film, visitor numbers to the chapel reached 106,000. The novel did not invent the association between Rosslyn Chapel and the Grail legend. That association had been present in the culture for decades, if not centuries, fed by the layers of symbolism in the building's carvings, by the undocumented vaults beneath the floor, by the letter of Mary of Guise, by the works of writers and artists who had been drawn to the chapel since the early 19th century. Sir Walter Scott had captured something of the chapel's legendary atmosphere in the 6th canto of his narrative poem, The Lay of the Last Minstrel, incorporating the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family. The painters, Joseph Mallord, William Turner, and David Roberts, had both been drawn to the surroundings of Rosslyn. Writers including William Wordsworth had visited and written about it, helping to establish the chapel as a place of romantic interest and mystery long before the phrase sang real had entered the popular vocabulary. The path from that early 19th century romantic interest to the 1982 publication, and then to the global reach of the Da Vinci Code, was not a straight one. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust, in their guide, traces part of the cultural journey through the shifting appetites of the decades between the end of the Second World War and the turn of the millennium. In the early 1970s, following a period of countercultural revival, there was a renewed interest in medieval life, in folk traditions, and in the legends associated with them. That interest had an influence on fashion, on music, on design. In 1975, the Monty Python film Monty Python and the Holy Grail was released, bringing Arthurian legend and the quest for the Grail to a mass audience in a comic register that nonetheless kept those stories alive in popular consciousness. The Trust notes, dryly but accurately, that the film spurred interest, albeit humorously, in Arthurian legend and the quest for the Grail. The punk and post-punk years that followed saw folk and medieval imagery retreat from the cultural mainstream, and the chapel itself, during this period, was in a condition of serious decline. The building's condition had deteriorated to the point that the Rosslyn Chapel Trust was eventually formed specifically to save it from what was described as almost certain collapse. A fundraising drive and significant conservation program were undertaken beginning in 1995, led by the Trust. A freestanding steel structure was erected to cover the chapel, enabling the stone fabric of the roof vaults to dry outwards, away from the carved interior surfaces. Thermographic scanning was undertaken to locate areas of particular dampness. Cracks and areas of delamination were treated in a visually discrete manner, and the conservation of the stained glass windows addressed severe paint loss within the imagery. Prior to that conservation program, the chapel's condition had been worsened by earlier interventions. In the 1950s, a greyish cementitious slurry, described in a report from the Ancient Monuments branch of the Ministry of Works as consisting of silica fluoride magnesium applied at a rate of 1 pound per 2 gallons of water, had been applied to the interior in a poor attempt to control the damp. Before that, green algae that had spread across the decorative schemes had been removed by scrubbing with stiff brushes using a solution of ammonia and water. Each of these interventions had left its mark on the carved surfaces that subsequent conservators would need to address with much greater care. The chapel was also not always in a state of active religious use. Following the Reformation, the provost and prebendaries of the collegiate establishment resigned in 1571 after the endowments were taken by force into secular hands. It was only during the Victorian period, with repair and restoration work undertaken in the 19th century, that the chapel was rededicated and regular services began again. The rededication took place in 1862, and the chapel was received into the Scottish Episcopal Church. Services have been held on Sunday mornings since that rededication, and the chapel remains an active place of worship today. Earlier still, in 1650, Cromwell's troops had attacked Rosslyn Castle and stabled their horses inside the chapel itself, an episode that speaks to the building's difficult history across the centuries of its existence. It is worth holding together these two realities: the chapel as a building with a specific, documented, and often difficult material history, and the chapel as a vessel for legend that vastly exceeds its physical dimensions. The chapel is, in measurable terms, a small building in a small village in Midlothian. It sits in a landscape of remarkable beauty, beside a glen full of ancient oak and ash and elm and ground flora that has been growing in these valleys since long before the first stone of the chapel was laid. It was founded by a man whose intentions are not recorded and whose building program was not completed in his lifetime. No primary sources about it survive. Its vaults are filled with earth, and the question of what they contain cannot be answered without risking the structural integrity of the building above them. And yet the stories it has attracted across nearly 6 centuries are among the most consequential in the cultural history of Western Europe. The Holy Grail, in whatever form one believes it takes, has been associated with Rosslyn in traditions that range from the scholarly to the popular, from the medieval to the contemporary, from the devout to the playful. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust, in their guide, suggests that the chapel's status as a place of legend is itself a form of heritage, describing the myths associated with the building as part of its intangible cultural heritage, real and significant, regardless of whether the legends they preserve can be verified. The dispute about the physical nature of the Grail cannot be settled here, and it would be contrary to the evidence to attempt to settle it. Some believe it is a chalice. Some believe it is a dish. Some believe it is a stone. Begand, Lay, and Lincoln argued in 1982, that it is not an object at all, but a lineage. No source consulted for this documentary adjudicates between these positions, and no such adjudication will be offered. What each position shares is a quality of earnestness about the question itself, a conviction that something real is at stake, even if the something cannot be precisely named. The carvings at Rosslyn Chapel have attracted interpretation connected to many of these competing traditions. The chapel's Arthurian associations, noted by the Trust, place it within a literary and mythological landscape that predates the chapel's own construction. The suggestion that the building's carvings reflect a knowledge of Arthurian legend connects it to a body of stories in which the Grail quest is the central spiritual enterprise of a civilization. Those stories, whatever their origin, had been in circulation throughout Europe for centuries by the time the first mason set a chisel to the first stone at Rosslyn. The particular design of the chapel, with its extraordinary density of carved symbolism, its incomplete nave, its sealed vaults, and its position beside a glen full of what the sources describe as Celtic and Pictish symbolism, made it a natural focus for any tradition that associated the Grail with Scotland. Tim Wallace-Murphy and Marilyn Hopkins, in their 1999 book Rosslyn, Guardian of the Secrets of the Holy Grail, explored the St. Clair family's connections and the chapel's place within what the authors described as a longer spiritual and initiatory tradition. The book belongs to a broad and contested genre of alternative history, and the facts it asserts are not verifiable from the primary sources available to this documentary. It is cited here not as authority, but as evidence of the chapel's sustained power to generate serious inquiry, and of the depth of the interpretive tradition within which the building now sits. That tradition did not begin with the alternative historians of the late 20th century. It reaches back, as already noted, to the Romantic writers and painters of the early 19th century, and further back still to the letter of Mary of Guise and the centuries of accumulated legend that preceded even that. What the 20th century did was to give the tradition new mechanisms of amplification. The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail was a work of popular non-fiction that reached a very large audience. The Da Vinci Code was a work of popular fiction that reached a far larger one still. The Da Vinci Code film, despite featuring the chapel for less than 2 minutes, sent 176,000 visitors to a small village in Midlothian in a single year. The wee gatekeeper, as the chapel's tour guide reportedly recalled, found himself at the centre of something he had not anticipated. The question of what the Grail is, and whether any version of it rests beneath the floor at Rosslyn, is one that the building itself cannot answer. The chapel's physical fabric, however beautiful and however rich with carved symbolism, cannot speak to the question of what lies beneath it, nor to the question of what the letter of Mary of Guise was protecting, nor to the question of whether a mistranslated phrase preserved across centuries is the key to understanding the most persistent legend of the Western world. The stonework is present and available, its surfaces now carefully conserved, its foliate heads and Sinclair crosses and barrel-vaulted flowers available to anyone who visits during opening hours. The meaning of those surfaces, and the question of what they were designed to say, remains open. In her 2025 article for News in Conservation, the painting's conservator Alexandra Taylor writes about arriving at the chapel as someone who had long wanted to visit, drawn there by the same novel that had drawn so many hundreds of thousands of others. She describes feeling, on entering, magnetized to the mystery of the chapel's sheer, overwhelming symbolism. What she found there, as a professional conservator, was a building whose physical history was as layered and complex as its legendary one, a place where the traces of past interventions, past neglect, past misguided remedies, and finally, past careful conservation, had all left their marks alongside the carvings themselves. The Grail, as a concept, belongs to the legendary dimension of the chapel's life. The conservation record belongs to its material one. Neither dimension can be understood without the other. Over 100 of them are distributed across the building, and Rogan has noted that many were only discovered during the conservation work of the 1990s, when high-level scaffolding gave workers an elevated view of the high pinnacles. Their meaning, as Rogan observes, has never been static. They have been associated at different times and by different interpreters with Celtic deities such as Cernunnos, with the Islamic immortal known as Al-Qadir, with Greco-Roman figures such as Medusa, Dionysus, and Sylvanus, with the Holy Trinity, with absolute evil, and with the passage of life from birth through death to renewal. The Grail legend, similarly, has been associated with a chalice, a dish, a stone, a bloodline, and a condition of spiritual readiness. In each case, the image or the object is stable, but its meaning is not. In each case, the stability of the form contrasts with the multiplicity of what has been read into it. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust suggests that this quality of interpretive openness may itself be the treasure the chapel offers. A building that keeps its secrets, as the Trust puts it, is a building that remains perpetually alive to inquiry. Whether or not anything lies beneath the floor, the building above the floor is undeniably present, undeniably rich, and undeniably capable of sustaining the weight of every legend it has attracted. The Grail, in whatever form it takes, is a story about the difficulty of reaching what most matters, and about the way in which the quality of the search shapes the searcher. That story has found in Rosslyn Chapel a location that embodies it with unusual completeness. The chapel is difficult to know. Its documents are gone. Its vaults are sealed. Its carvings speak in a vocabulary that has never been definitively decoded. It sits beside a glen whose woodland has been growing since before anyone thought to write down what it might mean. It was founded by a man whose intentions are not recorded, and whose building was not finished in his lifetime. It was damaged by neglect, damaged by soldiers, damaged by well-intentioned but harmful restoration, and finally saved by the very legends it had accumulated and by the commercial energy those legends released. All of that is real and documented as far as the available sources allow. What is not documented and cannot be is the answer to the question that the legend has always posed. The Grail, wherever it is not yet reached. The seeking continues, as it has continued for centuries, in the stacked stone of a small chapel in Midlothian, on the edge of a glen full of ancient trees and water, where the name of the place itself encodes, in the old Celtic tongue, the image of a rocky promontory above a waterfall. That image, of something solid above something flowing, of the enduring above the transient, of the stone above the water, is perhaps as close as any documentary account can come to the quality the Grail legend reaches for. It is not an answer. It is a description of the place where the question has chosen to investigators, poets, painters, and pilgrims. There is a quality to certain old buildings that draws people back across the centuries, not merely as visitors, but as witnesses, as though the stones themselves require an audience, and will not rest until they have one. Rosslyn Chapel, the collegiate chapel of St. Matthew, situated in the village of Rosslyn in Midlothian, Scotland, has exercised this kind of pull for a very long time. It has drawn poets who wished to set down what they felt in its presence, painters who found their compositions altered by its surroundings, scholars who arrived with questions and left with more, and pilgrims of every persuasion, some carrying maps annotated in pencil, others carrying nothing but an open disposition toward mystery. What connects these people, separated by centuries and by the very different worlds they inhabited, is something that resists easy summary. It is perhaps enough, for now, to say that the chapel keeps returning to the centre of the imagination, and that those who have given their attention to it have rarely left unchanged. The building itself was founded in 1446 by Sir William St. Clair. It was never completed in the form its founder had envisaged. Sir William died in 1484, with the building still unfinished, and the original ambitions for a much larger structure were quietly abandoned as the decades passed. What remained was, and is, a chapel of exceptional intricacy, a barrel-vaulted roof of hewn stone ribs displaying four-petalled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies and stars, column tops mounted with dragons, unicorns, lions and keystones of Sinclair, engrailed crosses, an entrance flanked by two waterspouts in the form of gargoyles. The sacristy walls are enshrined in elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and mason's marks. The chapel also contains a lady chapel, and among its most celebrated features are two contrasting pillars, the 12th described as refined, detailed, and skillfully construed, but plain, and the 13th, which is described as a marvel of workmanship, sumptuously ornate, and known in legend as the Apprentice Pillar. These are the stones that have attracted scrutiny, devotion, and interpretation in equal measure for centuries. The absence of any surviving primary source material relating to the chapel's origins has meant that the building has always been at least partly a canvas for the projections of those who came to study it, and in many cases that quality of productive uncertainty has been precisely the point. Before any organized program of investigation, Before any published theory or annotated guidebook, there were the responses of people who simply arrived and found themselves held. The village of Rosslyn and the chapel at its centre occupy a landscape that has contributed to their hold on the imagination. The name itself, as the sources note, derives from the Celtic words Ross, meaning a rocky promontory, and Lyn, meaning waterfall, and the Glen below the chapel draws its waters from high up in the Pentlands near the boundary between Midlothian and Peeblesshire, passing through Carlops, through Habby's How, and into the woods surrounding Penicuik, eventually rejoining the South Esk to enter the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh. The ancient woodland of Rosslyn Glen has been described as full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. It is a mixed, deciduous valley of oak, ash and elm, with ground flora that includes dog's mercury, ramsons, golden saxifrage and wood sorrel. For centuries, those who came to the chapel found themselves also in a particular kind of landscape, one that seemed to deepen and extend the experience of the building itself, and several of the most significant early responses to Rosslyn were responses to this combination of stone and woodland together. It was in the early 19th century that Rosslyn Chapel first acquired something like its modern reputation as a destination for those drawn to medieval beauty and mystery. Writers and artists were among the first to articulate what the building seemed to offer, and their responses helped establish its character in the wider cultural imagination. Sir Walter Scott was among the most important of these early visitors. Scott was drawn to the chapel's medieval quality, and to the stories and traditions that had accumulated around it and around the St. Clair family. His poem, The Lay of the Last Minstrel, captured the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family in the work's 6th canto, recording in verse what had previously circulated only as local tradition. The poem's contribution to the chapel's reputation was substantial. Rosslyn, through Scott's writing, was placed within a wider romantic vision of Scotland's medieval past, presented as a site of accumulated legend rather than merely a building of architectural interest. The inclusion of Rosslyn in the writings of Scott helped to make the chapel a popular tourist destination. Scott's response was literary, but it was also an act of preservation in its own way. He set down stories that might otherwise have faded, and in doing so he gave them a new kind of permanence. William Wordsworth also visited, and was among the writers who responded to the chapel's particular atmosphere. Wordsworth arrived at a time when the chapel's stone was damp, its carved surfaces partially obscured by the accumulations of neglect, but the building retained enough of its complexity to engage the poet's attention. Like Scott, he was drawn to the layered quality of the place, to the sense of a building that had absorbed centuries of human meaning without surrendering any of it. They formed part of a broader early 19th century revival of interest in medieval life, art, and buildings, a movement that found in places like Rosslyn Chapel an inexhaustible subject for contemplation. The chapel, with its unresolvable questions and its extraordinary carved surfaces, was well suited to an age that prized the evocative ruin and the half-legible inscription. The painters came alongside the poets. Alexandra Taylor, writing in 2025, notes that the Romantic painters Joseph Mallord and David Roberts were enriched by the surroundings of Rosslyn. Both found in the chapel and its landscape a subject that rewarded sustained visual attention. The play of architectural detail against the natural setting of the Glen, the particular quality of the building's carved surfaces, the sense of a structure that had survived considerable adversity without losing its coherence. These were elements that landscape and architectural painters of the period were well equipped to respond to. Roberts, in particular, was known for paintings of historic buildings in dramatic settings, and the surroundings of Rosslyn Glen provided precisely the kind of landscape that suited his compositional approach. What these paintings did, in common with the poems of Scott and Wordsworth, was translate the experience of the chapel into forms that could be shared by those who had never visited. The chapel's reputation spread through these translations. Those who had read The Lay of the Last Minstrel or encountered a painting of the chapel and its Glen arrived with a set of expectations already in place, and the building generally rewarded them. Rosslyn had become, by the middle of the 19th century, not merely a building in a Scottish village, but a cultural reference point, a site whose significance had been vouched for by artists and writers of standing. There is a particular quality to the attention that the chapel attracted during this period. It was serious, sustained, and largely unconcerned with the kinds of speculative claims that would come to dominate later discussion. The poets and painters who visited in the early 19th century were responding to the chapel as a work of art and as a document of history, to the extraordinary density of its carved surfaces, to the unusual character of its architecture, and to the landscape in which it was set. They were not, primarily, in search of buried treasure or hidden bloodlines. Those preoccupations came later and arrived on the back of this earlier tradition of respectful attention, borrowing some of its authority while changing the nature of the inquiry. The Victorian period brought its own form of attention to the chapel. The building was rededicated in 1862 as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church, and weekly services began again for the first time in centuries. This rededication placed the building back within an active religious tradition, but it also brought with it a program of repair and restoration. The Victorian approach to restoration was characteristically energetic and not always gentle with the fabric it intended to preserve. The sources note that the chapel had already suffered considerably by this point. Cromwell's troops had attacked Rosslyn Castle in 1650 and stabled their horses inside the chapel itself. The provost and prebendaries had resigned as far back as 1571, when the endowments were taken by force into secular hands at the influence of the Reformation. By the time Victorian restorers arrived, the building had been without regular care for a very long time, and the interventions that followed, though well-intentioned, created problems that would require a great deal of patient work to address in later decades. Through the later 19th century and into the 20th, the chapel continued to attract visitors and commentators, though the nature of the interest was changing. The revival of medievalism that had characterized the early 19th century gave way to new currents of speculation, some of them drawing on the traditions of esoteric thought that had been associated with the chapel and its founding family for generations. The Clair family, the chapel's founders and long-term associated family, had accumulated their own legends, and the building itself, with its abundance of carvings whose precise significance had never been definitively established, was hospitable to interpretations of many kinds. The 20th century brought a new phase in the chapel's history and a new kind of investigator. Before examining those who would bring scholarly rigor to the building in later decades, it is worth pausing on the condition of the chapel as the 20th century advanced. The building was in serious difficulty. Damp had been an endemic problem for a long time, and the attempts made to address it in the 1950s were, in retrospect, badly misconceived. A report from the Ancient Monuments branch of the Ministry of Works records that a cementitious slurry consisting of silica fluoride magnesium was applied at a rate of 1 pound per 2 gallons of water, coating the interior walls in a greyish sludge. Before this treatment, green algae that had colonized the decorative schemes had been scrubbed down with stiff brushes using a solution of ammonia and water. The damage caused by these methods was considerable, and it accumulated on top of the damage that centuries of neglect and difficult weather had already produced. By the time the chapel's most significant conservation effort was being planned, the building had reached a condition that the Rosslyn Chapel Trust would later describe as one of almost certain collapse without intervention. It was in this context, a building of extraordinary historical and artistic significance, in serious physical jeopardy, that the modern investigators began their work. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust was formed to address the crisis, and a fundraising drive was undertaken to support what would become a significant conservation program, begun in 1995. A freestanding steel structure was erected to cover the chapel, enabling the stone fabric of the roof vaults to dry outwards, away from the carved interior surfaces. Cracks and delamination were treated in a visually discreet manner, and conservation of the glass windows addressed severe paint loss within the imagery. This was patient, unglamorous work conducted over years, and it had the effect of revealing details of the building that had been obscured by moisture, algae, and the accumulated deposits of previous ill-advised treatments. Among the things the conservation work revealed were green man carvings at high levels that had never previously been recorded, discovered only because the scaffolding erected for the conservation project provided an elevated view of the high pinnacles. The work was, in this sense, also an act of discovery. The investigators who produced the most sustained scholarly attention to the chapel in the modern period include Hannah Mooney and Fiona Rogan, co-authors of the Rosslyn Chapel Trust Guide titled The Da Vinci Code and the Search for the Holy Grail. Fiona Rogan also serves as learning manager at Rosslyn Chapel and delivered a lecture on the Green Men of Rosslyn Chapel in 2015, which was subsequently adapted into a written article. These are not investigators in the tradition of the sensation-seeking theorist. Their work is characterized by a commitment to distinguishing between what can be established from the available evidence and what belongs to the long tradition of legend and speculation that surrounds the building. The distinction matters because, as the sources note, no primary source material or original documents on Rosslyn Chapel have been found to exist, making it genuinely difficult to say anything for certain about the chapel's origins. In the absence of primary sources, the discipline required to keep legend and evidence in separate categories becomes both more difficult and more important. Fiona Rogan's work on the Green Men of Rosslyn Chapel is a good illustration of this approach. The chapel contains over 100 foliate head carvings, distributed throughout the building, inside and out, some visible and some hidden from view. The question of what these carvings mean has attracted an enormous range of answers, and Rogan's scholarship involves tracing the origins of those answers with care. She notes, for example, that the term Green Man is itself a fairly recent coinage introduced by Lady Raglan in an article published in Folklore magazine in 1939, and that Lady Raglan's subsequent association of foliate heads with characters from folk tradition was not well grounded, since many of the folk characters she cited were invented centuries after the leaf mask had appeared on buildings and in gardens. The figure known as Jack in the Green, which Lady Raglan believed to be the origin of the leaf mask, is an invention from the 18th century, with no recorded tradition before 1795. Rogan's account establishes that the foliate head is genuinely ancient, with examples dating back to the 2nd century of the Common Era, and that leaf masks of various kinds began to appear on decorations in Christian churches from around the 4th to 6th centuries of the Common Era. But she is careful to note that the meanings attached to these carvings have never been static, and that the same physical form has been given different significance by different cultures and in different periods. This is, in microcosm, the problem that faces all serious investigators of Rosslyn Chapel. The carvings are real, the building is real, its history, insofar as it can be established, is documented in the sources that survive. But the gap between what the carvings are and what they mean, between the physical fact of a carved stone face and the tradition of interpretation that has accumulated around it, is very wide, and the absence of primary sources means that the gap cannot easily be closed. Rogan's work is valuable, not because it provides definitive answers, but because it maps the territory of the question with honesty and care. The possible associations for the Green Man carvings are numerous and genuinely contested. Rogan's account identifies several candidates from different cultural traditions. Cernunnos, a Celtic deity sometimes known as Herne the Hunter, associated with the ancient woodland of Rosslyn Glen, just outside the chapel. Al-Qidir, an Islamic immortal revered by Sufi mystics. Associated with the foliate faces found in the Middle and Far East, Medusa, or the Gorgon, from Greek tradition, whose mop of snakes might conceivably have been transformed into leaves. Silvanus, a Roman god associated with agriculture and fertility, and Dionysus, or Bacchus, the god of wine, sometimes associated with the leafier masks. Each of these associations has something to recommend it, and each also has clear difficulties, and Rogan does not resolve the question in favor of any single answer. She notes instead that the Green Man belongs to all faiths and to none, and that the meaning given to these carvings has always been shaped by the context in which they are encountered. Hannah Mooney's contribution to the Rosslyn Chapel Trust Guide takes a similarly measured approach to the legends that have accumulated around the chapel more broadly. The guide, co-written with Rogan, acknowledges directly that the idea of a secret treasure lying beneath the floor has been perpetuated for centuries, and that this belief may be traced back to a letter written around 1546 by Mary of Guise, wife of James V and mother of Mary Queen of Scots, to Sir William St. Clair, grandson of the chapel's founder. The letter contains the words, "Likewise that we shall be leal and true mistress to him, his counsel and secret shewn to us we shall keep secret." Fort. Some claim that it refers to the Holy Rood, a piece of the true cross. Others relate it to treasures brought to Scotland by Templar knights. Others suggest it may be connected to the Holy Grail, or to a royal bloodline. The sources do not resolve this dispute, and the guide by Mooney and Rogan presents all these positions without endorsing any of them. This is the appropriate response to a question that cannot be settled by the evidence available. It is also, if one allows oneself to consider it, a kind of fidelity to the building itself. Rosslyn Chapel has always been a place where meaning is generated rather than simply discovered, where visitors bring their own questions and find, in the density and ambiguity of the carved surfaces, something that appears to respond. The investigators who work most honestly with the chapel are those who resist the temptation to resolve this quality, to say finally and firmly what the building means, and who instead hold the questions open with care. The modern investigator, whose account perhaps best captures the experience of arriving at Rosslyn as both a scholarly observer and a person simply drawn to the place, is Alexandra Taylor, a paintings conservator and author of an article published in 2025 titled "All Roads Lead to Rosslyn." Taylor's account is notable for its combination of professional attention and genuine personal engagement with the building. She approached the chapel with the interests of a conservator, attentive to the physical condition of surfaces, to the evidence of previous treatments and their consequences, to the specific problems of stone in a damp climate. But she also arrived with a long-standing attachment to the stories associated with the building, having been drawn to Rosslyn through her reading of Dan Brown's novel The Da Vinci Code, published in 2003, which brought the chapel to worldwide prominence by placing it at the center of a fictional quest for the Holy Grail. Taylor's account of the conservation history of the chapel is detailed and clear. She notes the sequence of interventions that preceded the 1995 project, the application of algae scrubbing with ammonia and water, followed by the cementitious slurry treatment of the 1950s, and the damage accumulated through both. Her assessment of the 1995 conservation project led by the Rosslyn Chapel Trust is measured. She describes the treatment as overall handled well, noting the ingenuity of the steel canopy that allowed the stone to dry from the outside. The careful use of thermographic scanning to identify areas of particular concern, and the visually discreet approach taken to cracks and delamination. As a conservator, she is also attentive to the mason's marks visible in the sacristy, understanding their practical function. Masons, unable to sign their names, used these marks to ensure they were properly remunerated for their labor. This is the kind of detail that a casual visitor might pass over, but that opens, for the attentive observer, a window onto the working lives of the people who built the chapel in the 15th century. Taylor's account also records something of what it felt like to visit the chapel in the period after its conservation, when the building had been restored to a condition in which its carved surfaces could be properly seen. She describes the barrel-vaulted roof, the column tops, the gargoyles at the entrance, and the overwhelming density of symbolism in the interior. She notes the chapel's abundance of green man carvings, describing them as not unexpected in an area as strongly influenced by the Celtic tradition as this one, though still surprising in their number and variety against the backdrop of the biblical references that surround them. She pauses at the sacristy and at the Apprentice Pillar, which she introduces carefully as a subject for the legend attached to it, describing the story as one telling of the legend rather than as established historical fact. This precision of framing is characteristic of the best investigators of Rosslyn. They know the difference between a story and a documented event, and they do not blur the line, even when the story is one of the most compelling aspects of the building's appeal. Taylor also records something that illuminates the scale of the change that came over Rosslyn and its chapel in the early years of this century. She notes an account, relayed by a tour guide during her visit, that before the publication and subsequent film of the Da Vinci Code, Rosslyn had been a quiet village where a single gatekeeper minded the property. Visitor numbers to the chapel reached 76,000 in the year following the premiere of the Da Vinci Code film. This transformation was not without its difficulties, but the sources note that the sudden boost in popularity paid for the chapel's conservation and continues to cover preservation plans. The chapel features for less than 2 minutes in the film, despite being a central location in the novel, yet the interest it generated was sufficient to change the character of the building's relationship with the wider world. The tradition of investigation that runs from Sir Walter Scott in the early 19th century to Alexandra Taylor in 2025 is not a single continuous thread. It is a series of distinct responses, each shaped by the concerns and methods of its own moment, each adding something to the accumulated portrait of the building without exhausting it. Scott brought the chapel's legends into the literary canon and gave them the durability of verse. The Romantic painters brought it into the visual tradition of a particular kind of landscape. Attention, the Rosslyn Chapel Trust and its associated scholars brought to it the disciplines of conservation science and documentary research. Alexandra Taylor brought the perspective of a paintings conservator, who is also, in her own words, the kind of person who takes university courses in Middle Egyptian hieroglyphics, because a novel made her curious about signs and symbols. All of these are legitimate forms of engagement with a building that has always rewarded serious attention. What connects them is not a shared conclusion. On the central questions that the chapel raises, there is no consensus. The nature of any secret the Sinclair family may have held, the significance of the foliate head carvings, the historical basis of the Apprentice Pillar legend, the possible contents of the sealed vaults beneath the chapel floor. On all of these, the honest position remains one of acknowledged uncertainty. The vaults were filled with earth hundreds of years ago, and removing that infill could potentially jeopardize the structural integrity of the building. The primary documents that might settle questions about the chapel's origins and intentions have not been found. The carvings are susceptible to many different interpretations, and the sources note that different people find their own meanings in the architecture and the carved surfaces, and that it is possible to fit the carvings into any number of theories. This is not, it should be said, a failure. A building that has accommodated the interpretive efforts of Sir Walter Scott, William Wordsworth, Joseph Mallard Turner, David Roberts, generations of esoteric theorists, Hollywood filmmakers, conservation scientists, and careful scholars of folk tradition, without being reduced or exhausted by any of them, is doing something remarkable. The investigators who have come to Rosslyn over the centuries have been, in a sense, part of the building's ongoing life. They have added to what it means, even as they have tried to determine what it means, and the layers they have added are now as much a part of the chapel's character as the carved stone itself. The most recent investigators, working in the spirit of Mooney, Rogan and Taylor, approach the chapel with a combination of intellectual rigor and genuine openness to what the building continues to offer. They know that the legends have been shaped as much by the needs of those who told them as by anything that actually occurred within the chapel's walls. They know that the green men are genuinely ancient, that foliate heads have been found dating back to the 2nd century of the Common Era, and that their meanings have never been static. They know that the letter from Mary of Guise speaks of a secret, but does not name it. They know that the Apprentice Pillar is an extraordinary piece of carved stone, whatever story one chooses to tell about its making. What they cannot know, and what the building seems content to withhold, is the final answer. Rosslyn Chapel has been, for the better part of 6 centuries, a place that generates questions. The poets and painters of the early 19th century felt this. The conservators who worked on its stone in the 1990s felt it when their scaffolding revealed green man faces that had never been recorded. The visitors who arrive each day from Monday to Saturday between 9 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, and on Sundays from noon, still feel it. The building receives them all, as it has always received those who came to look, and it offers what it has always offered, an abundance of carved detail, a history that can be partially traced and never fully resolved, and the particular quality of attention that comes from standing in a space where so many others have stood before, each of them reaching toward the same unreachable certainty. Investigators, in the end, are part of the chapel's story. Their poems, their paintings, their conservation reports, their lectures on foliate heads and Templar legends, their careful notes on masons' marks and cementitious slurry, are all responses to the same building, the same stone, the same insistent quality of accumulated meaning. And the building, as it has done for nearly 6 centuries, continues to hold its secrets well. Vinci effect, 1 novel, and 176,000 visitors. There is a village in Midlothian, Scotland, that sits above a wooded river Glen, its name derived from 2 Celtic words, Ross, meaning a rocky promontory, and Lyn, meaning waterfall. The village is called Rosslyn, and for most of its history it has been a quiet place, known to those who sought it out, and largely unknown to those who did not. Above the glen, set at the edge of the village, stands a collegiate chapel founded in 1446 by Sir William St. Clair, a building that was still unfinished at the time of his death in 1484, and that has been accumulating stories, legends, and theories ever since. For centuries, a slow and steady current of visitors made their way to the chapel, pilgrims, poets, painters, and the curious. Then, in 2003, a novelist sat down and wrote a thriller, and everything changed. The novel was The Da Vinci Code, written by Dan Brown. In it, a murder in Paris sets in motion a chase across Europe, led by a professor named Robert Langdon and a cryptologist named Sophie Neveu. The trail of clues they follow leads them from London northward into Scotland, and Rosslyn Chapel becomes a feature point in their quest for the location of the Holy Grail. The novel drew together several strands of existing legend and popular history, weaving them into a narrative that placed this small, ornate, unfinished building in Midlothian at the centre of one of the most discussed cultural phenomena of the early 21st century. According to the Rosslyn Chapel Trust, a tour guide recounted that before the novel arrived, Rosslyn was a quiet little village with one gatekeeper minding the property. This image has the quality of folk memory, the kind of before and after marker that communities use to measure the distance between one era and the next. The gatekeeper, unhurried and largely undisturbed, stands as a figure for everything that preceded the novel's publication. The centuries of accumulated mystery, the gradual accumulation of legend, the slow and patient work of stone and time. After 2003, the lines of visitors stretched on for hours. In the year following the premiere of the Da Vinci Code film, visitor numbers to Rosslyn Chapel reached 176,000. The gatekeeper and his shortbread were replaced by an international tourist operation, a staff complement, a conservation program with secure funding, and a volume of attention that no medieval building in rural Scotland could reasonably have anticipated. It is worth pausing over that number, 176,000, for a building that is not large, that sits in a village rather than a city, that had been, within living memory, described as damp and water, damaged and very seldom visited. The scale of that transformation is considerable. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust had formed to save the chapel from what was described as almost certain collapse, and a significant conservation program had been undertaken from 1995 onwards. The sudden and enormous increase in visitor numbers that followed the novel's publication and the subsequent film provided it. There is a kind of historical irony in this. A building that had survived the Reformation, survived the stabling of Cromwell's horses within its walls in 1650, survived the application of a greyish, cementitious slurry to its interior in the 1950s, survived decades of damp and neglect, was finally preserved, in part, by a work of popular fiction. To understand why the Da Vinci Code had the particular effect it did on Rosslyn Chapel, it is necessary to go back somewhat further than 2003. The novel did not invent the association between Rosslyn Chapel and the Holy Grail. It inherited it, amplified it, and projected it onto a global audience that numbered in the hundreds of millions. The legend of a secret treasure lying beneath the floor of Rosslyn Chapel has been perpetuated for centuries, and the Rosslyn Chapel Trust is candid about the difficulty of verifying it. No primary sources on Rosslyn Chapel are reported to exist, which means that nothing about the chapel's origins can be stated with certainty, and that the myths have been able to grow, unchecked and uncontradicted, into the structure of what the Trust describes as the intangible cultural heritage of this special place. When there are no documents to settle a question, the question remains open, and open questions attract imagination. Rosslyn Chapel has been generating imagination for a very long time. The earliest traceable strand of the modern Grail association can be followed back to a letter. Around 1546, Mary of Guise, wife of James V and mother of Mary Queen of Scots, wrote to Sir William St. Clair, the grandson of the chapel's founder. The letter contained a passage that has since been read and reread and read again by people hoping to find in it the outline of something significant. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust Guide reproduces the relevant section of the letter, and as this text appears in a source that is in copyright, the content must be paraphrased rather than quoted at length, except for the brief passage that the source itself reproduces verbatim. That passage reads as follows: "Likewise that we shall be leal and true mistress to him, his counsel and secret shewn to us we shall keep secret." Quote, Mary of Guise, a queen consort, was writing to assure this man that she and those around her would keep his counsel and his secret. The nature of the secret is not specified anywhere in the letter. That absence of specification is, in one sense, a historical commonplace. People with secrets rarely describe them in writing. But in the context of a building already freighted with legend, the gap in the letter became a space into which many different theories were placed. Some have argued that the secret referred to in the letter concerns the Holy Rood, a reputed piece of the true cross. Others have connected it to treasures said to have been brought to Scotland by the Knights Templar. Others still have suggested it could be the Holy Grail itself, or the idea of a sacred royal bloodline. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust presents all of these possibilities and resolves none of them, which is the only honest position available given the absence of primary documentation. The secret, whatever it was, has remained one. This contested letter was one thread. Another came in the form of popular culture, moving in slow waves toward a particular convergence. In the early 19th century, writers and artists were drawn to Rosslyn Chapel in numbers sufficient to establish it as a destination in its own right. Sir Walter Scott captured the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family in the 6th canto of his poem The Lay of the Last Minstrel. William Wordsworth also visited. The Romantic painters Joseph Mallard, William Turner, and David Roberts were drawn to the surroundings. The chapel entered the cultural imagination of the English-speaking world through these works, taking its place among the storied ruins and mysterious medieval buildings that the Romantic movement found so generative. It became a place that carried meaning beyond its stones, a place where the past seemed to press close to the surface. The medievalism of the early 19th century faded, revived, faded again, and then, in the early 1970s, something shifted in popular culture in a way that would eventually bring Rosslyn Chapel back into focus. The period following the cultural upheavals of the late 1960s produced a renewed interest in folk tradition, Arthurian legend, and the materials of the medieval imagination. In 1975, the Monty Python film Monty Python and the Holy Grail was released, a work that treated the quest for the Grail as comic material, but that also demonstrated the degree to which Arthurian legend had penetrated popular consciousness. The Grail was funny because everyone knew what it was. The Grail was a quest that required no explanation. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust notes that the chapel contains carvings that suggest a knowledge of Arthurian legend. Whether this association was always part of the chapel's meaning, or was retrospectively assigned to it as Arthurian interest grew, is not something the sources resolve. The legend of the Grail is described by the Trust as having both religious and secular origins, reaching back to early accounts of Joseph of Arimathea and forward through the 12th century romance known as the Story of the Grail, attributed to Chrétien de Troyes. By the time the 1980s arrived, the Grail had been accumulating significance for nearly 1,000 years, and a small chapel in Midlothian was about to be placed, by a series of popular books and films, at the centre of all of it. In 1982, a book was published that made an argument so striking and so far outside the boundaries of conventional religious and historical scholarship that it generated controversy that has not fully quieted since. The book was called The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, and it was written by Michael Begant, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. The argument at the book's centre was this: the Holy Grail was not an object at all. The phrase, the authors claimed, was a mistranslation of the words sang real, meaning holy blood. The bloodline they proposed was that of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, who in their account had produced a child, a lineage that was thereafter secretly protected by a holy conspiracy extending across centuries. The theory was presented as historical research rather than fiction. It disturbed devout Christians and fascinated a very large readership of people across many faiths and none. It brought renewed popular interest in the idea of the Grail, framed now not as a chalice or a dish or a stone, but as a living secret written in blood. It is worth pausing here to note that the physical nature of the Holy Grail has long been a matter of genuine disagreement. Some traditions describe it as a chalice, others describe it as a dish, others still as a stone or rock. The argument advanced by Begant, Ley, and Lincoln, that it is not an object but a lineage, is one more position in a debate that has been running for centuries. The sources consulted for this documentary do not resolve that debate, and this chapter does not attempt to do so. What the 1982 book undeniably achieved was to raise the stakes of the question, to make the Grail feel urgent, contemporary, and connected to institutions and places that still existed in the present world. Dan Brown acknowledged in the text of the Da Vinci Code that the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail was a direct influence on his novel. The Da Vinci Code, published in 2003, took the framework that Begant, Ley, and Lincoln had constructed and placed it inside a thriller of enormous popular reach, adding to it the apparatus of codes, symbols, and cryptic art, historical puzzles that made the narrative feel like an extended, entertaining game. And at the end of that game, at the end of the trail of clues that Robert Langdon and Sophie Neveu followed northward through England and into Scotland, stood Rosslyn Chapel. The chapel's role in the novel's final movement was as a destination, a place where the quest arrived, where the significance of everything that had preceded it was concentrated. The final scenes of the narrative, as described by the Rosslyn Chapel Trust, suggested that a sacred bloodline was hidden and protected by a secret society based at the chapel, with the tomb of Mary Magdalene hidden beneath what the novel called a rose line. No longer at the chapel itself, but part of a line of energy crossing Europe, its secrets protected by a loyal band of followers. This was fiction, clearly framed as fiction, but it was fiction that drew on a building that existed, a letter that existed, legends that had existed for centuries, and a debate about the nature of the Grail that was still, in 2003, alive and unresolved. The effect was immediate and extraordinary. The novel became one of the best-selling works of fiction in recorded publishing history. The word Rosslyn, previously known to a relatively small number of people, passed into global circulation. The village of Rosslyn, sitting above its wooded Glen in Midlothian, became a point on a map that tens of millions of readers felt they had already visited in imagination, and that very large numbers of them subsequently wished to visit in fact. When a film version of the novel was made, the production was granted permission to film at Rosslyn Chapel itself. The chapel had become sufficiently well staffed by that point to respond to a request from a Hollywood film company. What the film used of it, however, was notably limited. Despite the chapel's central role in the novel, and despite the extraordinary interest that association had generated, the building features in the finished film for less than 2 minutes. The potential link to all the myths and legends associated with the Grail, as the Rosslyn Chapel Trust puts it, was sufficient to generate a huge interest in this unique little building, even in the absence of substantial screen time. The association was enough. People came. 176,000 of them in the year following the film's premiere. This is not a small number for any heritage site. For a building in a village of a few thousand people, accessible by a single road, with limited infrastructure for mass tourism, it represents a transformation of a kind that most historic buildings never experience. More books appeared, more theories were published, more stories circulated. The chapel, as the Rosslyn Chapel Trust records, became a place of spiritual journey or pilgrimage for many visitors, a site where people arrived not simply out of curiosity about a novel, but out of something that felt more personal, more searching. There is something worth attending to in that observation. The Da Vinci Code was, by any measure, a work of popular entertainment. It was also, by any measure, a work that drew on very old materials that had been accumulating around Rosslyn Chapel and around the legend of the Grail for centuries. When people arrived at the chapel in the years after the novel's publication, they were not simply responding to a thriller. They were responding to something the thriller had pointed at, a set of questions about the sacred, about hidden knowledge, about the possibility that the past contains meanings that the present has not yet decoded. These are not new questions. They are among the oldest questions that human beings bring to old buildings. The chapel had been attracting this kind of attention long before Dan Brown was born. In the 19th century, it attracted poets and painters who felt that the building held something beyond its architectural interest. In the centuries before that, it accumulated legends about buried treasure, secret letters, and the bones of knights interred in full armor beneath its floor. None of those legends can be verified. No primary documentation exists for any of them, and yet they persisted and they accumulated, and when a novelist in 2003 needed a destination that felt ancient and mysterious and resonant with hidden meaning, Rosslyn Chapel was already there, already freighted with everything he needed. The vaults beneath the chapel floor remain unexcavated. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust notes that removing the infill could potentially jeopardize the structural integrity of the building, and that the Earl of Rosslyn does not wish to disturb the resting place of his ancestors. Whatever lies beneath the floor, if anything lies there beyond the remains of the dead and the compacted earth of centuries, The question that the vaults pose has no current answer, and the absence of an answer is, in its way, part of the chapel's continuing power to draw people toward it. What the Da Vinci Code moment made visible, perhaps more than anything else, is the degree to which Rosslyn Chapel has always functioned as a vessel for longing. People have arrived at this building across many centuries, carrying different questions, different beliefs, different ideas about what the stones might be concealing. The Reformation came, and the provost and prebendaries resigned their positions in 1571 because the endowments that sustained the chapel were taken by force into secular hands. Cromwell's troops came and stabled their horses inside the walls in 1650. Damp came, and neglect, and a well-intentioned but damaging application of cementitious slurry to the interior surfaces in the 1950s. The chapel survived all of it, not because it was indestructible, but because enough people in each generation found it worth preserving. The Da Vinci Code was one more chapter in a very long history of people finding Rosslyn Chapel worth attending to. The novel's author was explicit about his debt to earlier writers who had found the same building compelling. The earlier writers had their own debts to the folklorists and antiquarians and romantic poets who preceded them. The romantic poets had their debts to the architects and masons who built the place, who left their marks in the sacristy walls, unable to sign their names but marking their work so that they could be properly paid for their labour. The masons in turn had their debts to Sir William St. Clair, who founded the chapel in 1446 and died in 1484 before his vision of it could be completed. Every layer of interest in Rosslyn Chapel is, in some sense, a continuation of a project that was never finished, because a building that holds questions rather than answers is a building that is never really done. The conservation program that the sudden influx of visitors helped to fund was itself a kind of continuation. Beginning in 1995, the Rosslyn Chapel Trust undertook a significant program of work. A freestanding steel structure was erected over the building to enable the stone fabric of the roof vaults to dry outwards, away from the carved interior surfaces. Thermographic scanning was used to locate areas where the stone was particularly damp. Cracks and delamination were treated with care. The conservation of the glass windows addressed severe paint loss within their imagery. The trust had formed to save the building from almost certain collapse. The money that paid for the work to be sustained and extended came, in significant part, from the 176,000 visitors who arrived in the wake of a novel and a film. There is an old observation about the ways in which great buildings outlast the intentions of their founders. Sir William St. Clair almost certainly did not intend his collegiate chapel to become the destination point of a global popular culture phenomenon. He intended, as far as can be known, a place of worship, a statement of his family's piety and wealth and ambition, a building that would honour the collegiate model of religious architecture that was current in his time. He did not live to see it completed. He could not have foreseen any of what followed. And yet the building he started, with its unfinished nave and its extraordinary carved interior, proved to be precisely the kind of place that generates meaning beyond intention, that becomes, across time, something larger and stranger than any single founder could have imagined. Writers and artists have been making this observation about Rosslyn Chapel for 2 centuries. Sir Walter Scott came and wrote about it. Turner came and painted it. Hundreds of thousands of visitors came after a novel pointed them toward it, and among them, as the Rosslyn Chapel Trust records, were people who came not as tourists, but as pilgrims, people for whom the journey to Rosslyn was a journey towards something they were still in the process of defining. This is not a new phenomenon. The pilgrim's impulse, the desire to travel toward a place that seems to hold an answer to a question one has not quite learned to ask, is among the oldest human impulses that buildings have been built to serve. Its claims about bloodlines and secret societies, and the meaning of certain artworks and the functions of certain institutions were the claims of fiction, not history. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust is clear and consistent on this point. No primary source material or original documents on Rosslyn Chapel exist, and it is difficult to say anything for certain about the chapel's origins. Different people find their own meanings in the carvings and architecture. It is possible to interpret the carvings so that they fit into any number of theories. Proving or disproving the many myths at Rosslyn Chapel is, as the Trust observes, very difficult. But the myths are there, and they have been there for a long time, and the people who come to the chapel in response to them are not mistaken in their sense that the building is extraordinary. The barrel-vaulted roof of hewn stone ribs displays 4 petalled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies and stars. The sacristy walls are covered in elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and mason's marks. The entrance is flanked by 2 waterspouts in the form of gargoyles. The building is, by any measure, an extraordinary accumulation of carved stone, and the people who arrive there looking for meaning are responding to something real in the stone itself, even if the meanings they bring with them were shaped by a novel or a film or a book published in 1982 or a poem written in the early 19th century. The Da Vinci Code did not create Rosslyn Chapel's power to draw people toward it. It found that power, which had been there for centuries, and directed it outward into a new and vastly larger audience. 176,000 visitors in a single year. More books, more theories, more stories. A conservation program funded. A building saved. A question that remains, as it has always remained, open. The river still finds its source high up in the Pentlands near the boundary between Midlothian and Peeblesshire, passing through the old weaving village of Carlops and through Habby's How and into the woods surrounding Pennyquick, eventually rejoining the South Esk to enter the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh. The ancient woodland of the Glen, a mixed, deciduous valley of oak, ash and elm, still grows along the valley floor, its ground flora of dog's mercury and ramsons and golden saxifrage and wood sorrel still present among the roots and stones. The chapel still stands at the edge of the village, its vaults still sealed, its carvings still waiting for whatever the next generation of visitors will find in them. The gatekeeper has been replaced. The lines of visitors still come. The building keeps its secrets, as it has always kept them, patient and carved and very old, in a village above a waterfall in the county of Midlothian. Saving the stone, the conservation of Rosslyn Chapel. There is a particular kind of silence that belongs to old stone buildings, a silence that is not quite the absence of sound, but something more like the presence of accumulated time. Rosslyn Chapel, the Collegiate Chapel of St. Matthew, sits in the village of Rosslyn in Midlothian, Scotland, and it has been accumulating that kind of silence since 1446, when Sir William St. Clair laid the foundations of what he intended to be a building of extraordinary ambition and beauty. The building was still incomplete at the time of his death in 1484, and it would remain, in certain senses, perpetually unfinished, a condition that has come to feel less like an architectural failure and more like a defining characteristic, as if incompleteness were itself part of the design. For much of its long life, Rosslyn Chapel has endured not only the slow weathering of centuries, but a series of more sudden and damaging interventions, human and natural, that brought it repeatedly to the edge of ruin. By the closing decades of the 20th century, the accumulated weight of that damage had become acute, and those responsible for the building faced a choice that conservators know well: to act at the cost of disruption and expense, or to wait at the cost of losing the thing entirely. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust chose to act. What followed was one of the most significant conservation programs undertaken on a historic Scottish building in the modern era, a project that began in 1995 and drew on expertise, technology, and a great deal of careful patience. This chapter traces the arc of that conservation effort from the long history of neglect and ill-considered remedies that preceded it, through the careful technical work of the 1995 program, to the quieter and more philosophical questions that the project inevitably raised. Because conservation is never only a technical matter, it is also a negotiation between the past and the present, between what can be saved and what must be left as it is. And at Rosslyn Chapel, that negotiation is made more complex by the fact that the building holds within it not only carved stone and painted glass, but a dense accumulation of legend, belief, and contested meaning that no thermographic scanner can fully account for. To understand why the 1995 conservation program was so necessary, it is helpful to understand something of what the chapel had already survived. In 1571, the provost and prebendaries of Rosslyn Chapel resigned because the endowments that had sustained the collegiate foundation had been taken by force into secular hands, a consequence of the pressures of the Reformation. The building, deprived of its institutional support, entered a long period of reduced care. Then, in 1650, Cromwell's troops attacked Rosslyn Castle, and in the course of that assault, they stabled their horses inside the chapel itself. The consequences for the building's fabric, already fragile from decades of insufficient maintenance, are not difficult to imagine, though the sources do not describe them in detail. What is recorded is that the building survived, and that it continued to stand, damp and damaged, through the centuries that followed. It was only during the Victorian period of repair and restoration that Rosslyn Chapel was rededicated in 1862 as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church, and that weekly services began again. This rededication gave the building a renewed institutional purpose, but it did not immediately resolve the problems of damp that had been worsening for generations. The stone was saturated. The carved surfaces, extraordinary in their intricacy and number, were suffering. The remedies that were applied in the years that followed were, by the standards of later conservation practice, well-intentioned but damaging. At some point before the major interventions of the 20th century, green algae had colonized the decorative schemes, spreading across the carved surfaces and into the fine detail of the stonework. The response was to scrub the algae down with stiff brushes, using a solution of ammonia and water. The scrubbing removed the algae, but it also abraded the stone, and the repeated application of ammonia solution to already vulnerable surfaces will have done its own quiet damage, leaching material from the carved faces and plant forms that the medieval masons had worked so carefully to create. Then, in the 1950s, a more ambitious intervention was attempted. A greyish cementitious slurry composed of silica fluoride magnesium was applied across the interior walls, presumably as a sealant, in a poor attempt to quell the damp that continued to afflict the building. A report from the Ancient Monuments branch of the Ministry of Works records that this material was applied at a rate of, in the document's own words, 1 pound per 2 gallons of water. The result was that the stonework was coated in a grey film that obscured the carved detail and, far from solving the problem of moisture, may have altered the way water moved through the stone fabric in ways that created new difficulties. The slurry locked moisture in rather than allowing it to escape, and the consequences would take decades to fully manifest. By the time the Rosslyn Chapel Trust was formed, the building was in a condition that the sources describe as approaching almost certain collapse. That phrase deserves to be held for a moment. A building that had survived the Reformation, the stabling of Cromwell's cavalry, and the long cold damp of Scottish centuries had arrived at a point where its survival into the next generation was genuinely uncertain. The carved stone, the barrel-vaulted roof with its 4-petaled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies, and stars, the column tops with their dragons, unicorns, lions, and keystones of Clair, engrailed crosses, all of it was at risk. The sacristy walls with their elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and masons' marks were suffering. The glass windows had experienced severe paint loss within the imagery. The situation was serious in ways that went beyond the merely structural. A fundraising drive was undertaken, and in 1995 the conservation program began. The first and most visible element of the project was also, in engineering terms, one of the most striking. A freestanding steel structure was erected to cover the chapel entirely, forming a canopy over the building that allowed the stone fabric of the roof vaults to dry outwards, away from the carved interior surfaces. This was not a casual decision. The logic behind it was precise and carefully considered. For years, moisture had been moving into the stone from outside and becoming trapped, unable to escape without passing back through the carved surfaces and depositing salts and minerals as it went. By creating a covered environment that allowed the stone to breathe and dry in the direction away from the carvings, the conservators were interrupting that damaging cycle and giving the fabric time to stabilize. The steel canopy changed the appearance of the chapel from the outside for the duration of the project, covering the pinnacles and the roofline that had become familiar from centuries of drawings and paintings. This was a cost that had to be accepted. Conservation at this scale requires a willingness to make the building temporarily unfamiliar in order to make it permanently more secure. Beneath the canopy, the work proceeded with the kind of methodical attention that such a building demands. Thermographic scanning was undertaken to locate areas where the stone was particularly damp. Thermographic scanning works by detecting differences in the temperature of surfaces, differences that reflect variations in moisture content and thermal mass within the stone. The technique allowed the conservators to map the distribution of damp across the building without needing to remove or disturb the material itself, a form of looking inside the stone that leaves the stone intact. The resulting picture of the building's internal condition informed the sequence and priority of treatments. Cracks and delamination, the splitting and separation of stone layers that can begin as a hairline fracture and widen over years into something far more threatening, were treated in a visually discrete manner. The phrase is important. Conservation at Rosslyn Chapel was not about making the building look new, nor about disguising its age with repairs that drew the eye toward themselves. The goal was to stabilize and preserve while remaining, to the extent possible, invisible. A good conservation treatment, at its best, is one that a future visitor cannot detect, one that holds the stone together without announcing itself, without competing with the carving for attention. The conservation of the glass windows addressed the severe paint loss that had affected the imagery within them. Painted glass is among the most fragile of all the materials that a historic building can contain. The glass itself may survive centuries of expansion and contraction, of wind pressure and thermal stress, but the painted imagery on its surface is far more vulnerable, prone to flaking, lifting, and loss in ways that cannot always be reversed. The treatment of the windows at Rosslyn Chapel was part of a broader effort to address the multiple causes of deterioration simultaneously, recognizing that a building's components are interdependent, that moisture affecting the stone will eventually affect the glass. That damage in one area creates conditions for damage in another. Alexandra Taylor, writing in 2025 in the publication News in Conservation, reflects on the overall result of the conservation project and characterizes the treatment as handled well. That measured assessment carries weight, coming from a paintings conservator with international experience. It acknowledges that the project was successful without overstating the ease of what was accomplished. Conservation of a building like Rosslyn Chapel involves constant negotiation between competing priorities. The need to arrest deterioration, the need to preserve the character and appearance of the historic fabric, the need to maintain the building's function as an active place of worship, and the need to do all of this within the constraints of time, funding, and the irreversible nature of every intervention made on a material that cannot be replaced. The 1950s cementitious slurry, the grey film of silica fluoride magnesium that had been applied across the interior walls, represents a particularly instructive lesson in the dangers of well-intentioned remediation. Silica fluoride magnesium was used in historic building conservation in the mid-20th century as a consolidant and water repellent treatment, and its application at Rosslyn Chapel reflected the knowledge and practice of its time. But knowledge in conservation evolves. What seemed like a reasonable intervention in the 1950s proved, over subsequent decades, to have complicated the very problem it sought to address. The lesson is one that conservators return to regularly. Every treatment becomes part of the building's history, and some treatments create the problems that future conservators will inherit. The scrubbing with ammonia and water, the application of the cementitious slurry, the Victorian repairs, and the 1995 program itself are all, in this sense, layers in the building's biography. Each one reflects the understanding available at the time it was undertaken and the urgency felt by those who undertook it. None of them was undertaken from indifference. All of them have left their traces in the stone. The building that emerged from the 1995 conservation program was stabilized, more secure than it had been in many years, and more accessible to the visitors who came in growing numbers as the 21st century began. It was still Rosslyn Chapel, still incompletely carved, still layered with meaning and counter-meaning, still presided over by its 100 or more foliate heads, and its dragons and its unicorns and its two extraordinary pillars at the far end of the nave. Conservation had not resolved any of the building's mysteries. It had, rather, ensured that those mysteries would persist, that the stone would continue to hold them. Among the questions that conservation cannot answer, and has not been asked to answer, is the question of what lies beneath the chapel floor. They were filled with earth hundreds of years ago, and they have not been excavated. The reasons for leaving them undisturbed are practical as well as respectful. Removing the infill that has been in place for centuries would require extensive work, and the sources note that such work could potentially jeopardize the structural integrity of the chapel above. This is not a merely technical observation. It is a statement about the relationship between what lies beneath and what stands above, about the way in which the buried past is, quite literally, helping to hold up the present. The legend of a secret treasure beneath the chapel floor has been perpetuated for centuries, and no primary sources on Rosslyn Chapel exist to verify or refute it. The belief may trace back at least as far as around 1546, when a letter written by Mary of Guise, wife of James V and mother of Mary Queen of Scots, was sent to Sir William St. Clair, who was at that time the grandson of the chapel's founder. In that letter, Mary of Guise wrote words that have since been interpreted in many ways. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust Guide reproduces the relevant passage as follows: "Likewise that we shall be leal and true mistress to him, his counsel and secret shewn to us, we sole keep secret." Quote, "The nature of the secret alluded to in that sentence is not specified in the letter, and it has never been established with certainty. Some have argued that the secret referred to in Mary of Guise's letter concerns the Holy Rood, a fragment believed to be a piece of the true cross. Others have related the secret to treasures brought to Scotland by Templar knights. Others still have connected it to the legend of the Holy Grail, or to a royal bloodline of the kind described by Michael Begant, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln in their 1982 book, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail. None of these interpretations can be confirmed or dismissed on the basis of available evidence, and the sources are careful not to resolve the dispute. The letter says what it says. The vaults remain sealed. It is worth pausing on that condition, the sealed vault, the filled earth, the question that has no current answer, because it is in some ways the defining condition of Rosslyn Chapel as a whole. The building exists at the intersection of the documented and the undocumented, the carved and the buried, the visible and the hidden. Conservation has made more of the visible available to be seen, more of the carved stonework legible, more of the painted glass intact, but conservation has not and could not resolve the deeper uncertainties. It has simply ensured that those uncertainties persist in a building that is structurally sound enough to hold them. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust was formed with the specific purpose of saving the chapel from what was described as almost certain collapse. That it succeeded in that purpose is demonstrated by the fact that the building continues to function as an active place of worship and a destination for visitors from across the world. Church services have been held since the rededication of 1862, and they continue, with Sunday services beginning at 10 in the morning. The building is open to visitors from Monday to Saturday, between 9 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, and on Sundays from noon. It is a living building, not a ruin or a monument, and the conservation program made that continued life possible. But the success of conservation also raises a question that those who care for historic buildings return to repeatedly. What, precisely, has been saved? The stone, yes. The glass, yes. The structural integrity, yes. But a building like Rosslyn Chapel is not only its physical fabric, it is also the accumulated meanings that have been attached to that fabric over centuries, the legends, the theories, the spiritual journeys of the thousands of visitors who have come in search of something that the stone may or may not contain. Conservation can stabilize the surface. It cannot stabilize meaning. Meaning remains as contested and as mobile as it has always been. The foliate heads that populate the chapel's surfaces, more than 100 of them by the count of those who have looked carefully, inside and outside the building, in places visible and places hidden, many of them discovered only when the high-level scaffolding of the conservation project gave workers an elevated view of the high pinnacles, are a good example of this mobility of meaning. These faces, known in their proper technical terminology as foliate heads, have been the subject of competing interpretations for as long as the term Green Man has been in circulation, which is to say, since 1939, when Lady Raglan coined the phrase in an article published in Folklore magazine. Fiona Rogan, learning manager at Rosslyn Chapel and co-author of the Chapel Trust Guide, has argued that Lady Raglan's association of foliate heads with folk tradition characters was historically incorrect, because many of the folk characters she invoked as possible sources of inspiration were themselves invented centuries after the leaf mask first appeared in buildings and gardens. The foliate head is older than the folk traditions Lady Raglan believed had generated it. That the conservation project revealed new foliate heads, faces that had not been seen for perhaps centuries because they were positioned high on the pinnacles where no one without scaffolding could easily look, is a reminder that the building continues to disclose itself gradually and partially. there may be more to find, there may be details that await the next intervention, the next occasion, when scaffolding gives an elevated view, the next technological development that allows the stone to be read in a new way. Conservation is not a terminal state. It is an ongoing conversation with a building that keeps, in its own way, answering back. The thermographic scanning that was part of the 1995 program is one instance of this conversation. By mapping the thermal properties of the stone, the conservators were, in effect, reading the building in a register that previous centuries had not possessed the instruments to access. The stone had always contained that information. The damp had always been distributed in those patterns. But the capacity to detect and map it, to translate it into a form that could guide practical decisions about where to intervene first and how, was new. Technology extended the range of what could be known about the building without touching it. This is a significant development in conservation practice more broadly, and its application at Rosslyn Chapel reflects the way in which the field had evolved by the 1990s away from the more interventionist approaches of earlier decades and toward a methodology that prioritizes understanding before acting, diagnosis before treatment, and reversibility where possible in any treatment undertaken. The greyish cementitious slurry of the 1950s was applied without thermographic scanning, without the detailed understanding of moisture movement that later science would make available, and without a clear sense of what problems its application might create for future custodians of the building. The 1995 program was designed, in part, to address the consequences of that earlier treatment, and to do so in a way that would not similarly burden those who came after. There is something instructive in this long sequence of interventions, each one responding to the problems created partly by its predecessors, each one limited by the knowledge and resources of its time, each one leaving traces in the stone that become part of what future conservators must read and interpret. The building is, in this sense, a palimpsest not only of medieval craftsmanship, but of the successive attempts to preserve that craftsmanship. The ammonia and water, the silica fluoride magnesium, the steel canopy, and the thermographic scanner, all of them are part of Rosslyn Chapel's history now, as much as the carved dragons and the engrailed crosses and the legend of the master mason and his apprentice. That legend, one of the most persistent and widely repeated stories associated with the chapel, centers on the 13th and final pillar, the one known as the Apprentice Pillar, according to one telling of the legend, and the sources are careful to present this explicitly as one telling, not as established historical fact. A young apprentice carved this most ornate and celebrated of the chapel's columns, while the master mason was abroad seeking inspiration, and the master, upon his return, was so overtaken by jealousy at the beauty of the work that he struck the boy dead. The master was subsequently hanged. A carving above the chapel's exit is said to represent the master mason's face, his eyes directed across the aisle toward the pillar for the rest of eternity, while opposite him are carvings of a face with a cleft scalp, presumed to be the apprentice, and a mourning woman, presumed to be his mother. No primary documentary evidence is cited for this story in the available sources, and it is presented as legend rather than history. Conservation did not resolve that legend, nor was it asked to. The two faces carved in stone above the chapel's exit remain as they were, looking across at one another and at the pillar between them, which continues to be described as a marvel of workmanship. The conservation program stabilized the stone in which those faces are carved, ensured that the pillar itself would not deteriorate further than it already had, and treated the cracks and delaminations that threatened the integrity of the carved surface. It did not, and could not, determine whether the legend behind the faces is true. That is not the work of conservation. Conservation preserves the container. The contents, the meanings, the stories, those remain as contested as ever. There is a broader point here about the relationship between physical preservation and cultural continuity. The argument for conserving a building like Rosslyn Chapel is sometimes made purely in physical terms. The stone is irreplaceable, the carving is of extraordinary quality, the building is architecturally significant and should be maintained for those qualities alone. That argument is true and sufficient, but it is not the only argument available. Rosslyn Chapel is also the site of a very long conversation about meaning, a conversation that has involved medieval stonemasons and Victorian restorers and 20th century conservators and 21st century visitors, poets and painters and novelists and scholars and people who have made the journey to Rosslyn in search of something that they could not quite articulate, but felt certain the building contained. Preserving the physical fabric of the building preserves the possibility of that conversation continuing. Without the stone, the conversation has nothing to anchor it. Writers and artists had been drawn to Rosslyn Chapel long before the conservation crisis of the late 20th century. Sir Walter Scott captured the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family in the 6th canto of his poem The Lay of the Last Minstrel. The Romantic painters Joseph Mallord, William Turner, and David Roberts found in the surroundings of Rosslyn a landscape and a building that enriched their work. Their visits helped to establish the chapel as a destination, a place worth travelling to, a building whose beauty and mystery had a claim on the imagination. The inclusion of the chapel in Scott's poetry and in the wider romantic engagement with medieval Scotland contributed to the pattern of visitation that, in different forms, continues today. But by the time the Rosslyn Chapel Trust was formed, the building had fallen into serious decline. The romantic interest of the early 19th century had not translated into sustained material support. The building was damp, its carved surfaces obscured and damaged, its structural condition deteriorating. The Trust's formation and the subsequent conservation program were a response to that decline, a recognition that appreciation, however sincere, is not by itself sufficient to preserve a building. That care requires not only affection but organisation, expertise and funding. The funding of the 1995 conservation program and the subsequent capacity of the Trust to sustain its work was materially affected by an unexpected development that occurred several years after the project began. In 2003, Dan Brown published his novel, The Da Vinci Code, in which Rosslyn Chapel appears as a significant location in a fictional quest for the Holy Grail. The novel brought the chapel to worldwide prominence in a way that no amount of scholarly attention or romantic poetry had previously achieved. Alexandra Taylor, paraphrasing a tour guide's account, conveys the disproportionate nature of the change. Before the book's release, Rosslyn was described as a quiet little village with one gatekeeper minding the property. Afterwards, lines stretched for hours. The commercial consequences of that surge in visitors were, for the conservation program, beneficial. The revenue generated by admission fees, the bookshop, and the wider tourist infrastructure around the chapel contributed to the funding of preservation work that might otherwise have struggled to find support. There is a certain irony in the fact that a work of popular fiction, one whose relationship to historical accuracy is a matter of record, should have played a significant role in funding the preservation of a building whose actual history is complex enough to require no embellishment. But the irony is not entirely unwelcome. The chapel features for less than 2 minutes in the film adaptation of the Da Vinci Code, despite being a central location in the novel. Yet those 2 minutes, and the global reach of the novel itself, changed the material circumstances of a building that had been close to collapse. Conservation at Rosslyn Chapel has always been, therefore, a story about more than stone. It is a story about the way in which a building accrues meaning over time, and about how that accumulation of meaning, legend, and association becomes, in a very practical sense, one of the resources available to those who seek to preserve the physical fabric. The building's mysteries, unresolved and unresolvable on the basis of current evidence, have drawn people to it, and the presence of those people has generated the resources that conservation requires. The sealed vaults, the undisclosed secrets, the legends that cannot be confirmed but will not be dismissed, these are not obstacles to the building's preservation. They are, in some measure, its supporters. The earth within them has been undisturbed for hundreds of years. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust has noted that even if there were a desire to excavate, the risks to the structural integrity of the building above would make such work extremely difficult to justify. What lies beneath, whether the remains of barons of Rosslyn or something else entirely, whether the legendary treasure of various accounts or nothing of that nature at all, remains unknown. The conservators have preserved the floor above those vaults as carefully as they have preserved everything else. They have consolidated the stone, treated the cracks, ensured that the building above the sealed earth will continue to stand. That is, ultimately, what conservation does. It does not answer the questions that a building poses. It ensures that the building remains available to be questioned. The thermographic scanning recorded the distribution of damp in the stone at a particular moment in the late 20th century. The steel canopy allowed that damp to migrate outward over a period of years. The cracks were filled, the glass was stabilized, the carved surfaces were cleaned and secured. And when the canopy came down, the building was still Rosslyn Chapel, still incomplete, still full of faces and foliate heads and dragons and legends and the long, patient silence of stone that has been shaped by human hands and then left to endure whatever time brings to it. That endurance is not passive. Stone requires attention. It requires the kind of attention that the Rosslyn Chapel Trust has committed to sustaining, the regular inspection, the monitoring of moisture levels, the judgment about when to intervene and when to leave well alone. Conservation is not a single event but a practice, a form of ongoing attention that must be renewed with each generation that takes responsibility for a building. The 1995 programme addressed the most urgent problems. Future programmes will address the problems that time and circumstance will inevitably create, and the building will continue to hold what it holds. The carved faces on the walls of the sacristy, the mason's marks left by workers who could not write their names but needed to record their labour in order to be paid, will continue to be legible to those who know how to read them. The foliate heads will continue to populate the surfaces in their hundreds, inside and outside, visible and hidden, smiling and scowling and baring their carved teeth. The Apprentice Pillar will continue to stand at the end of the nave, described as a marvel of workmanship, its carved surface intact. The master mason's face above the exit, if the tradition of interpretation is followed, will continue to look across the aisle. The barrel-vaulted roof will continue to display its four-petal flowers and its multi-lobed leaves, and its double roses and its lilies and its stars, hewn from stone by hands that had no thermographic scanners, and no silica fluoride magnesium, and no freestanding steel canopies, only chisels and the knowledge of how to use them. The dragons at the column tops will continue to hold their positions. The two water spouts in the form of gargoyles will continue to flank the entrance, and beneath the floor, in the sealed and earthen-filled vaults, the barons of Rosslyn will continue to rest undisturbed. Whatever else may or may not lie with them remains, for now, a question that the stone does not answer and the conservators have not been asked to resolve. Some questions persist because the evidence to resolve them does not exist. Others persist because the conditions required to seek that evidence are themselves too costly to create. At Rosslyn Chapel, both of those conditions apply. The building keeps its secrets not through any mystical agency, but through the plain and practical fact of sealed vaults, filled earth, and structural dependencies that make excavation a risk no responsible custodian can easily justify. There is a kind of rightness to that, if rightness is a word that conservation permits. The building that Sir William St. Clair founded in 1446, that was still unfinished when he died in 1484, that survived the Reformation and Cromwell's cavalry and the ammonia brushes and the grey cementitious slurry and the long, slow damp of centuries, that was brought back from the edge of collapse by a trust and a programme and a steel canopy, that was then visited by 176,000 people in a single year because a novel sent them there. That building is now stable, open, and still fundamentally mysterious. Its fabric has been preserved. Its secrets have not been disclosed. The conversation it invites continues. That, perhaps, is the most complete account of what the conservation of Rosslyn Chapel achieved, not the resolution of anything, but the continuation. The village of Rosslyn sits in Midlothian, in the Scottish lowlands, at a point where the land begins to fold and drop toward the gorge that the North Esk has been cutting through sandstone for longer than the village has existed. The chapel stands within that village, as it has stood since 1446, and it draws the attention of most who arrive here so completely that the surrounding landscape, the castle, the inn, the glen, the river's long journey from the Pentlands to the sea, can seem at first like mere context, a frame for the building, rather than a place in its own right. But Rosslyn is not only a frame, it is a place with its own layered history, its own architecture, its own accommodations and daily rhythms, and it has been receiving visitors, writers, painters, pilgrims, and curious travellers for long enough that the village itself has acquired something of the quality it is most famous for hosting, a depth that is not immediately legible, a presence that rewards the kind of attention that slows down and looks carefully at what is close at hand. This chapter moves outward from the chapel door. Not far outward, because Rosslyn is a small place and its significant buildings are near one another, but outward nonetheless into the broader landscape of a village that has always been more than one thing at once. It is a place of ancestry and of active life, of legendary pasts and ordinary present tense existence, of a castle that has been renovated to receive guests, and an inn where poets once ate supper, of a glen where the ground flora runs to ramsons and golden saxifrage and wood sorrel beneath a canopy of oak, ash and elm. It is also a place that is administered as a registered charity, that sets an admission price and maintains opening hours and cares about whether the roof is sound. The legendary and the administrative coexist here, as they coexist in most places where something very old has survived into the present. To begin with, the name is to begin with everything, because the name of this place is itself a kind of compressed history. The village of Rosslyn, and by extension the chapel and the earldom that share its name in the form Rosslyn, derives from the Celtic words for a rocky promontory and a waterfall. The landscape that generated the settlement is encoded in the syllables that have been spoken here for centuries. A rocky promontory above a waterfall is a defensible position, a place from which the surrounding land can be observed, a place where the sound of moving water provides a constant background to everything else. The geology and the geography of the site, the sandstone cut by the river, the steep walls of the glen, the high ground on which the castle and the chapel stand, are not incidental to the history that has accumulated here. They are the conditions that made that history possible. Rosslyn Castle is the ancestral home of the St. Clair family, the family from which Sir William St. Clair, the founder of the chapel, descended, and to which the chapel has been connected since the moment of its founding in 1446. The castle is older than the chapel, as castles generally are older than the chapels that grow up in their vicinity, though the precise history of the castle's construction lies beyond what the available sources describe in detail. What the sources do record is that the castle has been renovated in recent years to a standard recognised by those who assess such things, and that it received the Scottish Design Gold Award in 2025 following that renovation. That recognition places Rosslyn Castle not only in the long context of its ancestral past, but in the very immediate context of contemporary Scottish design and craft, the standards of the present applied to a structure that belongs in its origins to a much earlier world. The castle and the chapel are close to one another, as they were designed and intended to be. The St. Clair family's presence in this landscape shaped both structures, and the relationship between them, between the domestic and the devotional, between the seat of a family's earthly power, and the building in which that family sought to honour something beyond earthly power, is one of the defining characteristics of the site as a whole. A visitor who arrives at Rosslyn Chapel and looks around will find, within a short distance, the remains and the renovated fabric of the castle that the chapel's founder would have known as home. The two buildings are different in character and purpose, but they share a context, share a family, and share the particular quality of a place that has been inhabited and cared for in various ways and with varying degrees of attentiveness for a very long time. The renovation of Rosslyn Castle into accommodation is a continuation, in a different key, of the long history of the site as a place that receives people. The castle has been providing shelter in one form or another for centuries. The specific shelter it now provides, the renovated rooms of a historic building available to guests who wish to stay in a place with this particular depth of history, is a new form of an old function. It is also a form that reflects a broader pattern in the way historic properties in Scotland are now managed. The recognition that the costs of maintaining and restoring ancient buildings require that those buildings be made to work, to generate the income that their preservation requires, while remaining available in some meaningful sense to those who wish to engage with their history. Not far from the castle, and associated with the same pattern of hospitality and historic use, is College Hill House, described in the sources as a refurbished inn. The inn is said to have once played host to Robert Burns, to Samuel Johnson, and to James Boswell. These are three figures whose literary and intellectual significance is considerable, and whose presence in a small Midlothian village, if the tradition is accurately recorded, reflects the degree to which Rosslyn had already, in the 18th and early 19th centuries, become a destination for those who sought out places of beauty and historical interest. Burns, Johnson, and Boswell are not figures one would expect to find in the same location by coincidence. Their presence here, if the inn's tradition is correct, is evidence of Roslyn's early reputation as a place worth visiting, worth travelling to, worth pausing in. Johnson and Boswell are known to have travelled together in Scotland, documenting their journey in the accounts that would become among the most read works of travel writing in the English language. Whether their time in Rosslyn included a stay at the inn that is now College Hill House is a matter that the available sources present as tradition rather than documented fact, and it is worth holding that distinction clearly. It contributes to the layering of association that makes Rosslyn feel, to many visitors, like a place where the past is unusually close to the surface. But tradition and documentation are different kinds of evidence, and the sources do not confirm the tradition with primary materials. What is clearer, because it is better documented, is that the early 19th century saw a significant and organised wave of literary and artistic attention directed toward Rosslyn Chapel and its surroundings. Writers and artists, including Sir Walter Scott and William Wordsworth, were drawn here, and their engagement with the place contributed materially to the pattern of visitation that continues today. Scott captured the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family in the 6th canto of his poem The Lay of the Last Minstrel. The Romantic painters Joseph Mallord, William Turner, and David Roberts found in the surroundings of Rosslyn material that enriched their work. The inclusion of Rosslyn Chapel in Scott's poetry helped to make it a popular tourist destination, a process that was already underway by the early decades of the 19th century. This early tourism, driven by romantic feeling and literary association, established a pattern that the village has been living with and living within ever since. People arrived in Rosslyn not primarily to worship, though worship continued, and not primarily to study the architecture in any technical sense, though the architecture rewarded that study, but because the place had acquired a reputation for beauty and mystery that made the journey feel worthwhile. The reputation preceded the visit and shaped what visitors expected to find, which meant that what they found was always, in some measure, filtered through what they had already been told to look for. That dynamic has never entirely disappeared. It simply changes register with each generation, adapting itself to the available cultural vocabulary, the romantic vocabulary of Scott's era, the Da Vinci Code vocabulary of the early 21st century, the vocabulary of conservation and heritage that the present moment also brings to bear. Scott and Wordsworth came and went, and the village continued to be a village. The chapel was rededicated in 1862 as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church, and weekly services began again. The services have continued since that rededication, and they continue today. On Sunday mornings, services begin at 10 o'clock. The building that receives pilgrims and tourists and novelists and painters also receives, on Sunday mornings, a congregation for worship. That the same space serves all of these purposes. That the same carved stone presides over both a Sunday morning Episcopalian service and the speculative inquiries of a visitor carrying a copy of a novel about the Holy Grail is one of the more telling facts about what Rosslyn Chapel is and how it functions in the world. The practical arrangements of the chapel's daily operation are, in this light, worth dwelling on for a moment, not because they are dramatic, but because they ground the building in the ordinary rhythms of institutional life. Rosslyn Chapel is a registered charity, registered under the number ESCO 24324, and a registered company, registered under the number ESCO 102958. It is open to visitors from Monday to Saturday between 9 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, and on Sundays from noon following the morning service. Adult admission is £12 at full price and £10 at the reduced rate. Children under 17 enter without charge. These details are not in tension with the building's legendary status. They are what makes that legendary status sustainable. A building that cannot meet its maintenance costs cannot be kept open. A building that is not kept open cannot be visited. A building that is not visited cannot generate the conversations, the research, the renewed attention that gives old stones their continued life in the present. The £12 admission fee is, in this sense, part of the same story as the sealed vaults and the foliate heads and the letter from Mary of Guise. The question of who attends, and why, has shifted over the decades in ways that reflect the changing cultural landscape around the chapel. For much of the 19th century and a good part of the 20th, the chapel attracted visitors whose interest was primarily aesthetic or architectural, people drawn by the quality of the carving, by the beauty of the building, by its associations with Scott and the Romantic literary tradition. Then, from the latter decades of the 20th century onward, the chapel began to attract a different kind of attention, one shaped by the growing popular interest in alternative history, secret societies, and the symbolic potential of medieval buildings. The publication in 1982 of The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail by Michael Begant, Richard Ley, and Henry Lincoln brought Rosslyn Chapel into a discourse about hidden bloodlines and ancient conspiracies that the building itself had never sought out but found itself at the center of nonetheless. The release of the Monty Python film Monty Python and the Holy Grail in 1975 had already, in a quite different register, renewed popular interest in Arthurian legend and the quest for the Grail. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust's own guide, written by Hannah Mooney and Fiona Rogan, acknowledges directly that the chapel is associated with numerous fantasies, ghost stories, and legends, and that tens of thousands of people visit each year, often carrying published books that put forward their own theories about the building. The guide notes, with a measured pragmatism that is characteristic of its tone, that because no primary sources on Rosslyn Chapel exist, these myths have become so well established that they can be regarded as part of the intangible cultural heritage of the place. That formulation is generous and careful. It does not dismiss the legends. It does not endorse them. It locates them within a framework of heritage that acknowledges the value of accumulated belief and association without requiring those beliefs to be verifiable in any documentary sense. The absence of primary sources is itself a significant fact about Rosslyn Chapel, one that shapes everything else that can be said about it. Where primary sources exist, the historian can work with documented evidence, can assess competing claims against a body of material that, however incomplete, provides some basis for judgment. That foundation is not available. The building itself, with its carvings and its architecture and its layout, is the primary evidence for most of what can be said about its origins and intentions. The stone speaks, but it speaks in a language that different readers interpret differently, and there is no document, no founding charter, no builder's instruction, no contemporary account of the chapel's construction that can arbitrate between competing readings. This is not a condition that invites resolution. It is a condition that the place has learned to inhabit. The village of Rosslyn has learned to inhabit it too. Before the publication of Dan Brown's novel The Da Vinci Code in 2003, the chapel was already attracting visitors, but on a scale that the village's infrastructure could manage without difficulty. The sources recall, through a tour guide's account as relayed by Alexandra Taylor, that prior to the book's release, Rosslyn was a quiet little village where one gatekeeper minded the property. That image of a single keeper, the building in the care of one person, the visitor numbers small enough to be managed without staff rotas or ticketing systems, belongs to a Rosslyn that was already passing when the description was given, and that is now gone entirely. The novel brought 106,000 visitors in the year following the film's premiere. The village that had been quiet became, very suddenly, the destination for a sustained and global wave of interest. The chapel features for less than 2 minutes in the film adaptation of the Da Vinci Code, despite being a central location in the novel itself. 2 minutes of screen time, in a film seen by millions of people across the world, was enough to send those people to a small village in Midlothian. The gap between the scale of the attention and the brevity of the representation that generated it is, when held in mind, quite striking. Rosslyn Chapel did not need to feature extensively in the film to become a pilgrimage destination for its audience. The novel had already done the work of imprinting the building's name and location in the imaginations of its readers, and the film confirmed that imprint and extended it to an audience that had not necessarily read the book. Consequences for the village were significant and not uniformly comfortable. Tourism on that scale brings with it demands that a small place is not always equipped to meet: the need for parking, for visitor services, for staff capable of managing large numbers of people in a space that is both sacred and fragile. But the financial consequences of that surge in visitors were, for the conservation program, materially beneficial. The revenue generated by the increase in admissions contributed to the funding of preservation work that has kept the building standing and accessible. The unexpected became, in this particular case, the useful. Beyond the chapel and the castle and the inn, the landscape of Rosslyn continues outward into the Glen that gives the place much of its particular character. Rosslyn Glen is an ancient woodland described in the sources as full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. The Glen is a mixed deciduous valley of oak, ash and elm, with ground flora that includes dog's mercury, ramsons, golden saxifrage and wood sorrel. The description is botanical in its precision, but the cumulative effect of those plant names is something more than botanical. Each one places the Glen in a specific ecological community, in a type of ancient woodland that has been present in the British Isles since before recorded human history, in a landscape that has not been fundamentally altered by agricultural improvement or commercial forestry, that has remained, through all the centuries of change in the village above it, recognizably itself. The river North Esk, which the sources also call the South Esk in the context of its lower reaches, finds its source high up in the Pentlands, near the boundary between Midlothian and Peeblesshire. It passes through Carlops, through Habby's How, and through the woods surrounding Penicuik, before eventually rejoining its course and entering the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh. That long journey, from the high ground of the Pentlands to the Firth, passes through Rosslyn Glen as through a series of chambers, each one a distinct habitat, a distinct quality of light and vegetation, a distinct relationship between the water and the stone it moves through. The Glen is not a dramatic landscape in the way that the Scottish Highlands can be dramatic. It is a quieter kind of beauty, the beauty of an enclosed valley where the trees come down close to the water and the ground flora responds to the particular moisture and shade that such a place provides. The poets and painters who came to Rosslyn in the early 19th century were responding to this landscape as much as to the chapel itself. The building was extraordinary, but it was also situated within a particular natural environment, and that environment was part of what made the visit feel like an arrival in a different order of experience, a stepping away from the ordinary into something older and more atmospheric. The Glen provided the setting within which the chapel's architectural strangeness could be felt most fully. A building that extraordinary, in a landscape that ancient, in a village that small, the combination generated a response that went beyond what any of its components could have produced alone. Fiona Rogan, learning manager at Rosslyn Chapel and co-author of the Chapel Trust's Guide, has noted in her work on the foliate head carvings that just outside Rosslyn Chapel is Rosslyn Glen, an ancient woodland full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. The observation is brief but significant. It situates the chapel's carvings within a broader symbolic landscape, one in which the green faces on the interior stonework are not isolated images, but part of a wider engagement with the natural world, with woodland, with the idea of a spirit or force associated with growing things, that the surrounding landscape embodies in a different register. Whether the carvers of the 15th century intended that connection is not something the sources can establish. What Rogan's observation invites is a way of reading the chapel as continuous with its environment rather than separate from it, the foliate heads inside the building, mirroring in stone the actual foliage of the Glen outside. The green men of Rosslyn Chapel have been found in their scores, inside and outside the building, on surfaces visible and on surfaces that had not been examined closely for centuries before the scaffolding of the conservation project gave workers an elevated view. More than 100 of these carved faces have been identified, and their distribution across the building, their variety of expression, the progression that Rogan describes as a kind of aging across the space of the building, from the youthful green boy to the adult bearded men to the skeletal figures that she suggests may represent death and renewal, all of this is specific to Rosslyn Chapel in a way that invites the question of intention. Were the carvers creating a deliberate program, a narrative of human life, rendered in foliate form, distributed across the building so that a visitor walking its length would move through a compressed biography of growth and decline and possible renewal? The sources do not answer that question, and the term green man itself is, as Rogan notes, a 20th century coinage invented by Lady Raglan in 1939, and therefore unavailable to those who carved these faces in the 15th century. The meaning we assign to the carvings is, in part, a meaning we bring with us. That is a condition the chapel shares with all the other elements of the village and its landscape. College Hill House carries with it the tradition of Burns and Johnson and Boswell, a tradition that gives the refurbished inn a depth of association that its accommodation function alone could not provide. Rosslyn Castle carries with it the history of the St. Clair family, the ancestral connection to the chapel's founder, and the particular quality of a building that has been both a seat of power and a ruin, and is now, once more, a place where people can stay. The Glen carries with it the Celtic and Pictish symbolism that the woodland has accumulated over centuries of habitation and interpretation. And the chapel carries all of it, all of the layers, the medieval, the Victorian, the romantic, the conspiratorial, the conserved and the contested, the sealed and the open, in a building that is simultaneously a functioning place of worship, a tourist attraction, a registered charity, and the subject of more theories than any of its custodians can comprehensively account for. A visitor who arrives in Rosslyn today arrives into this layering. They buy a ticket, £12 at the full rate or £10 at the reduced rate, and children under 17 enter without charge. They pass through the entrance flanked by the 2 waterspouts in the form of gargoyles. They enter a space whose barrel-vaulted roof displays 4 petalled flowers, multi-lobed leaves, double roses, lilies, and stars in hewn stone. The column tops hold dragons, unicorns, lions, and the keystones of Clair, engrailed crosses. The sacristy walls carry their elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and the masons' marks of men who could not write their names, but needed to record their labour in order to be paid. At the far end of the nave, the 13th column, the one called the Apprentice Pillar, stands described in the sources as a sumptuously ornate marvel of workmanship. Above the exit, the carved face that tradition associates with the master mason looks across the aisle, and opposite it, the face with the cleft scalp and the mourning woman look back, and beneath the floor, the sealed vaults hold whatever they hold, the remains of a number of barons of Rosslyn, and, according to the various traditions that have accumulated around this place, possibly something else. Possibly nothing beyond what time and earth have made of human remains. Possibly something that no one has been in a position to confirm or deny for hundreds of years. The earth that fills those vaults has been there for a very long time. Removing it would require extensive work and could, the sources note, jeopardize the structural integrity of the building above. The building stands on its own unknown interior. That is, in the end, a condition it shares with most things that have lasted long enough to accumulate stories. The question of what it means for a place to carry so many stories simultaneously is not one that the sources resolve, and it would be a misrepresentation to suggest that resolution is available. What the sources do suggest, collectively, is that the carrying of multiple stories is not a problem to be solved, but a condition to be inhabited with care. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust manages a building that is, simultaneously, a medieval chapel, an active church, a conservation project, a heritage site, a registered charity, and the location of what the Trust's own guide describes as the intangible cultural heritage of legends, fantasies, and ghost stories that have gathered here over centuries. Each of those identities makes claims on the building, and each requires a different kind of attention. The conservator's attention, the minister's attention, the charity administrator's attention, the tour guide's attention, these are different kinds of looking, different modes of care, and the building requires all of them. Rosslyn is not only the setting for Rosslyn Chapel, it is a place where people live and work and maintain the ordinary infrastructure of a community. The presence of a famous chapel at its centre, one that draws visitors from across the world, shapes that community in ways that are both enabling and demanding. The revenue from tourism supports the conservation and operation of the chapel, and the presence of the chapel draws the visitors whose spending supports the wider local economy. But the scale of visitation that followed the publication and film of the Da Vinci Code also imposed demands on a place that had not been designed to receive visitors on that scale, and the management of those demands has been a continuing task for those responsible for the site. The ordinary and the extraordinary coexist in Rosslyn, as they coexist in most places that have been inhabited for a very long time. The chapel is extraordinary, the village is ordinary, and the relationship between them, the way the ordinary village contains the extraordinary chapel, provides access to it, maintains the infrastructure around it, absorbs the disruption that its fame creates, and the benefit that its visitors bring, is as much a part of the story of this place as any legend about the Holy Grail, or any letter written by a queen. The etymology of the name remains: a rocky promontory, a waterfall. The landscape that those two words describe is still here, still recognizable in the cut of the Glen and the sound of the water below. The stones of the castle and the chapel stand on the same high ground that gave the place its name before any of the stories attached to it had been imagined. The village exists beneath and around and alongside all of the layers of meaning that history and legend and literature and conservation have deposited here, and it continues, as villages do, to be simply itself as well, a place of daily life, of Sunday services beginning at 10 in the morning, of an inn where guests sleep in rooms that a poet may once have occupied, of a castle renovated to the standard that earns a gold award, of a glen where the wood sorrel grows in the damp ground beneath old trees that have no interest in any of the theories that have been advanced about the building on the hill above them. That persistence of the ordinary, the quiet continuation of a place's daily life through all the waves of attention and neglect and renewed attention that history brings to it, is perhaps the most durable thing about Rosslyn. The chapel has been founded and left incomplete, inhabited and abandoned, damaged and conserved, visited by romantic poets and by millions of novel readers, and it has remained, through all of it, a chapel in a village in Midlothian, open between 9 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon from Monday to Saturday, and from noon on Sundays, admitting children without charge and maintaining, in its sealed and earthen-filled vaults, the patient silence of whatever it is that it has always kept. What we cannot know, the limits of the record. There is a particular kind of stillness that settles over a place when you have spent a long time with it. Not the stillness of resolution, not the quiet that follows an answer, but something older and less tidy than that. It is the stillness of a question that has been turned over many times and not worn smooth, the kind that remains irregular and interesting in the hand, resisting the comfortable shape of a conclusion. Rosslyn Chapel, in the village of Rosslyn in Midlothian, Scotland, has long drawn visitors as a place of spiritual journey and pilgrimage, a building, as those who study it say, that keeps its secrets. We have spent a long time with this building. We have walked its perimeter in the mind, traced the barrel-vaulted roof with its hewn stone ribs bearing 4-petaled flowers and multi-lobed leaves, double roses and lilies and stars. We have stood, in imagination at least, before the entrance flanked by its 2 waterspouts carved into the form of gargoyles, and passed through into the interior, where dragons and unicorns and lions are mounted at the column tops, and keystones of Clair, engrailed crosses, mark the structural logic of a ceiling dense with intention. We have considered the more than 100 foliate heads distributed across the building, inside and out, visible and concealed, some discovered only when conservation scaffolding finally gave workers an elevated view of the high pinnacles. We have followed the Apprentice Pillar legend through its telling, watched the sealed vaults remain sealed, sat with the Mary of Guise letter in its archaic and tantalizing language. And now, at the end of this long attention, it is worth pausing to consider what, precisely, we know. Because the honest answer is that we know less than the accumulated weight of legend and theory and published speculation might suggest. The foundations of the record, when examined carefully, are thinner than one might expect, and that thinness is not incidental to Rosslyn's story. It is, in many ways, the story itself. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust, which has overseen the care and conservation of the building and has produced some of the most careful writing about it, has stated the matter plainly. No primary source material or original documents on Rosslyn Chapel are reported to exist. This is an extraordinary condition for a building of such documented fame, a building that has attracted centuries of visitors, inspired poems and paintings and novels, generated a literature that fills shelves, and drawn over 176,000 people in a single year following the release of a popular film. All of that attention, and at its centre, an archive that is effectively empty. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The chapel was founded in 1446 by Sir William St. Clair, and the building was still incomplete at the time of his death in 1484. That is a fact we can state because it has been reported by sources we can identify. But the intentions behind the building, the programme of carvings, the theological or philosophical framework that might explain why over 100 green men were placed in its walls alongside the biblical imagery, why the 13th column was carved in the particular form it takes, what the founder understood himself to be constructing, and for what purpose, none of this is available to us in documentary form. This is not unique to Rosslyn. Medieval buildings frequently outlive their paperwork. Records are lost to fire and damp and institutional disruption, to the ordinary entropy of centuries. But Rosslyn Chapel has accumulated an unusually large body of interpretive writing in the absence of primary sources, and the interpretations have tended to fill the documentary vacuum with extraordinary confidence. Books have been written arguing for Templar treasure, for the Holy Grail, for sacred geometry, for Masonic conspiracy, for a bloodline from Jesus and Mary Magdalene, for pilgrimage routes of initiatory significance crossing the whole of Western Europe. These arguments are not uniformly without interest, and some of the writers who have advanced them have done so with genuine learning and evident care. But they rest, ultimately, on a foundation of inference and association, because the documentary ground beneath the building offers no purchase. What the historian or conservator does in the absence of evidence is worth thinking about carefully, because it differs from what the mythographer does, and the difference matters for how we understand any building, but especially this one. Alexandra Taylor, writing in 2025, approached Rosslyn as a paintings conservator, a professional trained to read the physical evidence of objects, to distinguish between what a surface shows and what has been projected onto it. Her account of the chapel is warm and personal, but it is also alert to the distinction between what can be demonstrated and what is being imagined. The mason's marks visible in the sacristy walls, for instance, are not a coded mystery. They are, as Taylor describes them, the practical marks of workers who could not sign their names, left to ensure they were properly paid for their labour. The sacristy walls are described as enshrined in elaborate schemes of transfigurations, working drawings, and these marks, and in that description, the functional and the symbolic, sit together without either cancelling the other. This is a conservator's view, attentive to material evidence, respectful of what the object actually shows, reluctant to reach beyond it. The conservator and the mythographer approach the same building from opposite directions. The conservator moves from evidence toward tentative interpretation, always prepared to revise. The mythographer, or at least the more impassioned kind, tends to move from interpretation toward evidence, selecting what confirms the theory and setting aside what complicates it. Rosslyn Chapel, because it offers so little primary documentation, is particularly susceptible to the second approach. When there is no document to contradict you, almost any reading of the carvings becomes available. The Apprentice Pillar legend demonstrates this susceptibility well. According to one telling of the story, as recorded by Taylor, a master mason completed the 12th column of the chapel, described as refined, detailed, and skillfully construed but plain, and was then asked by the founder to construct the 13th and final column in imitation of those seen on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. The master left Scotland in search of inspiration. His apprentice, described as no older than 12 or 13, carved the column in the master's absence, producing what the same source describes as the most sumptuously ornate pillar, a perfect marvel of workmanship. On the master's return, the story continues. He was so overcome by jealousy that he struck the boy dead with a mallet and was subsequently hanged for the act. A carving of the master's face was placed above the chapel's exit, his eyes directed across the aisle toward the apprentice's pillar for the rest of time. Opposite him, a face with a cleft scalp, presumed to be the apprentice, and a face of mourning, presumed to be his mother. The source presents this explicitly as one telling of the legend, not as historical fact. No primary documentary evidence is cited. And this is the honest position. The story is old, and it is compelling, and it is the kind of story that attaches to elaborately carved stonework with particular ease, because elaborately carved stonework invites explanation, and a story of violent rivalry and posthumous commemoration is more satisfying than an account of ordinary craft production, but the story cannot be confirmed. The carved faces can be observed. The interpretation of those faces as specific individuals commemorating a specific act of violence is an act of imagination applied to stone, and the distinction between observation and imagination is one that the absence of documents makes very hard to maintain. The same condition applies to the sealed vaults beneath the chapel floor. The vaults are the final resting place of a number of barons of Rosslyn, and they were filled with earth hundreds of years ago. The possibility that they contain something other than the remains of the dead, some treasure or relic or document that would resolve the many theories attached to the building, is not one that the historical record either supports or forecloses. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust has noted that removing the infill would require extensive work and could potentially jeopardize the structural integrity of the chapel. That is a practical reason not to excavate, but there is also an epistemic reason. The expectation of treasure in those vaults is itself a product of legend, not of evidence, and excavating on the basis of legend is a different kind of undertaking from excavating on the basis of documented historical likelihood. The idea that a secret treasure lies beneath the chapel floor has been perpetuated for centuries. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust traces this belief, at least in part, to a letter written around 1546 by Mary of Guise, wife of James V and mother of Mary Queen of Scots, to Sir William St. Clair, the grandson of the chapel's founder. The letter is the closest thing in the available record to primary documentary evidence of a secret associated with the building, and it is worth attending to carefully, including to what it does not say. The relevant passage of the letter, as cited by the Rosslyn Chapel Trust, reads, "Likewise that we shall be leal and true mistress to him, his counsel and secret, shewn to us we shall keep secret." Quote, "The letter alludes to a secret. It does not name the secret. It does not describe it, locate it, or indicate its nature in any way that would allow a reader to identify its content." The Rosslyn Chapel Trust notes that the nature of the secret referred to in this letter is disputed. Some have argued that the secret concerns the Holy Rood, understood as a piece of the true cross. Others have connected it to treasures brought to Scotland by Templar knights. Others still have suggested it could refer to the Holy Grail or to a royal bloodline. The Trust presents all of these possibilities without resolving between them, because the letter itself provides no basis for resolution and no other primary source has been identified that would settle the question. This is the honest account of what the letter tells us, that a secret existed, or was understood to exist, in a relationship of trust between Mary of Guise and a member of the St. Clair family, and that this secret was considered worth promising to keep. Beyond that, the letter is silent. Every elaboration of the secret's content is inference, an inference of a particularly unconstrained kind, because the constraint that primary documentation would provide is simply not available. The foliate heads present a different kind of epistemic problem, one that has less to do with the absence of documentation and more to do with the genuine difficulty of interpreting carvings whose meaning, as Fiona Rogan of the Rosslyn Chapel Trust has argued, has never been static. The term Green Man, which is now the dominant name for these foliate carvings, was itself coined only in 1939, when Lady Raglan published an article in Folklore magazine connecting the carved faces in churches with figures from folk tradition. The carvings themselves are ancient, with examples found dating back to the 2nd century of the Common Era, distributed across indoor spaces, outdoor gardens, and furniture as well as religious buildings. Rogan's careful analysis of the history of foliate head interpretation reveals a pattern that recurs across many aspects of Rosslyn scholarship. Each era has found in the carvings a reflection of its own preoccupations. In the early medieval period, leaf masks could represent the Holy Trinity or absolute evil, and in the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries they were most commonly rendered as demons or goblins, figures associated with the mouth of hell. By the time Lady Raglan was writing in 1939, the dominant interpretive framework was folk tradition and nature worship, and the carvings were read accordingly. In more recent decades, with a renewed popular interest in pre-Christian religion, the carvings have been associated with Celtic deities such as Cernunnos, with Islamic figures such as Al-Qidr, with Greco-Roman deities including Medusa, Dionysus, and Silvanus. Rogan's position is that the connection Lady Raglan drew between the carved faces and folk tradition characters such as Jack in the Green was historically inaccurate, because Jack in the Green is an invention of the 18th century, with the tradition not documented before 1795, while foliate heads appear in buildings many centuries earlier. The folk characters came after the carved faces, not before them, which makes it difficult to sustain the argument that the folk characters inspired or explain the carvings. But Rogan's analysis also declines to substitute a corrected single interpretation for Lady Raglan's incorrect one. The conclusion she reaches is that the meaning of these carvings has always been a product of the moment and the eye of the observer, that no single origin and no single meaning can be demonstrated, and that this is perhaps appropriate for a motif this old and this widely distributed. For Rosslyn specifically, Rogan notes that the chapel contains examples of the foliate head that she describes as something unique to the building. The carvings appear to age as a visitor moves through the space, progressing from a youthful face she refers to as the green boy, through adult bearded figures, to one or two examples that take the form of green skeletons. This progression has suggested to some visitors that the carvings are intended to represent the passage of life, birth and living, and death and renewal. Rogan presents this as a possible reading, not a confirmed interpretation, which is the correct epistemic position when no documentary program for the carvings is available to confirm or deny it. The question of what we do when we cannot know is, at its heart, a question about the relationship between evidence and meaning. Buildings are not silent. They carry in their physical fabric a great deal of information about the people who made them, the materials available to those people, the technical knowledge they possessed, the aesthetic choices they made within the constraints of their time and resources. A trained conservator reading the stone of Rosslyn Chapel can recover information about construction methods, about the sequence of work, about the interventions made in later centuries, about the damage caused by damp and the effects of previous restoration attempts. This is real knowledge, and it is worth having. The conservation project undertaken by the Rosslyn Chapel Trust from 1995 onwards generated knowledge of this precise and physical kind. A freestanding steel structure was erected over the chapel to allow the stone fabric of the roof vaults to dry outwards, away from the carved interior surfaces. Thermographic scanning was used to locate areas of particular dampness within the stonework. Cracks and areas of delamination were treated in a manner designed to be visually discreet. The conservation of the glass windows addressed severe paint loss within the imagery. All of this work was preceded by the discovery that a 1950s attempt to address the chapel's persistent damp had involved the application of a greyish cementitious slurry, a mixture of silica fluoride magnesium applied, according to a report from the Ancient Monuments branch of the Ministry of Works, at a rate of 1 pound per 2 gallons of water. For that treatment, green algae had been addressed by scrubbing with stiff brushes using a solution of ammonia and water. The record of these interventions is, ironically, among the more detailed documentary evidence available for the building's history in the modern period. We know more about how the chapel was badly cleaned in the 1950s than we know about why any particular carving was placed in any particular position in the 15th century. This inversion, detailed modern documentation, and near total medieval silence is common in conservation work, but it lands with particular force at Rosslyn because the questions that matter most to the people who visit the building are medieval questions, not modern ones. Visitors come, as they have come for centuries, asking about the Grail, about the Templars, about the treasure in the vaults, about the murdered apprentice, about the secret in the letter. These are questions that the conservation record cannot answer, because they belong to a period from which no documentation has survived. Writers and artists have responded to this condition in various ways. Sir Walter Scott, who was drawn to the chapel in the early 19th century along with other writers and artists including William Wordsworth, found in the absence of reliable history an invitation to imagination. His poem, The Lay of the Last Minstrel, captures the folklore of the chapel, the castle, and the St. Clair family in the work's 6th canto, and the choice of folklore rather than history as the governing mode is itself telling. Scott was a careful enough antiquary to know the difference between documented fact and received legend, and his decision to work in the register of legend was a kind of acknowledgement that for Rosslyn, legend was the primary available material. Romantic painters, including Joseph Mallord, William Turner, and David Roberts, were similarly enriched by the surroundings of the chapel and its Glen, producing works that responded to the emotional and aesthetic qualities of the place, rather than to any specific historical knowledge of it. This tradition of imaginative response to Rosslyn is long and distinguished, and it would be ungracious to dismiss it. But it is worth noting that imaginative response is a different thing from historical knowledge, and that the two have sometimes been confused in the chapel's secondary literature. Dan Brown's novel of 2003, which brought Rosslyn Chapel to worldwide prominence and drove visitor numbers to the extraordinary peak of 176,000 in the year following the film's premiere, is a work of fiction. Its protagonists, Robert Langdon and Sophie Neveu, follow a trail of clues from London to Scotland, and the chapel serves as a feature point in a quest for the location of the Holy Grail. The novel draws on the theoretical framework of Michael Begant, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln, whose 1982 book, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, argued that the Holy Grail was not an object at all, but a mistranslation of the French sang rail, meaning holy blood, representing a royal bloodline descended from Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and secretly protected across centuries by a conspiratorial organization. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust acknowledges that the Da Vinci Code's controversy and the subsequent boost in popularity effectively funded the chapel's conservation and continues to cover preservation plans. The relationship between myth and maintenance, between legend and structural integrity, is not one that the historical record anticipated, but it is the one that the building is actually living with. The Holy Grail itself, as an object or concept, demonstrates the same condition of unresolved multiplicity that characterizes Rosslyn's documentary situation. What the Grail is has never been settled, Some traditions identify it as a chalice, others as a dish, others still as a rock. Begant, Lee, and Lincoln argued it was not a physical object at all, but a genealogical concept. Each of these positions has been held with conviction by people who have examined the same body of medieval literature and reached different conclusions. The physical nature of the Grail is one of the contested questions that the available evidence simply cannot resolve, and Rosslyn Chapel has become, partly by accident of location and legend, and partly by the workings of a popular novel, one of the primary sites at which this unresolvable question is posed. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust has described the chapel as a place of spiritual journey or pilgrimage for many of its visitors, and as associated with numerous fantasies, ghost stories, and legends. These are not pejorative characterizations. A place can hold both its physical reality and its legendary accretion, and the accretion can be taken seriously as what the Trust has called intangible cultural heritage without being mistaken for historical documentation. The legends are part of what Rosslyn is. They are not what Rosslyn was, in the sense of what its 15th century builder intended, because we do not have access to that intention through any surviving primary source. This is the condition that shapes everything else about Rosslyn scholarship, and it is a condition that the most careful writers on the subject have been willing to acknowledge directly. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust's own statement on the matter is that because no primary source material or original documents on Rosslyn Chapel exist, it is difficult to say anything for certain about the chapel's origins, and that different people find their own meanings in the carvings and architecture, and it is possible to interpret the carvings so that they fit into any number of theories. This is a statement of genuine epistemic humility from the organisation most directly responsible for the building's care, and it deserves to be taken at full weight. What do historians and conservators do with that condition? They work with what they have. They date the building by structural and stylistic analysis. They identify the founder from what sparse record remains. They document the interventions of later centuries in the building's fabric with increasing precision. They preserve what can be preserved and stabilize what risks being lost. They resist the temptation to fill the documentary silence with confident assertion, because confident assertion in the absence of evidence is not scholarship, whatever it may be called. And they are willing, when the work of a long day reaches its end, to sit with the uncertainty and acknowledge that some questions about this building will not be answered. There is perhaps a particular kind of integrity in that acknowledgement. The building was founded in 1446 and remained incomplete at its founder's death in 1484. The endowments were taken by force into secular hands at the Reformation, and the provost and prebendaries resigned in 1571. Cromwell's troops stabled their horses inside the chapel in 1650. The building fell into serious decline, and damp was subjected to damaging cleaning attempts and came close to collapse before the Rosslyn Chapel Trust was formed to save it. The chapel was rededicated in 1862 as part of the Scottish Episcopal Church, and Sunday services have been held since that year. Through all of this, the carved faces in the stone have continued to look out. The green boy and the bearded men and the skeletons, the gargoyle waterspouts at the entrance, the dragons and unicorns at the column tops, the master mason's face staring across the aisle at the ornate pillar that, in the legend at least, he could not bear to see surpassed. The stone is there, the carving is there. The building stands in the village of Rosslyn, in Midlothian, in Scotland, at the edge of a glen that draws its source from high in the Pentlands, and passes through Carlops and Habby's How and the woods around Penicuik before rejoining the South Esk to enter the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh. The glen is ancient woodland, a mixed deciduous valley of oak and ash and elm, with dog's mercury and ramsons and golden saxifrage and wood sorrel in the ground flora, and full, as it has been described, of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. The place has always been the kind of place that attracts meaning. That is observable too. What cannot be observed, because the documents do not exist to make it observable, is the mind of Sir William St. Clair as he set the project in motion in 1446. We cannot know what he intended by the particular arrangement of the carvings. We cannot know what the letter of Mary of Guise was protecting. We cannot know whether the vaults contain anything that would bear on the accumulated theories of treasure and relic and bloodline. We cannot know with any certainty, recoverable from the historical record, whether the Apprentice Pillar legend has any foundation in events that actually occurred, or whether it is a story that grew up around an exceptional piece of stonework, because exceptional stonework invites explanation, and human tragedy is among the most available forms of explanation. And this not knowing is not a failure of scholarship or a gap to be urgently filled. It is the actual condition of the record and the actual condition of our relationship with this building. The chapel has been accumulating interpretations for centuries, precisely because the primary record is silent, and the silence has proven generative in ways that a full archive might not have been. The fantasies and ghost stories and legends that the Rosslyn Chapel Trust acknowledges as part of the building's intangible cultural heritage are the product, in part, of that generative silence. The building is what it is partly because we cannot know what it was. There is a kind of peace available in that recognition, if it is approached without the frustration that unresolved questions tend to provoke in people who prefer resolution. It has stood for the better part of 6 centuries, through reformation and neglect and military occupation and damp and damaging restoration and sudden celebrity. It is still in use as a place of worship every Sunday morning. The carvings in its stone are still being slowly understood by the people who have given their working lives to caring for it, conservators and historians and guides and educators who approach the building with the attention it deserves. Secrets it holds, if it holds secrets, are held in stone that has no voice except the one that trained observers can draw from its physical condition. The secrets of intention and theology and buried treasure and ancient covenant, if they exist, are held in vaults that are filled with earth, and in a documentary record that, as far as current scholarship can determine, simply does not exist. What we can say, when we have followed all the roads that lead to Rosslyn and arrived at the end of this long attention, is that the building is genuinely remarkable, that its carving is genuinely extraordinary, that its history, even the history recoverable from the limited record available, is genuinely complex and genuinely interesting, that the legends it has generated are themselves a kind of evidence of what the building has meant to the people who have encountered it across the centuries, even if they are not evidence of the historical claims they contain. And what we cannot say, because the record does not permit us to say it, is what any of it was originally for, what the first intention was, what the founder understood himself to be building, and why, and for whom, and to what end. That silence is the last thing the building keeps. It has kept it through everything. It keeps it still. There is a path that descends from the chapel grounds into the glen below, and in the evening, when the visitors have gone, it is a quiet path. The village of Rosslyn sits above the water, and the name it carries is very old. The Celtic word Ross speaks of a rocky promontory, and the word Lyn speaks of a waterfall. These 2 syllables, worn together over centuries into a single sound, are the oldest description of this place that survives. The promontory. Everything else that is accumulated here, every legend and theory and pilgrimage, every carved face in stone, every book and film and argument, rests on top of those 2 simple words. The Glen finds its source high up in the Pentlands, near the boundary between Midlothian and Peebleshire. It passes through Carlops and through the place known as Habby's How and into the woods surrounding Penicuik. It eventually rejoins the South Esk, and the South Esk carries it onward until the water enters the Firth of Forth at Musselburgh. This is the journey the water makes, indifferently and without pause, beneath the roots of the oak and the ash and the elm. It has been making this journey for longer than the chapel has been standing. It will be making it long after every question asked about the chapel has been either answered or forgotten. The woodland here is described as a mixed deciduous valley. Oak, ash and elm. The ground flora includes dog's mercury, ramsons, golden saxifrage and wood sorrel. These are the plants of undisturbed ground, of places where the soil has not been turned or drained or planted with something purposeful. They grow where the conditions are right for them, without consideration for the stones above. The ramsons, with their broad, flat leaves and their small white flowers, spread across the floor of the valley in the way that low plants spread when the canopy above them is old enough to have settled into its own rhythms. The wood sorrel grows in the gaps. The golden saxifrage finds the wetter places near the water's edge. None of this is new. The Glen is described in sources as an ancient woodland, full of what writers have called Celtic and Pictish symbolism. The word ancient carries weight here. It means that the trees and the paths and the water have been companions to human beings for a very long time, that they were here when the chapel was built in 1446, and before that, when the land was called only by its Celtic name, and before that, when no name had yet been given to the promontory above the water. The chapel was founded by Sir William St. Clair. He did not live to see it finished. He died in 1484, and the building was still incomplete at the time of his death. Nearly 600 years have passed since the foundation was laid, and the building is still standing in its incomplete state, still receiving visitors, still holding services on Sunday mornings at 10 o'clock. From the path below, in the fading light, it is possible to imagine it only as a shape above the tree line, a silhouette of stone, the pinnacles just visible against whatever sky remains. The path curves with the water. This is the nature of valley paths. They follow the line of the river, which follows the line of least resistance through the rock, and the rock was here before the river and will remain after it. The south-east moves without urgency through the glen. In the evening, its sound is more apparent than its appearance. It is the sound of water moving over stone, a sound that has no particular beginning and no particular end, that continues through the night, whether anyone is listening to it or not. It is worth staying with this for a moment. The trees overhead, their canopies thinned by the season, or thickened by it, depending on the time of year. The dog's mercury along the verge. The silence between the sounds. It drew the poets and the painters of the early 19th century. Sir Walter Scott came here. William Wordsworth came here. The chapel's medieval beauty and mystery were part of what drew them, but the glen was part of it too. The water and the trees and the ancient quality of the place. The sense of continuous human presence across many centuries, the feeling that the ground holds more than it shows. Scott captured something of the chapel and the Glen and the St. Clair family in the 6th canto of his poem, The Lay of the Last Minstrel. The painters Joseph Mallard, William Turner and David Roberts were drawn here as well, enriched, as one source puts it, by the surroundings. These were people who came in search of something they could not entirely name, something the place offered that could not be found elsewhere. The Glen was part of what they found, and before them, before the poets and the romantic painters, before the 19th century tourists and the Victorian Restoration and the rededication of the chapel to the Scottish Episcopal Church in 1862, the Glen was here. The water was here. The oak and the ash and the elm were here, or others like them were here, in the same positions, making the same patterns of shade and light along the valley floor. It is useful to think about time in this way when walking in the Glen. Not the time of the chapel's construction, not the 15th century or the 16th or the 19th, but the longer time of the water and the stone. The river that passes through Carlops and Havies How and the woods surrounding Penicuik has been finding its way to the sea along roughly the same line for longer than human habitation in this valley has been recorded. The chapel, for all its apparent permanence, is a recent addition to this landscape. This is not to diminish the chapel, it is simply to place it. Rosslyn Chapel has been standing in this glen for nearly 600 years, and in that time it has accumulated an extraordinary weight of legend and significance and contested meaning, the legends of hidden treasure, the carved figures that populate its walls and vaults and pinnacles, the more than 100 foliate heads distributed across the building inside and out, the 2 pillars, the one refined and the other sumptuously ornate, the carved faces above the exit that strain across the aisle toward one another in their postures of grief and rage, the mason's marks in the sacristy, cut by hands that could not write their names, the vaults beneath the floor, filled with earth, undisturbed. All of this is present in the building above. All of it will continue to be debated and reinterpreted by whoever comes next. But the Glen does not debate. The water moves. The Ramsden spread. There is a quality to old woodland that is difficult to describe precisely. It is not simply the presence of old trees, though old trees are part of it. It is more the sense that the living systems of the place, the trees and the ground, flora and the water and the soil, have had enough time to find their particular arrangements, to settle into a kind of equilibrium that is not static but is slow. The changes happen, but they happen at the pace of roots and canopies rather than at the pace of human lives. Walking through such a place, especially in the evening, especially when the light is going and the sounds of the day have quieted, produces a particular kind of calming. It is not peace exactly. It is more like perspective. The name Rosslyn holds this perspective inside it. Someone looked at this landscape and found in it two features worth naming, two features so defining that the name of everything that followed, the village, the chapel, the earldom, would derive from them. The thing that does not move and the thing that does. Between these two the path runs, and has been running for a very long time. The chapel is officially known as the Collegiate Chapel of St. Matthew. This is its formal name, the name it was given when Sir William St. Clair founded it in 1446 as a place of collegiate worship. But it is rarely called by this name now. The world knows it as Rosslyn Chapel, the name that comes from the Glen and the village and the ancient Celtic words. In this way the landscape has claimed it, has written itself into the thing the building is called, the Promontory. These are still the first words. It is worth thinking about what was here before the chapel. The site sits above the glen, near the edge of what becomes the rocky drop down to the river. The Rosslyn Glen is described as an ancient woodland full of Celtic and Pictish symbolism. Those who study the foliate carvings within the chapel note that such figures are not unexpected in an area so influenced by the Celtic tradition. The glen that surrounds the site has been, for a very long time, the kind of place where people felt the presence of something they needed to give a name to. The green man carvings that populate the chapel, more than 100 of them, visible and hidden, on the high pinnacles and in the interior spaces, may owe something to this. The carvers who cut those faces from the stone in the 15th century were working in a landscape that had been associated with forest spirits and animating presences for much longer than Christianity had been in Scotland. The foliate heads themselves are very old as a form. Examples have been found dating back to the 2nd century of the Common Era. They are not confined to religious buildings. They appear in gardens, in domestic interiors, on furniture. They arrived in Christian churches gradually, between roughly the 4th and 6th centuries. By the time they were being carved into the stone of Rosslyn Chapel in the mid-15th century, they had already been travelling across cultures and centuries for over 1,000 years, carrying with them whatever meanings had attached themselves to them along the way, meanings that did not remain constant, that shifted with each new context they entered. The glen is part of that context. Just outside the chapel, down the path and into the valley, the ancient woodland waits, full of the kind of symbolism that does not need to be decoded, because it is simply present, in the trees and the water and the deep floor of the valley. Cernunnos, the Celtic deity sometimes called Herne the Hunter, is associated with woodlands such as this, though that figure is always depicted with horns, and no horned foliate heads are known at Rosslyn. Whether the carvers thought of any such association we cannot say. No primary source material survives to tell us what they thought, or what the founder intended, or what meanings the prebendaries and the provost and the worshippers of the 15th century found in the carved faces above them. The building keeps this, as it keeps so much else, without telling. The provost and the prebendaries resigned in 1571 because the endowments of the chapel had been taken by force into secular hands under the influence of the Reformation. For a long period after that, the building stood, partially abandoned, the stone walls absorbing water, the carved surfaces slowly acquiring the damage that damp inflicts on stone over generations. Cromwell's troops attacked Rosslyn Castle in 1650 and stabled horses inside the chapel itself. These are not small indignities. The building endured them and continued to stand. The Victorian period brought restoration, and the rededication of the chapel in 1862 to the Scottish Episcopal Church and the resumption of regular services. But damage had accumulated, and by the late 20th century the building was in serious difficulty. The Rosslyn Chapel Trust was formed to save it from what was described as almost certain collapse. A major conservation project began in 1995. A freestanding steel structure was erected over the chapel to allow the stone of the roof bolts to dry outward, away from the carved interior surfaces. Thermographic scanning located the areas of greatest dampness in the stone. Cracks and delamination were treated. The painted glass windows were conserved against severe paint loss. All of this was careful, painstaking work, the kind of work that does not announce itself, but that preserves the conditions for everything else to continue. The chapel that stands above the glen tonight is the result of all of this. The original construction that began in 1446 and was never finished, the centuries of damage and neglect, the Victorian repair, the conservation work that began in 1995, and the funding that came partly from an unexpected quarter, from a novel published in 2003 that brought 176,000 visitors to this small building in the year following the premiere of its film adaptation. A quiet village with one gatekeeper, then lines that stretched for hours. The chapel absorbed this too, as it has absorbed everything. It is still standing. The Sunday services still begin at 10 in the morning. The path in the Glen does not know any of this. The water does not know it. The oak and the ash and the elm above the river have no particular relationship to the arguments that have been conducted about the building above them. They grow at the pace that they grow. They drop their leaves and put them out again. The dog's mercury and the ramsons and the wood sorrel and the golden saxifrage grow and die and grow again along the valley floor. Simply the continuance of the old things, the things that were here before the chapel was built and will be here after the last argument about it has been settled or abandoned. The water from the Pentlands. The mixed deciduous valley, the falling water below, Rosslyn. The words are older than the building. They are older than the family that built it. They are the oldest description that survives of this particular meeting of rock and water, and they have been holding this place inside them, quietly, without effort, for longer than anyone has been keeping records. The evening light falls across the valley in the way that it falls in old woodlands, slowly and without urgency, filtering through the canopy into the spaces between the trees. The South Esk moves through the Glen on its way to Musselburgh and the Firth of Forth, as it has always moved, carrying with it whatever the rain brings down from the hills. Its stone is old stone, worked by hands that could not write their names, but marked their work carefully so they would be paid for it. Its vaults are filled with earth and with the remains of those who were laid there centuries ago, undisturbed. Its foliate faces, more than 100 of them, look out from their positions on the pinnacles and the interior walls, most of them disgorging vines and tendrils from their open mouths, their meaning still contested, still shifting, as they have always shifted, belonging to all faiths and to none. The building does not offer conclusions. This has always been the nature of it. Because no primary sources survive, it is difficult to say anything for certain about the chapel's origins. Different people have always found in the carvings and the architecture the meanings they were already looking for. The building accommodates this. It has been doing so for nearly 600 years. It will, in all likelihood, continue. The trees hold their positions in the dark. The ramsons, where they grow thickest along the wetter sections of the valley floor, release a faint green presence into the air that is more impression than anything else, more the knowledge of growth than the fact of it. The wood sorrel has folded its small leaves for the night, the way wood sorrel does, the way things do when the light fails and the temperature falls, folding inward, conserving what they have. This is a place that has been described over and over by people searching for something, by pilgrims and by tourists, by poets and painters, by historians and by novelists, by conservators with thermographic scanners, and by masons who marked their work to ensure payment because they could not sign their names. All of them have moved through this landscape, up the path from the Glen to the chapel entrance, past the gargoyles at the door, through the carved interior with its barrel-vaulted roof of hewn stone ribs, its four-petalled flowers and multi-lobed leaves, its double roses and lilies and stars, its dragons and unicorns and lions at the column tops. All of them have looked and found what they came looking for, or not found it, or found something else entirely, and all of them, in the end, have walked back down this path. The etymology of the name stays at the back of everything. The rocky promontory. These are not metaphors. They are the literal features of the landscape that someone, a very long time ago, chose to put into the name of this place. They are still here. The water is still falling, somewhere below the path, in the way that water falls when it meets the edge of old stone and has no choice but to continue downward. The chapel will be open again tomorrow, Monday to Saturday, from 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. Sunday from noon. The questions about what is beneath the floor, and what the letter of around 1546 meant when it spoke of a secret, and what the foliate faces represent, and whether the story of the apprentice and the master mason is a record of something that happened, or a legend that gathered itself around a pillar of extraordinary workmanship over centuries, all of these questions will still be present when the doors open. They have been present for a very long time. They show no particular sign of resolving. But that is tomorrow. This is the evening, and the path in the glen continues below the chapel, following the river, following the old line through the old valley. The oak and the ash and the elm hold the last light in their upper branches for a moment, and then release it. The ground flora settles into the dark. The South Esk moves southward toward Musselburgh and the sea. Ross. The rocky promontory. Lynn. These words were here before the chapel, and they contain the chapel inside them now, as the glen contains the path, and the path contains the footstep, and the footstep passes, and the path remains. Everything that has been said about this place, every theory and legend and contested interpretation, every careful sentence in every conservation report, every page of every novel and guidebook and academic article, can be held for a moment against these two small words, and found to be, in its way, additional, meaningful perhaps, useful perhaps, but additional. The place was here before the words about it, and the place will remain. The water falls. The evening continues into night, as evenings do, without announcement, at the pace of the world, rather than the pace of the people who move through it. The path is still there in the dark, leading back toward the promontory, toward the old stones above the valley, toward the building that has been standing in this particular place since 1446, and that will, in all reasonable expectation, continue to stand. The carved faces on the high pinnacles look out across the glen they have always looked across. The foliate mouths open and open and open, the vines running outward and upward from them in the way that vines do, the way growth does, finding the light. In the chapel above the glen, the vaults are quiet. The earth that was put into them centuries ago remains undisturbed. Whatever is there, or is not there, continues in its state of not being known. This is, perhaps, a kind of answer. Not the answer to the questions, but the answer to the need that produces them. The need to come to a place like this, to walk its paths, to look at its stones, to stand in the valley below and hear the water and the trees, and to feel, for a moment, that the world is older than one's understanding of it, and that this is not a cause for unease, but for something closer to rest. The path in the glen goes on. The water from the pentlands goes on. The name holds its two syllables in the dark, the way old names hold the landscapes they came from, long after the people who made them have been forgotten, long after the buildings have been built and damaged and repaired and visited and argued over and loved. The rocky promontory, the waterfall, these are still the first words. They will still be the last.